A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Judy Garland, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake in Meet Me in St. Louis. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The theme song of tonight's play is the title of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's screen hit, Meet Me in St. Louis, based on the novel of the same name by Sally Benson, currently playing in theaters all over the country. The title refers, of course, to the World's Fair in St. Louis in 1904. 10 million people attended it, but twice as many people in our listening audience will be going there tonight with three of Hollywood's most charming stars, Judy Garland, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake. They take you back to an era of nostalgic charm in a warm and haunting story of romance. And in that same nostalgic spirit comes a letter from a young girl who was married last September in a family heirloom dress of Maltese lace. The lace, she says, was very delicate and 97 years old. Yet when we washed it with Lux Flakes just before the wedding, it came out perfectly preserved in color, daintiness, and texture. We were astonished that a lace so old and delicate could be so beautifully restored. To Mrs. T.A. Gunderson, the bride, our heartiest thanks, and our sincere best wishes for a happy future with Lux Flakes. On to Act One of Meet Me in St. Louis, starring Judy Garland as Esther, Margaret O'Brien as Tootie, and Tom Drake as John, with Gail Gordon as Alonzo. In the year 1903, there lived in the city of St. Louis a family named Smith. There were Mr. and Mrs. Alonzo Smith and Grandpa Smith. There were also two daughters and a son, Rose, Esther, and Lonnie. Oh, yes, and another daughter, Tootie, aged 7, who at this moment perches next to Mr. Costello on Mr. Costello's ice wagon.
My goodness, Tootie, at 5 o'clock. Giddy up, Beatrice. Oh, how's your doll feeling now, Tootie? Any better?
Oh, no. Poor Margaretha. I've never seen her look so pale.
Probably the heat. Been awful hot today.
I doubt very much if Margaretha will live through the night. She has 4 fatal diseases.
As a rule, only takes one.
She's going to have a beautiful funeral in a cigar box my papa gave me, all wrapped up in silver paper.
That's the way to go if you got to go.
Oh, she's got to go. How's Beatrice feeling?
Oh, Beatrice don't mind the heat. Why, she's the strongest horse in St. Louis.
Excuse me, Mr. Costello, but it's pronounced St. Louis.
That's funny. Now you take that their new song. Meet me in St. Louis, Louis, meet me.
Oh, well, that's different. We sing that song all the time in our house. My sister Esther and my sister Rose and Grandpa and everybody.
Well, St. Louis is St. Louis. It's still a grand old town.
It's not a town, Mr. Costello. It's a city, and it's the only city that's going to have a World's Fair. Gosh, wasn't I lucky to be born in my favorite city?
You sure were, honey. So was I, and so was Beatrice. Is that right, Beatrice? Come on, gal. Giddy up.
Meet me in St. Louis, Louis. Meet me at the fair. Don't tell me the lights are shining any place but there. We will dance the hoochie coochie. You will be my tootsie wootsie if you will meet me in St. Louis, Louis. Meet me at the fair. Come on, Rose, and sing. Meet me in St. Louis, Louis. Meet me at the fair. Don't tell me the lights are shining any place but there. hello, Papa. Did you just come home, Papa?
The fair won't open for months, but that's all everybody talks about or sings about. Where's Mama?
Here I am, dear. Well, did you have a nice day, Alonzo?
I had a terrible day, Anna. I lost the case.
Oh, dear.
Oh, well, Papa, if losing a case depresses you so, why don't you give up law and go into some other business?
All right, Esther, I will. Beginning tomorrow, I intend to play first base for the Baltimore Orioles. Right now, I'm going to soak in a cool bath for 1 solid hour.
Oh, but that's impossible, Papa. Katie's serving dinner in 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Alonzo, we planned on eating an hour earlier tonight.
I'm taking a bath.
Oh, Rose, dear, I'm so sorry.
But it's nothing to upset the entire household about.
Warren Sheffield, a Yale man, is going to telephone you at 6:30, and you say it's nothing. Rose, the telephone's in the dining room. You certainly don't want the whole family sitting there drinking in every word when a man proposes long
I
distance.
don't see why you assume Warren is going to propose to me.
He's calling from New York. Do you know what that costs?
Now, I think that's just about enough of this. Now, where's Tootie?
Oh, she's delivering ice with Mr. Costello.
No, she came back a few minutes ago. She's in the backyard burying her doll.
Well, call her in and see that she gets washed. And Lonnie. Lonnie! Now, don't you worry, Rose, dear. Everything will work out all right.
Mama, it's 6:30 and Papa isn't down yet.
He will be. Tootie! Grandpa! Lonnie, come on, dinner!
Has he telephoned yet, Rose?
Grandpa, I'm not in the least concerned whether Mr. Sheffield calls or not.
I suppose Warren's too young, huh? Every fella I introduce her to is too young.
Now, listen, children. Your father will be right down. If we eat dinner quickly, we may be finished by the time...
Oh, now I remember. Now I remember where I left my other roller skate. On the staircase.
I hope I haven't held you up. I was just taking a little ride before dinner. Tootie, is this your roller skate?
Yes, Papa. Thank you.
You're welcome. And remind me to spank you after dinner.
Yes, Papa.
Ah, soup.
Don't blame me if it's cold, Mr. Smith.
Oh, Katie.
So's the corned beef.
No, it's fine. Delicious. Well, what's the matter with everybody? Eat your soup.
Oh, Rose, let me get it. Telephone.
What are you all jumping for? Sit still. I'll answer it.
I'll die. I'll simply die.
Hello? What? New York? No, I'm not calling New York. What? Hello? Anna, I'm going to have that instrument of torture ripped out of this home.
Oh, Alonzo, every telephone call's not for you, dear.
Rose is crying.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Oh, it's nothing, Papa. You've just ruined Rose's chances to get married, that's all.
What did you say?
That was Warren Sheffield calling long distance to propose.
Oh, I see. Tootie, did you know there was a long-distance call coming to this house?
You know what, Papa? The Iceman saw a drunkard get shot yesterday, and blood spurted out 3 feet.
Answer yes or no.
Yes.
Lon? Grandpa? Anna? Well, and just when was I voted out of this family?
Oh, Alonzo, really now...
My eldest daughter is practically on her honeymoon, and everybody in St. Louis knows about it but me. Well, from now on, I'll handle all telephone calls to this house.
But, Papa...
Nobody answers the phone but me.
But I...
Thank you. Rose, answer the telephone.
Thank you, Papa. Hello, Warren? How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, Rose. How's St. Louis?
What did you say?
I said, how's St. Louis?
Oh, it's fine. Fine.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you
The
fine.
whole neighborhood can hear you.
Well,
What did you say, Warren?
nothing. I was waiting for you to say something.
Oh,
Rose, I hope you won't misunderstand what I'm going to tell you.
yes?
Well, I don't think you should mention this call to your family.
Why not?
Well, because there'd be H to pay if my family ever found out I called you long distance.
Oh, he said there'd be 8.
My family's here, and they don't think anything of it. Well, I'd better not waste any more of your time or money.
Rose, I've still got 35 seconds.
Never mind.
Well, Rose, I'll write to you as soon as I hang up.
Well, that'll be very nice. Goodbye, Warren.
Well, that's the darndest proposal I ever heard. Well, of all things, he talks about the weather.
Well, I'll bet there isn't another girl in St. Louis who's had a Yale man call her long distance just to inquire about her health.
If you don't mind, I'd like to be excused.
A Yale man, eh, Lonnie?
Yes, Papa?
That settles it. You're going to Princeton.
Oh, it's nice just sitting on the front porch, isn't it, Rose?
I just love a summer night. Esther, wasn't that silly of me, running away from the dinner table?
Oh,
Oh, Rose, I wish I had your savoir faire. Look. Next door, a new neighbor.
John Truitt.
He's on the lawn. Now, for goodness sakes, don't let on that we see him. Ready?
Yes.
Let's get a little closer to the railing.
Isn't it a gorgeous night, Esther, dear? Heavenly, Rose, just heavenly.
He smokes a pipe.
I understand they're having a fashion pavilion at the fair. Isn't that exciting? I shan't be at all surprised if Joe insists on taking me to the fair every single night. Joe's so overpowering.
Oh, Prune.
Huh?
Well, look, he just walked back into his house.
Oh. It's not very neighborly, I must say.
Well, he's only lived here 2 weeks. You can't expect him to fling himself at you.
How am I going to meet him?
I know. I'll get George Briggs to bring him over here to Lon's going-away party.
Oh, Rose, could you?
Of course. Let me get some stationery. We can write the invitations right now, tonight.
He didn't even notice me. What if he can't come to our party? What if he's got a girl? The moment I saw him smile, I knew he was just my style. My only regret is we've never met, though I dream of him all the while. But he doesn't know I exist. No matter how I may persist, so it's clear to see there's no hope for me, though I live at 5135 Kensington Avenue, and he lives at 5133. How can I ignore the boy next door? I love him more than I can say. Doesn't try to please me, doesn't even tease me, and he never sees me glance his way. And though I'm heart-sore, the boy next door affection for me won't display. I just adore him, so I can't ignore him. The boy next door.
My dear Mr. Truitt, you are cordially invited to a party on Saturday next in honor of our brother, Alonzo Smith, Jr., who is living for Princeton. Cordially yours, Rose Smith.
How's that, Ed? Well, it's pretty formal. But I guess we better be pretty formal to start with.
Princeton's all right, John, huh?
Oh, Princeton's a peach of a school. A peach of a school.
Well, that's where I'm going. Oh, Esther.
Yes, Alonzo?
May I present our neighbor, John Truitt?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the name.
John Truitt.
Oh, well, welcome to our house, Mr. Truitt.
Well, thank you. You know, this is the first party I've been invited to since we moved to St. Louis.
Oh, do you live here?
Well, of course he lives here. Right next door.
Oh, well, that's where I've seen you. I thought you looked familiar.
If this dance isn't taken, Miss Smith, I'd be very honored.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but Oh, well, since you're our next-door neighbor.
Thank you.
They're in the dining room.
Oh, Miss Esther.
Yes, Mr. Truitt.
There's a mouse in the house. Look, on the hall stairs.
Why, Tootie Smith, why aren't you asleep?
There was too much noise down here.
Noise? We've just been dancing and singing.
I want to sing, too.
Oh, come on. Well, all right, just one song. Now, what would you like to sing, darling? Baby's Boat? Or did you ever see a rabbit climb a tree? Or...
Oh, I hate those songs. I want to sing a new one. I was, last night, dear mother.
Well, you can't sing that.
Oh, do let her. She's such a sweet little thing.
Sweet. She's a little hoodlum.
Oh, well, all right. Go ahead, Tootie.
I was drunk last night, dear mother. I was drunk the night before. But if you'll forgive me, mother, I'll never get drunk anymore.
Tootie, you're a very bad little girl. It's really Lon's fault, Mr. Truitt. He teaches her those things. Now, Tootie, you scoot right up to bed this instant. Rose, dear, might we have some dance music, please? Good night.
Looks like I'm the last one leaving. Well, good night, Miss Esther.
Good night.
Yes, don't forget your beauties, please.
Presently, Rose, dear.
Well, I guess I better get going.
We'll be seeing some more of you, won't we?
Oh, you bet.
You'll be joining our crowd Friday. We're all taking the trolley out to the fairgrounds just to see what progress they're making.
Oh, sure. Well, good night.
Good night.
Oh, that Welsh rabbit you served was ginger peachy.
I'm so glad. Oh, Mr. Truitt.
Yes, Miss Esther?
This is an untoward request, but would you mind accompanying me through the house while I turn out the lights?
Well,
It's just that I'm afraid of mice.
Well, sure. That's the least a man can do for his charming hostess.
Just those two lights in the hall, and then we'll be finished. Oh, if you can't see, just take my hand, Mr. Truitt.
Well, thanks.
This way.
Say, that's nice perfume.
Do you like it? It's essence of violet.
Exactly the same kind my grandmother uses.
No, this is different. Well, here's the hall.
Hadn't we better save those lights for your folks?
Well, I'll just turn them down dim. There. My, it's certainly dark in here with the lights off, isn't it?
Gosh, Miss Esther, I hope I'm not too presumptuous, but you don't need any beauty sleep.
Oh, what a nice thing to say.
Oh, this has been a great evening. I'll never forget it.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I do.
Do you always shake hands with the girl when you say goodnight?
Oh, no, sir. Only when I think an awful lot of her.
Oh.
And you know something else, Esther?
What?
You've got a mighty strong grip for a girl. Good night, Esther.
Good night, neighbor.
Judy Garland, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake will return for Act Two of Meet Me in St. Louis in a moment. Say, Libby, a boy wants to know whether his girl will like him better if he becomes a great dancer like Fred Astaire or a famous crooner like Bing Crosby.
Well, why not tell him to see Paramount's new picture, Blue Skies? They're both in that, and they both love the same girl, Joan Caulfield. Frankly, if I'd been Joan in that picture, I never could have made up my mind.
Those wonderful sentimental tunes Bing sings should sweep any girl off her feet.
Just like an Astaire dance.
Isn't this Fred's farewell to pictures?
Well, that's what he insists, but millions hope it isn't true. He's never been better, or his dance is more original.
Being Astaire's partner is a real honor.
Well, he has two in Blue Skies. Blonde Joan Caulfield and a little Latin from Manhattan, Olga San Juan. Both are divine in Technicolor.
I'll bet I know another thing they had in common.
What's that?
Lux Care for their stockings.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Anybody who dances knows how much strain stockings get. So naturally, the girls use Lux Flakes to cut down runs.
Not only girls who dance, Libby, but girls everywhere know how much longer Lux stockings last.
And so do Paramount Studios. Stockings for the chorus got the same Lux care as those of the stars. But of course Joan knew about Lux long before she went to Hollywood.
Wasn't she a model in New York?
That's right. And models soon learned to get more wear from stockings by luxing them every night.
Well, actual strain tests proved how right they are. In these tests, stockings rubbed with cake soap went into runs very quickly. The luxed ones lasted and lasted. Twice as long, in fact.
Girls on a budget appreciate that.
Right, Libby. Now, a suggestion to the ladies of our audience. Because Lux is made of scarce materials, please don't waste it. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of Meet Me in St. Louis, starring Judy Garland as Esther, Margaret O'Brien as Tootie, and Tom Drake as John. Well, Friday's come, and with it, the trolley ride to the fairgrounds. Now take a trolley, fill it with boys and girls, and sooner or later, somebody's singing. In this instance, it's Miss Esther Smith, who finds ample reason to sing, for sitting next to her, thoroughly smitten, is the boy next door, John Truitt.
With my high starched collar and my high top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. From the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheels. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to go, then I started to know how it feels when the universe reels.
The day was bright, the air was sweet. The smell of honeysuckle charmed her off her feet. She tried to sing, but couldn't speak. In fact, she loved him so she couldn't even see.
Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheels. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand, as if it were planned. He stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine till the end of the line.
It's a few weeks later now, Halloween, and at the Smith home, disguised in sagging pants, a long red nose, and bristling mustaches, Miss Tootie Smith is about to brave the thrills and terrors of this ghost-ridden night.
And wait till you see what I do to Mr. Bruckoff. Do you know what Mr. Bruckoff does, Esther?
Minds his own business as far as I know.
He buys meat and poison, and then he puts it all together and kills cats. Thousands of cats. And when he's not killing cats, he beats his wife with a red-hot poker.
My goodness.
Glennie Travis told me.
Are you going out with Glennie and the rest of those ragamuffins?
They're all down at the corner. They got a big red bonfire. That's so the banshees will know where to come. And I'm going to go and...
Oh, dear.
Oh, don't be afraid, Mama. It's only me.
Oh,
Oh, why, I thought some horrible ghost had come into the house.
Oh, I'm horrible, all right. I was murdered last week in a den of thieves.
Well, here it is, Tootie. Here's your flower.
Thanks, Grandpa.
You wouldn't catch me out on a night like this for $1 million.
Well, why not?
Too many terrible spirits roaming around.
Grandpa.
Oh, go on, Tootie. It's Halloween.
I just hope I get back to my bed and board all right.
If you wet the flower before you throw it, it's harder for the victims to get it off.
Well, goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, all right, everybody. I guess we're all ready to go.
I'm ready. Wilkins said you'd leave her hammock on the front porch. And would the children please bring it back after they're through stealing it?
Maybe we will and maybe we won't. Anyway, you ain't coming.
Why not?
'Cause you're too little, Tootie. Hey, who's going to take the Brokoff's house? Not me. Mr. Brokoff's got a great big beard. And a great big bulldog.
And he poisons cats and beats his
Oh,
wife.
Tootie, why don't you go home? Well, somebody's got to take the Brokoffs.
I'll take him. I'll take the Brokoffs.
Tootie, go on home till you grow up.
I won't go home. I won't. I'm going to take the Brokoffs. I'll torture them good and pull their roof down.
Well, you got some flour?
Yes.
Just remember, if you don't hit Mr. Brokoff in the face with a flower and say, I hate you, the banshees will haunt you forever.
They will?
Well, what do you think?
Well, here I go.
And come back when your mission is over. We'll be meeting here around the fiery furnace.
Oh, Lordy, I sure wish Esther was here. I can't do it. I can't. I'm too scared.
Well, what do you want? Don't try to run away.
Yes, Mr. Brokoff.
Did you ring my doorbell, Ghost?
Yes, sir.
Well, go on. Throw the flour on me.
Oh, all right.
Some more. On my beard.
Yes, sir.
Now say it. Say it.
I hate you, Mr. Brokoff.
That's fine, Tootie. Good night, dear.
I'm the most horrible of everybody.
Is that you, Tootie? I'm coming. Well, did you have a nice... Why, Glennie.
Esther, you better come quick. Something happened to Tootie.
What are you talking about?
Down by the trolley. She got hurt, Esther. She's bleeding like anything.
Oh! Esther, did you get Pop on the telephone? No, Mama. They said he just left. Tootie's lip, Mama. It's all cut. Oh, good heavens.
And a tooth knocked out.
Oh, Katie, another compress. There, darling. Everything's going to be fine.
He tried to kill me.
Why, Tootie. She must mean the streetcar. I think it hit her.
It wasn't the streetcar. It was John Truitt.
Oh,
John Truitt?
He was going to kill me. That's how I got hurt. When I screamed, he ran away.
Tootie Smith, that's a monstrous falsehood.
Now, wait a minute, Tootie. What's that in your hand?
Why, it's some strands of hair.
Yes, and I don't think it's Tootie's.
I yanked it out of his head. He tried to kill me.
Brown hair. John Truitt has brown hair. Excuse me.
Oh, is that you, Esther? Oh, hello, Esther.
John Truitt.
Yes? Hey, wait a minute.
I've come here to ask you something.
Hey, cut it out, Esther.
The next time you
Hey,
pick on
cut it out.
somebody your own size, what do you mean hitting a 7-year-old child?
Esther.
If there's anything I hate, loathe, despise, and abominate, it's a bully.
I want to sleep in Esther's bed, Mama.
Of course, darling. Oh, I hate to think what your father's going to say when he hears about this. He may even strike that Truitt boy.
He won't have to, Mama. I just took care of him.
I was drunk last night, dear Mother. I was drunk the night before.
Esther, your dress.
Oh, that must have happened when he was trying to hold me off. I bit him.
I bit him, too.
Did you, Tootie? That's not what Tommy Berkheimer says. I've just been talking to him.
Did the trolley go off the tracks, Grandpa?
No, but the cable came off when the motorman put on the brakes so fast. At least that's what Tommy tells me.
What are you talking about?
It seems the kids had found an old suit of clothes, so they stuffed it with straw, and somebody put it on the trolley tracks.
We thought the car would go off the tracks.
Tootie Smith, why, you're nothing less than a murderess. You might have killed dozens of people.
Oh, Rose, you're so stuck up.
Tootie, how did you get that lip? How?
Because John Truitt butted in. He dragged me up an alley so the policeman wouldn't get me. Huh. as though policemen never pay attention to girls. But I yanked his hair out and got away. Then I fell down and cut my lip.
Oh, what I'm going to do to you.
Oh, yes, leave her alone.
Well, what's so funny? Tootie, honestly, you're the most deceitful, sinful little creature I've ever seen. And for 2 cents, I'd... Merciful heavens! John!
Oh, no, Esther, not again, please.
Oh, John, there's been a terrible mistake.
There has?
Oh, yes, you see, Oh, did I do that?
Black eye, and this, and this, and this.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. How's Tootie?
Oh, she'll live. Oh, John, it's awfully nice of you to accept my apology.
Well, if you're not busy tomorrow night, could you beat me up again?
Yeah, well, I guess I better be getting home.
Oh, before you go, would you mind helping me turn out the lights? I'm afraid of mice.
Looks like most of the lights are out.
Wouldn't take a minute to turn them on again.
Well, wouldn't that be kind of wasting a minute?
Yeah, I guess it would, Esther.
You know, you've got a mighty strong grip for a boy.
If I ever catch you fibbing again, Tootie, I'll give you something that you'll... Oh, Esther, dear, I hope... Why, Esther, is there something wrong?
Yes, Mom.
Roses are red, and John's name is Truett. Esther's in love, and we always knew it.
Mama, can't you make Tootie stop?
This where the Smith family lives? Why, hello. Come on in. Hello.
Oh, home, Papa. I almost got killed. We stopped the trolley, and I lost my tooth, and Esther bit John Truett.
Anna.
Tootie fell, dear, and cut her lip. She's fine.
Oh, that's a brave little girl, Tootie. Oh, Anna, for you.
Why, Alonzo, what a lovely box of candy. Is anything wrong?
Anna, the firm is sending me to New York.
Well, that's lovely, dear. Just as long as you'll be home for Thanksgiving.
No, you don't understand. I'm to head the office there. We're moving to New York.
Moving?
To New York?
Oh, I don't believe it. Oh, I simply don't believe it.
Why, Anna, I thought you'd be overjoyed.
But New York is such a big city, and, well, what'll the children do?
The same as they do here. Go to school, play, have their friends over.
What friends, Alonzo?
Yes, what friends?
The friends they'll meet in New York.
And Tootie just ready to be promoted. And Esther a senior.
I've worked all my life to be a senior.
And Rose in the Conservatory of Music.
Yes, what about me in my life?
You can take that with you. It's settled. We're going.
Well, I must say you're being very cold-blooded.
Well, I've got our future to think about. I've got to worry about where the money's coming from. With Lon in Princeton and Rose in music school and Tootie...
Money. I hate, loathe, despise, and abominate money.
You also spend it.
And what about Katie and Grandpa and the chickens? Not that we have many left.
That's a minor detail we can discuss later.
So I'm a minor detail, am I?
You know very well, Papa, I was talking about the chickens.
Oh, never mind what happens to your family, as long as the chickens are provided for.
Now, I guess we're all a little excited. We'll talk this over calmly tomorrow. Well, what's this? Hickory nut cake, as only Katie can make it.
I can't go to New York. I simply can't.
I'm taking my cat. Winona goes wherever I go.
Where'll you keep her cooped up in a tenement?
Oh, good evening, Katie.
Couldn't help overhearing.
Don't they have houses in New York?
Rich people have houses. People like us live in flats. Thousands of people in one building.
And what about the World's Fair?
Yes, just when St. Louis is going to be the center of attraction of the entire universe.
Katie, this cake is as light as a feather.
You can bake anything in our stove. They got little box stoves in them tenements.
Pass your plates, everybody. Have some cake.
Thanks. I guess I got some things to do. Excuse me.
Oh, you going up too, Grandpa?
I'll help Katie with the ice cream dishes, Mom.
Me too. As long as we're moving, it won't matter if I break some.
Aren't you afraid, Anna? Alone in this room with a criminal?
Now, dear, if you think it's best to move to New York, why, that's what we'll do. Eat your cake, Alonzo.
It's good to hear you play, Anna. Why, that's a nice song. Remember when I used to sing it?
Yes.
All dark and fair weather, you and
That's just lovely. Tootie and well, I guess we'll have some cake after all.
I want the piece with the rose petals.
Mighty nice song. Mighty nice. Rose and I... Well, there's nothing like good music and a piece of hickory cake.
No, sir. And you know, I'll bet New York is going to be just fine.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of Meet Me in St. Louis, starring Judy Garland, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, will follow in a moment. Our guest tonight, blonde, blue-eyed Lola Dean, came to Hollywood from Akron, Ohio, by way of Chicago. When MGM saw the screen test she made there, they lost no time in getting her to the coast. I understand you're studying hard, Lola.
I am, Mr. Keeley, but I'm having fun, too.
Such as?
Oh, watching pictures being made and seeing as many previews at the studios as possible. That's where I saw The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's new Technicolor picture, which people are talking about for the Academy Award.
A superb example of fine acting and photography.
And how I envy Jane Wyman in her role opposite Gregory Peck.
Oh, a Gregory Peck fan, eh?
Who isn't? And Claude Jarman, Jr. is so appealing as Jody with his pet fawn.
Well, it's often the details that count in making a successful picture, Lola. For instance, the company spent months in Florida to make each sequence in The Yearling true to life. Tell me, Lola, do you have any special rule for success?
Yes, Mr. Keeley, to profit by experience. And I'm doing that right now.
How is that, Lola?
Well, when I was working as a radio receptionist back east, I found that good grooming was important. So, naturally, I used Lux Flakes. You see, I was on a budget, and I saved a lot by wearing blouses and sweaters I could Lux myself. They always looked wonderful.
Hollywood studios feel much the same way about Lux, Miss Dean. They've discovered by actual experience how safe it is for colors. So they make it a rule to use Lux Flakes for everything washable.
Well, I do too, but I wish I could find more Lux in the Hollywood stores.
Well, the materials they need to make Lux are scarce. But it's wise to keep on trying. Smart girls like yourself don't risk spoiling nice things with a strong soap, because they know washing things the wrong way can fade colors easily. Tests on all sorts of fabrics prove that. There's no doubt about it. Lux things do stay smart longer. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss Lola Dean. We return you now to William Keeley.
Act 3 of Meet Me in St. Louis, starring Judy Garland as Esther, Margaret O'Brien as Tootie, and Tom Drake as John. It's the day before Christmas, a week before the family moves to New York, and 5 hours before the annual Christmas ball at the Woman's Club. And Alonzo Smith, Jr., home from Princeton for the holidays, has a problem.
Oh, Lonnie, you needn't be so grouchy just because Lucille Ballard doesn't think you're good enough to take her to the dance tonight.
A girl has a right to go to a dance with anyone she wants. I just didn't ask her soon enough.
Everyone knows Miss Ballard is just an Eastern snob.
Well, you're in a fine mood. All because Warren Sheffield asked her instead of you.
That's not true. Rose could have had any man she wanted.
Except Warren Sheffield.
Everyone knows that Lucille Ballard is just throwing herself at Warren because of his father's money.
Now, that's what I call real Christmas spirit.
Now, just a minute, Katie.
Didn't it ever occur to you that you might take your sister to the dance?
My own brother? I'd be the laughing stock of St. Louis.
Well, thank you.
Oh, Katie's absolutely right. Oh, Lon, it's our last dance in St. Louis, and it'd be tragic if either of you missed it.
It's all right for you to talk. You have a date, a real one.
Well, Rose, if I didn't have a date with John Truitt, which I have, I'd be thrilled to go with my own brother.
Well, I'd be willing, Rose. I mean, I'd be glad to.
You would? Why, you two will have the best time of anybody. You won't even have to be polite to each other.
Hurry, yes, it's 7:30. Oh, Ash, you look grand, simply grand. That corset makes your figure just elegant.
Oh, I feel elegant, but I can't breathe.
But if we're going to wreck Lucille Ballard's evening, we definitely need every ounce of allure.
Rose, don't you think I could be alluring without a corset?
No, Esther, I don't. After all, you're competing with an Eastern girl. We'll have to monopolize all the worthwhile men.
Well, there'll only be about 20 boys worth looking at. We could certainly handle 20 men.
But what about John Truitt?
Oh, I'll devote myself to John. But in between times, I'm going to make my presence felt amongst the others.
Oh, Esther.
What is it, Tootie?
Somebody at the back door to see you.
Who?
Gosh, do you look funny.
Tootie.
Rose, could I please wear a corset,
now,
too?
Tootie.
Who's at the back door?
Oh, somebody that looks like John Truitt.
Oh, Rose, give me my kimono. I wonder what he could want.
What are you giving me for Christmas, Rose?
You'll find out tomorrow.
I certainly hope it's a hunting knife. Nothing I need worse than a good hunting knife.
But, John, well, come on in.
Yes. I've got some bad news. My tuxedo.
Well, what about it?
It's at the tailor's. You see, I was playing basketball, and when I got there, it was closed.
But can't you borrow one?
I've tried, but everybody who's got one is going to the ball.
What about your father's?
That was my father's.
Well, then find the tailor and make him open the shop.
Well, I know his name is Johnson, but I don't know where he lives.
Oh, this is simply ghastly.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't blame you if you never spoke to me again.
Oh, well, you didn't do it on purpose.
I guess there's nothing else I can say. Unless you want to do something else tonight.
No, I better just stay home and do some packing. You know, we're leaving St. Louis in a few days.
I know. And this is a fine going-away present I'm giving you. I'll bet you really hate me.
Oh, no, John, I don't hate you. I just hate basketball.
Simply awful, Esther.
I wish I were dead, that's all.
Well, there's only one thing to do. Lon will have to take both of us.
You don't think I'm going to the smartest ball of the season with my own brother, do you?
Like that. You wanted me to go with him.
You didn't have a date.
But I can't handle 20 men alone. I admit it.
Did you ever stop to think of what people would say?
Come in, Grandpa.
You know, the man who built this house cheated your father. The walls are thin as paper.
Oh, Grandpa.
Now. Esther, it's a funny thing. I took my tuxedo out of the mothballs only yesterday. Looked pretty good, too. That suit of mine does the greatest one step you ever saw.
Grandpa, are you actually...
What's this Tootie says about your not going to the dance?
Who says I'm not going? Of course I'm going. With the handsomest man in town.
Madame, I'll pick you up at 8.
Esther, I'm here. I made it. Oh, gosh, yes. I didn't find Mr. Johnson until 20 minutes at 10, but he opened up the shop, and, well, here I am.
Oh, John, so much has happened, and I'm so glad. And if I'm crying, it's just because everything's turned out so simply divinely, and it's Christmas almost, and
But what's happened?
Don't you see them dancing? Rose and Warren Sheffield. Miss Ballard's a simply charming girl, even if she is an Easterner. She said we're all grown up, aren't we? And since all Warren talks about is Rose, my goodness, why doesn't he fill her dance card?
Who's Lucille dancing with?
Lonnie, of course. Oh, she's terribly fond of him. It's really so obvious. And now you're here. Oh, John, I've never been so happy in my life.
Esther, could we go outside for a minute? I want to talk to you.
Well, of course, John, if you like.
Oh, I wouldn't have said it, Esther, if I thought it would make you cry again. Are you sure you're warm enough?
Uh-huh. Oh, I've imagined you saying it thousands of times, and I always planned exactly how I'd act. I never planned to cry.
Well, at least you didn't laugh.
Laugh?
I guess I never asked a girl to marry me before. I guess maybe I was kind of...
Oh, John, no one could have done it more beautifully. I'm very proud.
Esther, will you? Oh, will you, Esther?
Of course I will, John.
Oh, gosh. Do you realize I might have lost you? A few more days and you'd have been gone.
We might never have seen each other again.
And now we're engaged. Esther, let's go home and tell your folks right now.
Oh, no, not tonight. I'd rather just the two of us knew about it tonight.
No, we're not going to let them talk us out of it. After all, we are of age. Well, practically.
John, even if it did go to New York, we could still work something out. Somehow. Couldn't we, John? Merry Christmas, John.
Merry Christmas, Esther.
To bed with you, Esther?
Of course, darling. Come on now, cover up.
You weren't asleep either, were you?
Mm-mm. I've just been lying here, thinking.
Was the dancing nice?
Wonderful.
I've been watching. The moon's so bright, but I haven't seen anything. Did he come?
Did who come?
Santa Claus.
Oh, now you know he's not going to come until you're fast asleep.
Then sing to me, Esther. Sing to me till I'm asleep.
All right. What kind of song, darling?
A Christmas song.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Next year all our troubles will be out of sight. Yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. Next year all our troubles will be miles away. Once again, as in olden days, golden days of yore. Faithful friends who were dear to us will be near to us once more. Someday soon we all will be together, if the fates allow. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow. So have yourself a merry little Christmas now.
You're still awake.
I can't go to sleep. I can't. Oh, Esther, how will Santa Claus know where to find us next year? We'll be in New York.
Oh, you can't fool him. He can find anybody he wants to find.
If he brings me any toys, I'm taking them with me. I'm taking my dolls, and the dead ones, too. I'm taking everything.
Of course you are. You won't have to leave anything behind. Except your snowman, of course.
My snowman.
Well, we'd look pretty silly trying to get the snowman on the train now, wouldn't we?
Snowman, my snowman.
Tootie, come back here.
My poor little snowmen. What's going to happen to them? Snowmen! Snowmen!
Tootie, darling, it's all right. It's all right.
What on earth happened, Esther? What was Tootie doing in the backyard?
She just ran out, Papa, and it started to smash all her snowmen.
Nobody's going to have my snowmen. Not if we're moving to New York.
Oh, don't cry, darling. You can build other snowmen in New York.
No, you can't. You can't do anything in New York like you can in St. Louis.
I'm sure she'll be all right.
Yes, Papa, you go back to bed. I'll take care of her.
Well, good night, Esther.
Good night. Tootie, darling, New York's a wonderful place. Wait till you see the fine home we're going to have and the friends we're going to make. But the main thing, Tootie, is we're all going to be together, just like we've always been. That's what really counts. We could be happy anywhere, as long as we're together.
Anna, wake up. Rose, Grandpa, Lonnie, everybody get up. Esther, Tootie, come on, all of you. Come on downstairs.
Papa, what's wrong?
Everything's wrong. Anna, where are you? Grandpa, come downstairs this minute. Now, everybody get in here and sit down.
There's nothing to sit on, Alonzo. Nothing but packing boxes.
Then come into the dining room. I've got a few words to say to this family.
Well, what is it, for heaven's sake?
Well, we are not moving to New York. And I don't want to hear a word about it. We're going to stay right here in St. Louis till we rot.
We haven't rotted yet, Alonzo.
But what did you say to the firm, Papa, to Mr. Fenton?
That I've changed my mind. I'm a junior partner, not a puppet on a string.
But New York, Alonzo, you did think it was a fine opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I was looking forward to going, yes. But after all these weeks, watching my family's hearts breaking, and then Tootie a little while ago, and... Well, New York hasn't got a copyright on opportunity. The trouble with you people is you don't appreciate St. Louis because it's right here under your noses. I'll take that. Go!
Is this you, Rose? Oh, I mean...
Do I sound like Rose?
Well, then get her to the phone. Wake her up or something.
Now, just a minute, young man. Who do you think you're talking to?
Papa, please let me take it. Hello?
Rose Smith, I haven't slept a wink since I took you home from the dance, and I won't go on like this any longer.
Warren.
We're going to get married, and I don't want to hear any arguments. Now, that's final. Oh, I love you.
Warren.
Anna, who is that boy? Do you know?
Alonzo, he's a very fine young man. Now, we'll talk about it later.
Oh, Rose, darling, you handled the whole thing magnificently. He's just putty in your hands.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy, Rose. And sometime, if you can arrange it, I'd like to meet that young fellow.
Papa, Mama.
If Rose is going to get married, maybe we better open up her Christmas presents now.
You little faker. It's your presents you're after.
He's been here, Santa Claus.
Well, of course, in the living room.
Oh, good heavens, it's Christmas morning.
Papa, you've given us the nicest Christmas anybody could ask for. We're staying in St. Louis.
Good morning, Mr. Costello.
Good morning, Tootie. Going to help me deliver ice today?
Today? Do you know what today is?
Sure do. First day of May, 1904.
It's Fair Day, Mr. Costello. Today's the day the World's Fair opens. My family's going, and Papa says we're not coming home till they throw us out.
Is that a fact? Well, gee up, Beatrice.
But don't you worry. I'll help you deliver ice tomorrow.
Oh, John, it's 8 o'clock. We promised to meet the family for dinner at the French Pavilion.
Oh, we'll be there, Esther. I just didn't want you to miss this.
Miss what, John?
The electric lights. Look, Es, they're turning them on.
Oh.
Here they come.
John, it's just breathtaking. I never dreamed anything could be so beautiful. Imagine there's never been anything like this in the whole world.
That's right, Es. There's nothing like this. And no one like you. Just think of all the things we'll have to tell our kids someday.
I wonder if they'll believe it, John. I can hardly believe it myself. You and a World's Fair right here where we live. Right here in St. Louis.
Before our stars return to the microphone, I'd like to tell you about Mrs. Brown. The Browns had some friends in for dinner recently, and after they finished, Mrs. Green said...
Let's do the dishes now, Mary. I'll give you a hand.
Oh, thanks.
It really won't take long.
Optimist. But I always say you can talk just as well in the kitchen as anywhere. Want me to wash?
Oh, no, that's the easiest part.
Who do you think you're kidding? Look at these dishpan hands of mine.
Oh, I have luck.
You have? Where'd you get it?
Down at the corner. Some came in while I was there the other day.
Lucky. I haven't been able to get any lately.
I guess you've just struck it wrong. We're all so sick of those strong soaps that Lux goes like hotcakes.
Do strong soaps bother your hands, too?
Do they? Why, mine looked worse than yours. But soon as I switched to Lux, they started getting better.
Note that, Mrs. Green. Tests prove changing to Lux Flakes does just what Mrs. Brown says. It takes away that ugly dishpan redness. You'll begin to notice improvement in just a few days.
Another thing, you have to use so much of that strong soap to get suds.
I know. But you saw how little Lux Flakes I put in the dishpan. And look what rich suds they make.
Those richer suds will actually go further, Mrs. Green. Do you know that ounce for ounce, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as other leading soaps tested?
If I get my hands on a box of Lux Flakes, I'll go easy with it. I don't want to waste a spoonful.
Yes, Lux is precious, Mrs. Green. Too precious to be wasted. Of course, you're disappointed when you can't find Lux Flakes right off. We're making as much as we can, but there just isn't enough to satisfy all our customers all the time. So please be patient and keep asking. When you do find Lux Flakes, you'll be delighted how soft and smooth they leave your hands, in spite of dishwashing. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Now that you've met them in St. Louis, we invite you to meet them as they are in real life. Tonight's delightful stars, Judy Garland, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake. Judy, we enjoyed both your singing and your acting.
Well, Bill, tonight's play certainly puts one in the mood for Christmas. You know, Christmas is only 23 days away.
Hey, that's pretty close figuring, Margaret.
And, Judy, this will be the first Christmas for the newest member of your family.
Have you bought the baby any presents yet, Judy?
Well, I haven't done much shopping yet, Margaret.
Judy's been pretty busy. It was just recently she finished her latest Metro Goldwyn Mayer Technicolor picture, Till the Clouds Roll By.
And Margaret's been pretty busy, too. She's been appointed National Junior Chairman of the Infantile Paralysis Fund.
Just 3 weeks and 48 hours until Christmas.
And during the Christmas holidays, Margaret, you'll have to see Tom Drake's new MGM picture, Courage of Lassie.
As a matter of fact, Margaret has one of Lassie's puppies.
Is that right, Margaret?
Yes, and I named him Laddie. But just think, only 18 shopping days until Christmas.
That's right, Margaret. And we've been doing some shopping on a play for next week.
What are you presenting next week, Bill?
Two brilliant stars who rank among our greatest favorites, Irene Dunn and Walter Pidgeon. They appeared in one of the screen's most entertaining comedies, Columbia Pictures' recent hit, Together Again. It's the fresh, delightful story of a woman torn between love and her career as a small-town mayor. A play I'm sure our audience will love.
Well, Irene Dunn and Walter Pidgeon really make a great team, Mr. Keeling.
And remember, only 23 days until Christmas.
Yeah, and remember, too, the days are getting shorter, Margaret.
That makes things even better.
Good night.
Good night. And best holiday wishes to you all. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Walter Pidgeon in Together Again. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
More than 2 million servicemen returning to civilian life are homeless. Help out by making your extra rooms available to rent and by listing your sales or rentals with the Veterans Housing Center. Judy Garland, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake appeared by arrangement with Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of The Secret Heart. Heard in our cast tonight were Gail Gordon as Alonzo, Colleen Gray as Rose, Regina Wallace as Mrs. Smith, Norman Field as Grandpa, and Billy Roy, Noreen Gamil, Dick Ryan, Clark Gordon, Charles Seal, Truda Marson, Johnny McGovern, Joel Davis, Jerry Farber, Howard Jeffrey, and Lois Kennison. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Together Again with Irene Dunn and Walter Pidgeon.
on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
For wonderfully light, fine, delicious cakes.
Rely on Spry.
For tender, flaky pastry.
Rely on Spry.
For crisp, golden fried foods.
Rely on Spry.
For all you bake and fry, it's Spry, the pure all-vegetable shortening.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Together Again with Irene Dunn and Walter Pigeon.
It's the Amos and Andy Christmas Show, brought to you by Rinso, the only soap that contains Solium. On this Christmas Eve, Reaver Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso with Solium, again brings you the Amos and Andy Christmas Show. And now, here they are with their Christmas cast and Jeff Alexander and his orchestra and chorus, radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy.
It's the day before Christmas. Morning crowds are milling about Lenox Avenue in Harlem, doing their last-minute shopping. Andy is out with Amos's little girl, Arbadella, on their annual Christmas tour of the department store windows. Right now, they're looking at a little doll in one of the windows.
Yeah, that sure is a pretty doll, Arbadella.
Yes, that's the one I wrote and asked Santa Claus to bring me. But Daddy said I wrote the letter too late. You see, I only wrote it 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, maybe your papa ain't got the money. That ain't giving Santa Claus much time. You gotta write him before that.
Isn't she pretty, though, Uncle Andy? Daddy said Santa Claus would bring her to me next Christmas.
Oh, sure. You see, that'll give him more time.
We're having a good time today, ain't we, Uncle Andy?
Yeah.
I like being out with you.
Yeah, and I like being out with you, too, Arbadella. But I guess we gotta be getting on home now.
Do you think Mommy and Daddy will be home yet?
Oh, sure. They said they'd be home at noon.
Uncle Andy, let me just look at the doll once more.
Oh, sure, honey.
She's beautiful. She's a talking doll, too.
Yeah, talking doll. There's the best ones, all right.
That sure is a pretty dress she's got on. But when Santa Claus brings her to me next year, I'm going to make her a lot more pretty dresses. Pink ones. I can hardly wait till next Christmas. It's only a year.
Miss Andy, you sure got a lot of Christmas presents here to wrap up.
Yeah, Lightning, I want to get them all wrapped up now, so I ain't got to do it this afternoon or tonight.
What has you got in this box here, Miss Andy?
Well, go ahead, look at it. Just some handkerchiefs that I'm going to give that gal friend of mine, Evelyn Bennett.
Evelyn Bennett?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Miss Andy. These has the letter C broidered in the corner.
Yeah, well, last year I was going to give them to that gal Carmen that I was going with, but we busted up.
Well, with the letter C on there, I don't see how you can give them to Evelyn Bennett.
Well, I thought of that, too. So for the last 3 days, I've been calling her Cookie.
Look out, Miss Andy. Here comes the Kingfish, Miss Van Porter.
Yeah, come in, fellas, come in.
Well, hello there, Andy. Legend, Merry Christmas, fellas.
Well, boys, how are you?
Well, see you wrapping all your Christmas presents, Andy. Anytime you want me to turn my back and not look, just say the word.
Yeah, well, I ain't bought you a present, Kingfish.
Oh, you ain't got around to it yet, huh? Well, don't worry about it, Brother Andy. You still got time. You know, me and my wife was talking about the same thing just this morning. She said to me, George, do you think any of your friends is going to give you that bathrobe you got in the corner window at the Globe department store? And I say, honey, you mean the blue one with the red sash around? She say, yeah, you know, it's marked $3.95. And I say, that's the one, size 40, yeah. Funny thing how me and my wife talks back and forth, ain't it?
Yes, and you could use a new bathrobe, Kingfish. That one you greeted me in yesterday certainly was a mess.
Yeah, it was.
You shook hands with me right through the pocket.
Yeah, by the way, Andy, I just thought of something. Tell me this. How big is that door at your boarding house?
Why?
Well, I'm coming up to see you tomorrow morning with a pretty big package. Well, if I can't get it in there, though, we can always take the door off the hinges and get the thing in there for you.
Yeah. You know, this is kind of embarrassing because I is broke and I can't afford to buy nothing for you.
Nothing at all?
That's right. Say, what time you expect to be up with that big package?
Well, on second thought, I might not be as early as I expected to be.
Well, I'll be there all morning.
Well, don't wait for me, Andy. You see, I got a lot of packages to deliver. I might not get around to you till February or March.
Yeah, I know there'd be something like that.
Miss Andy, I've been trying to wrap one of these packages here. This is a hard one.
My, what in the world is that? Oh, that's a little toy automobile. I got that for Amos Jr. You wind it up, it scoots around the floor, backs up and everything. Hey, wait a minute, I'll show you.
Well, see that. Well, look at that thing go, will you?
Say, that is the cutest thing I'd ever see.
Yeah. Do you see the way the thing went around the corner there and everything?
Well, look at here, will you? It's even got a license number.
Yeah, let me have it, Henry. I want to shoot it around the floor again myself.
Well, I can wind it myself, King.
Well, wait a minute. Let me do it, Henry. I asked you for it.
Yes, but I picked it up first.
Well, now, wait a minute here.
Now, don't break it, fellas.
Yeah,
don't break
it. Wait a hand again. I'll work the thing.
Kingfish, I'm going to work it. Let's not be childish about this.
All right. But I'm next on the thing.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, fellas. Hold it. I'm going to put it back in the box now before it gets broke. And I got things to do around here, too. You children better run along home now.
Yeah, by the way, you coming over to the gathering at the lodge hall this afternoon, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there. Looking forward to that thing.
Oh, yeah, you know, all the boys are getting together over there. The Christmas spirit, gonna have refreshments, slap everybody on the back, all that stuff. Have a little present for each member, too.
Yes, the whole gang's going to be there. See you then, Andy.
Well, come on, Henry. Let's go. So long, Andy.
Yes, good day, Andy, my friend. And may the Yuletide season bring you much Noel. And besides that, a very Merry Christmas.
Miss Andy, I was wrapping this package of colored crayons that you bought for Arbadella.
Yeah, wrap that up. This ain't much of a gift to give a kid, is it?
Well, it ain't bad, Miss Andy.
She might not even like crayons. I don't know.
Yeah, but she might and she might not. After all, you don't know what she likes.
The funny part of it is, Lighton, I do know what she likes.
Well, even if you do know, it don't make no difference because you is broke. You ain't got no money to buy nothing more.
Yeah, that's what's troubling me. I is broke. I ain't got a cent. Say, Lighton, what time is it?
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I got an idea. I think I'm going to walk down to that department store on the corner. I'll see you later. Did you want to see me? I guess so. Is you the gentleman to do the hiring here for the department store? That's right. My name is Simmons. Yeah, well, I was wondering if you need any extra sales help here for the last-minute rush this afternoon. I would work hard. Well, we did need extra help up until this morning, but I think we can get through the rest of the day with the salespeople we have. Oh, well, thanks just the same, Mr. Thanks. Oh, well, wait just a minute. Oh, yes, sir. Maybe you can do it. What's that? Well, one of our Santa Claus's helpers was called home. His wife was taken ill suddenly, and we could use somebody to take his place. You think you could do it? Be Santa Claus's helper? That's right. Well, I ain't never done it before, but... sure, I can do it. Fine. Now, if you'll come down to the 4th floor, I'll give you your Santa Claus suit and whiskers and tell you just what you're supposed to do. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, Mr. Brown, the Santa Claus suit seems to fit you very well. Yes, sir. That's all right. Here's your seat right here. Yeah. You just have the children to come up one at a time, and if you run into any difficulties of any kind, just call the floor walker. Yes, sir. If I have any trouble, I'll call the floor walker. Well, good luck, Santa. Yeah. Well, I'll get started. All right, Sonny, you was first. Come right up here and sit on Santa Claus's lap. That's the boy. Now, tell Santa Claus, what you want for Christmas?
I want a jet-propelled plane and a tank.
A jet-propelled plane and a tank. What's your name, Sonny?
Oliver Smith.
Yeah, well, Oliver Smith, huh? Is you done been a good boy all year?
Yes.
I could have seen that, but I ain't messing you. Yeah, you is a nice little fella. I'll bet you drinks up all of your milk at every meal, don't you?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
You drink part of it, though, don't you?
No, I don't drink none of it.
None of it, huh?
No, and I ain't never gonna drink none of it neither.
Old floor walker. Can you come over here, floor walker?
If Santa Claus brings me the jet plane and the tank, I'll drink my milk.
Never mind, floor walker. That's a good little boy, Oliver. You just hang up your stocking and everything's going to be all right.
Okay, thank you, Santa Claus.
You're welcome.
Am I next?
Yeah, you was next. My, what a nice little girl. Sit right here on my knee. Now, tell me, what is your name?
Henrietta Lewis.
Well, that's a pretty name, too. And that's a pretty little dress you got on there, too.
My mother made for me. See the ribbon?
Yeah, that's good, all right. Henrietta, you was one of the sweetest little girls I done ever see. Now, tell me, what do you want for Christmas?
A football.
Football?
Yes, and some boxing gloves and a drum.
Boxing gloves and a drum. Well, wait a minute here. What does a little girl like you want with them things?
Oh, I don't want them for myself.
Oh, well, who does you want them for?
My little brother.
Your brother?
You see, he's sick in bed and he couldn't come down here.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
I just wanted to make sure he gets a present.
Well, now, that sure is sweet of you, Henrietta. And I can tell you right now that Santa Claus is going to take care of him.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas, honey. All right, who's next?
Oh, hello, Santa Claus. Hello there, Santa Claus.
Well, Gabby Gibson, what are you doing here in the toy department?
Just came up to get my new girl a present.
In the toy department?
Yeah, she got the mentality of an 8-year-old child.
Oh, listen, Gabby.
But seriously, Andy, I'm just out Christmas shopping.
Yeah, well, look. On that table over there, they got some dolls that when you squeeze them, they say, Mama.
That ain't nothing. I go around with one, and when I squeeze her, she says, lovely, lovely.
Well, who is the next one now?
Hey, quit shoving you. I'm next.
Hey, no fighting there, boys, now. No fighting.
Oh, I tried to push it ahead of me. I'm next. Ain't I, Santa Claus?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah, Sonny, sure. What's your name?
Percy Carter.
Percy, huh? And what do you want for Christmas?
A machine gun. Do I get it?
Well, I'll see what I can do about it and all that stuff.
I want a wallet, too, with a picture of Humphrey Bogart in it.
Yeah, well, I'll work on that, too. Who's next?
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't through yet, Santa Claus. I want to ask you something.
Yeah, well, what is it, Percy?
Last year, I asked you for a pair of skates, and I didn't get them. What goes?
Well, you got a lot of other stuff, though, didn't you?
Yeah, a necktie, some socks, and a couple of handkerchiefs. Who wants that stuff?
Yeah, well, better luck this year. All right, who's next?
Wait a minute, I got more stuff to ask you.
Yeah.
Tell me something, Bud. In that workshop up north where Santa Claus makes all his toys.
Yeah, what about it?
What kind of country is that?
Oh, country? Well, it's just nothing but ice and snow and ice and all stuff like that.
No trees and nothing.
No, just ice and snow.
Then where does Santa Claus get the apples and oranges and bananas he puts in the stockings every Christmas?
Well, floor walker. Say, floor walker.
Oh, forget it.
All right. Who's next?
Thanks, I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, step right up, Sonny.
Yes, sir.
And what's your name?
Jimmy Watson.
And what is it?
A baseball glove, a punching bag, a basketball, a watercolor set, a ring toss, a fountain pen, a Mickey Mouse wristwatch, a cowboy suit, a telegraph set, a bicycle bell, a flashlight, and a baby sister.
You want a baby sister?
Yes. How can I get one?
Oh, floor walker. Well, you look a little worn out, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I is a little tired, all right. I ain't never talked to so many kids in all my life. Gee, they is cute, though.
You did very, very well. All the children seemed very happy, and the parents were just standing there beaming.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We certainly appreciated having you here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. I enjoyed it, too. And, of course, like I told you when I made the deal with you, I done it for a special reason.
Yes. And here it is, Mr. Brown. I had the stock boy take it out of the window. The talking doll.
It's Christmas Eve. Andy has just arrived at Amos's with an armful of packages.
Well, come in, son. You look like Santa Claus with all that stuff.
Yeah, how is it, boy? Boy, that tree looks good. Let me lay these packages down here on the floor.
Yeah, put them down there. You're making the rounds, huh?
Yeah, making the rounds, spreading good cheer. Boy, that is a pretty tree. You got a lot of lights on there, too.
Yeah, well, we just decorated that tonight. Ruben and Mama have gone out to make take a few things to some poor people that they heard about in town.
Yeah.
They'll be gone about an hour.
Yeah, well, that's good, yeah.
Say, Andy, why wasn't you over with the fellas at the lodge this afternoon? Everybody was looking for you. It was a swell party.
Yeah, well, I must have clean forgot about that. Well, Amos, I'll leave these packages here.
Wait a minute, not all of them.
Yeah. Here's one for Ruby. Here's one for her mama.
Oh, Andy.
Here's one for you. And there's a little toy auto for Amos Jr.
Oh, gee, Andy.
And here's a package for Arbadella. And look here. Be sure and tell her that this one is from Santa Claus.
Gee, that's a nice-looking package there for her, all right.
Oh, just a little something I picked up.
Well, you certainly is Santa Claus this year, boy.
Well, that's nothing. I seen a lot of stuff over at my place from your house.
Well, like I told you, Andy, it ain't much, but we want you to know that we love you and we're thinking about you.
Oh, listen, Amos. I feel better this Christmas than I ever felt. By the way, when are you going to open up your packages?
All the kids get up early, and we all get up and start early Christmas morning. And now, don't forget, you promised that you're going to be here for Christmas dinner.
Oh, yeah. That show is nice of you, too, because the other two dinners I was figuring on going to didn't work out so good.
Yeah. Well, we want you here, Andy, so count on it now.
Yeah, well, that's swell. Well, I got to get going, son. Got to drop in on 2-3 people, say hello to them.
Well, okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, and thanks a lot for the present. It sure was nice of you.
Oh, nothing at all. Say Merry Christmas to Ruby and her mama for me, and the kids.
Yeah, going back with Arbadella now.
Okay, so long, Amos.
So long, Andy. Bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord. Well, honey, I see you right in bed there.
Uh-huh. Daddy, can I turn on the little radio for a minute before I go to sleep?
Well, just for a minute or two, darling. I'll snap it on for you. There he is. Now we let it warm up a few seconds. We don't want to wake up baby.
Oh, music never wakes him up, Daddy.
Well, let me straighten your covers out a little bit. Did you say your prayers, honey?
Mommy heard my prayers before she went out, Daddy.
The Christmas choir continues with the Lord's Prayer.
Well, now get under the covers, honey.
Daddy, could you get some Christmas music on the radio?
Why, darling, this is the very best Christmas music you could get. There's going to sing the Lord's Prayer.
I've been saying the Lord's Prayer with Mommy. She's been teaching it to me.
I know she is.
What does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
It means an awful lot, and with the world like it is today, it seems to have a bigger meaning than ever before.
But what does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
The Lord's Prayer? Well, darling, I'll explain it to you.
Oh, will you, Daddy?
Now, you lay down and you listen.
All right.
Now, the first line of the Lord's Prayer is this. Our Father, which art in heaven, that means Father of all that is good, where no wrong can dwell. And then it says, hallowed be thy name. That means, darling, that we should love and respect all that is good.
Oh.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. That means, darling,
as we clean our hearts of all hate and selfishness and fill our hearts with love, the good, the true, and the beautiful, then earth will be like heaven.
That would be wonderful, Daddy.
Give us this day our daily bread. That means to feed our hearts and minds with kindness, love, and courage, which will make us strong for our daily task. And after that, the next line says, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. You remember the golden rule, honey?
Yes, Daddy.
Well, that means that we must keep the golden rule and do unto others as we would want others to do unto us.
Oh.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. That means, my darling, to ask God to help us do and see and think right so that we will neither be led or tempted by anything that's bad. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. That means, darling, that all the world and everything that's in it belongs to God's kingdom. Everything. Your mommy, your daddy, your little brother, your grandma, you and everybody. And as we know that and act as if we know it, that, my dear girl, is the real spirit of Christmas.
That's good, Daddy.
Well, now I guess I ought to cut off the radio so you can go to sleep.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetheart.
Daddy, will you leave the radio on while I go to sleep?
All right, I'll leave it on and you can listen to the Christmas music. Well, she's asleep. Merry Christmas, my darling.
here again are Amos and Andy.
Friends, on behalf of our sponsors, Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso, and everybody here, we want to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
You know, folks, there's a wonderful thing about this Christmas spirit. It seems to bring people closer together. And it's around this time of the year that we feel particularly close to you folks out there that's been listening to us.
And so, folks, from a couple of very grateful fellas, we sincerely wish you a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
Good night, folks.
When you bake and fry, for your cake and pie, it's your shortening by. Rely on Fry.
Yes, rely on the Spry way for all your holiday baking and frying, and watch your family beam. Pure all-vegetable Spry shortening just naturally means tender, flaky pastry, lighter, richer flavored cakes, crispy, digestible fried foods. And now, a Merry Christmas to you all from the makers of Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Friends, when you're cooking that good turkey or chicken tomorrow, don't forget to save every drop of waste fat. You know, there's a worldwide shortage of the fats and oils needed to make soap, woolens, tires, and hundreds of other things we all want. So please salvage all the waste kitchen fat possible. Keep it in a tin can, and when the can is full, rush it to your meat dealer. He'll pay you substantially more for it now. Remember, your waste kitchen fat is urgently needed. Be sure to be with us next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso, will again present the Amos and Andy Show. This is Carlton Cadell saying good night and a Merry Christmas to all of you from all of us.
The Amos and Andy program is rebroadcast to our armed forces all over the world through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson, Mel Blanc, and our guest star, Eddie Cantor. 'Twas the day after Christmas, and in the Burns house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Oops, my mistake. George is stirring.
You know, Gracie, I just can't get over this beautiful Christmas present Eddie Cantor gave me. $110 smoking jacket.
Yes, it's hard to believe, all right, but there's the price tag hanging right on it.
That was probably an over... Well, I don't care. It's a beautiful gift. Boy, $110. I'll bet that's more than he spent on Ida.
Well, of course it is. He got her for nothing.
I meant that's more than he spent on her Christmas present.
Oh, there's something awfully strange about this, George. It's not like Eddie Cantor to spend all this money.
Well, I guess he figures he can't take it with him.
George, if Eddie can't take it with him, he'll find a way to send for it. There's the door. I'll answer it.
See, $110 smoking jacket. No more of those 2-for-nickel cigars while I'm wearing this. From now on, I smoke only Royal Havana Super Deluxe King Special. 3 for a dime.
That was the delivery man, George. Look, someone sent you an erector set.
Erector set?
Uh-huh.
That's a child's toy. Somebody's trying to rib me. What does the card say?
It says, to little Georgie Porgy from Santa Claus.
Oh, fine.
George, did you write Santa Claus a letter?
This is not from Santa Claus. It's from somebody who wants to pull my leg.
Oh, that's your tailor. He's always wanted to get your legs even.
My legs are even. Some wise guy. Anyway, this erector set just makes me appreciate Eddie Cantor's gift all the more. $110 smoking jacket. Now, there's a present.
Oh, well, don't feel so bitter about this erector set, dear. Maybe it'll be lots of fun. Look at the things it says you can make with it. A teeter-totter.
A teeter-totter? Oh, jolly. Won't the fellows at the cigar store envy me when they see my teeter-totter?
Well, now just
I'll hide it behind my back and say, guess what, fellas? And they'll say, golf clubs? Fishing tackle? And I'll say, no. A teeter-totter.
Oh, I'll answer it, dear. You play with your erector set.
Play with it, my foot. I wouldn't touch the silly thing.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. Well, how do you feel? Did delivering all that Christmas mail wear you out?
Oh, yeah. My feet have blisters that belong on a B-29.
Oh, you poor man.
I delivered more mail than Bing Crosby's obstetrician.
Well, I hope Santa Claus is good to you. Was there something nice in your stocking yesterday morning?
Yes, but there was something horrible in my wife's stocking.
Oh, what was it?
My wife. How about your Christmas, Mrs. Burns? Was the jolly old gentleman with the big tummy good to you?
Oh, George is always good to me. This year he gave me a lovely gold bracelet. I picked it out myself.
Then it wasn't a surprise?
Well, it will be to George. He doesn't know about it yet. And right now I don't dare tell him. He's in a pretty bad humor.
How come?
Oh, some practical joker gave him a child's toy for Christmas. One of those erector sets. George is furious.
I pulled a similar joke on my wife Bertha one Christmas. I gave her a broom.
Well, what's wrong with giving your wife a broom?
It had a saddle and stirrups on it. Bertha was mad as a hornet.
Well, I'll bet it handed you a laugh.
Laugh, I thought I'd die. And so did the doctor. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. You remember, keep smiling.
Oh, not much mail, George. Just a few late Christmas cards and... Why, George!
I made a teeter-totter. And I did it in 6 minutes flat.
Oh, I'm proud of you, darling. Only 6 minutes? Why, it says right here in the box, to make a teeter-totter should take the average child about... Well, it's new to you.
What does it say the average child should take?
30 seconds.
Well, anyway, this thing is sure a lot of fun. And now I'm going to start a steam shovel. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes, what is it, son?
I believe you've got my erector set by mistake.
Huh?
My name is Georgie Lemaire, and I live across the street. And the delivery man says he got the wrong house and left it here.
Oh, we're sorry it happened, little boy. Put it in the box, George, and give it to him.
Wait a minute. Look, kid. How would you like to have a nice smoking jacket? $110 smoking jacket.
No, sir, I want my erector set.
Well, give it to him, George.
But, kid, look. This smoking jacket is from Eddie Cantor.
Who's he?
Who's he? Tell him, Gracie.
Why, Sonny Eddie Cantor is the man who... He tells all those... He's the biggest... Give him the erector set.
Now, look, kid, can't we make a deal? This is a beautiful smoking jacket.
I want my erector set.
Oh, all right. But let me finish the steam shovel first.
By then he'll be old enough for the smoking jacket.
Never mind. How about it, kid?
I want my erector set.
Now, look, I wouldn't want to use force on an 8-year-old. But I'm going to finish that steam shovel if I have to throw you down and sit on you.
No, you're not. You give me that.
Now let go of that. Let go. Let go. Let go.
Oh, shame on you, you bully. You let him up this instant. There. Now you take your erector set and go home, Sonny. Did he hurt you, George?
Smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. You know, Meredith, I guess that's one of the gladdest and happiest songs I've ever known.
That it is, Bill. And with New Year's Eve less than a week away, it's mighty timely, too. New Year's Eve. That's the great American night for ringing out the old and ringing in the new.
Yippee.
Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on.
Yes, Meredith, it's one night in the year when all of us can see that silver lining. When hope and optimism and good cheer are really riding high. Makes you understand why the celebration of New Year's Eve is such a happy and joyous part of the American scene. And that brings to mind how Maxwell House coffee is a very real part of the American scene, too. We Americans love coffee, have made it our national drink. And more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. North, east, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavors behind this great popularity story, of course, the rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these selected Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other fine coffees for vigor. Adding up to great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not enjoy the very best in coffee goodness, coffee pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Next time, say, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Darn kid. He would have to come after his erector set just when I was getting interested.
Oh, well, never mind, dear. You'll get over it.
But I wanted to finish that steam shovel.
Oh, well, there. Mama will make some ice cream and let you lick the dasher.
Oh, stop. Just because I happen to enjoy building things. Come in.
Hello, all.
Hello, Meredith.
Hello.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Somebody took away his erector set.
Oh, well, George, I don't have an erector set, but I'd be glad to lend you my set of tiddlywinks. Although it's not quite complete.
Look, Meredith.
All the winks are there, but in the excitement of a recent game, I broke my red tiddly.
Meredith?
Or, you might be interested in a Cupid doll I have, which, when patted on the stomach, says Mama.
No, I'm not interested.
Would you care to hear how I got that Cupid doll?
No.
It was at the Saragordo County Fair back in 1928. There was a booth there where for a nickel you could buy 3 baseballs, hurl them at assorted knickknacks, and keep whatever knickknack you knocked over. I purchased 3 balls and let fly with the right goodwill.
And you knocked over the Cupid doll.
No, I knocked over J.C. Tolliver, a local apothecary. He was at a nearby booth eating hot buttered popcorn.
My goodness.
Undismayed, I cut loose with the second baseball.
Oh, and that time you got the Cupid doll.
No, got J.C. Tolliver again. He was bending over to pick up his hot buttered popcorn.
Show me how he was bending over, Meredith.
Like this, George.
Ow! Goodbye, Meredith.
Goodbye, all.
Oh, yes. Tiddlywinks. All I want is an erector set so I can build a steam shovel.
Unless you get one, there'll never be an end to this. You wait here.
Gee, Gracie, you shouldn't have done it.
Well, George, I knew you wouldn't be happy until you had an erector set, so I went to the store and got you one.
Boy. Hey, where'd you get the money?
I traded the smoking jacket for it.
You traded Eddie Cantor's $110 smoking jacket for this erector set?
That smoking jacket didn't cost $110, dear. I talked to the man Eddie bought it from.
But it had a big price tag on it.
He bought that from the same man.
He's exaggerating. Besides, I don't care what Eddie paid for the jacket. It's the spirit of the gift that counts. Now, you go right back to the May Company and get it.
It didn't come from the May Company.
Bullets?
No.
Broadway? Where?
Laughing Frankie Gordon.
That smiling Frankie Gordon.
He laughed when he so laughed.
Well, you get it back here. No matter what the jacket is worth, it's Eddie's gift to me, and I want it. Besides, I don't believe all that stuff about a free trip to Azusa and a set of dishes. Eddie Cantor's got plenty of money, and he... Come in.
Oh, Merry Christmas, George and Gracie. Merry Christmas.
Well, Eddie.
Eddie, you're a day late with your Merry Christmas.
I know, Gracie. I got caught overnight in Azusa.
What did you give Ida for Christmas?
Ida, oh, a lovely gift. A set of dishes.
I thought so.
And how about your 5 daughters?
Well, to Janet, the oldest one, I gave a beautiful pocket knife. Then to each of the other 4 girls, I gave a box of cigars.
Cigars?
Money is no object to me.
But, Eddie, your daughters don't smoke cigars.
Their husbands can smoke them.
But won't the cigars be awfully stale by then?
They'll be dead and buried by then. Oh, yes. But enough about my Christmas. Did you get the smoking jacket I sent you, George?
Oh, yes. Thanks, Eddie.
Well, that's all right. What's $110 a month, friends?
Who said anything about $110?
The price tag came off? Why, how could it? I stuck it on with a Pabst beer label. Oh, well, as long as I know you got it. Well, now, how would you two like to eat dinner with me, huh?
Oh, we'd love it.
Well, thanks. Now, don't fix anything extra, Gracie. I'll take potluck.
You're eating here?
Well, yes, I want to see George in that beautiful smoking jacket I gave him. Why don't you put it on right now, George?
Yes. Gracie, run get that jacket.
Yeah, all right. It's in the next room. I'll be back in a half hour.
Wait a minute. It takes you a half hour to walk into the next room and back?
Thick carpet.
Oh, yes. Let me get it for you.
No. I just happened to think. I took the smoking jacket to the cleaners.
Already?
Well, yeah, George got smoke on it. I'll be right back.
Well, look, my car's out front. I'll drive it to the cleaner.
Oh, no. I'm too tired. I'd rather walk. Goodbye.
Gee, I hope she gets it, Eddie. I wouldn't want anything to happen to a $110 jacket.
Look, George, we've known each other for 25 years. You and I, well, we can be honest with each other. That jacket didn't cost $110.
No?
No. I put that price tag on it so as not to embarrass you.
Embarrass me?
How would you feel if you knew I really paid $150 for it?
I'd die, yeah.
They say it's wonderful. Our nomination for the best song of 1946, Meredith Willson and his music. George. Is Gracie here?
No, Bill. She's going to pick up my smoking jacket. You know Eddie Cantor, don't you?
Oh, of course. Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Oh, Bill, my boy, how are you? Looks good. Haven't been by to call on my daughters lately.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, I did call on your daughter Janet last night. You weren't there.
I know. I spent the night in Azusa. Bill, did you have a good time with Janet?
Well, Mr. Cantor, I would have, but...
But what?
When did she start carrying a pocket knife?
A smart Christmas present I gave her. How was Ida, Bill? Was she lonesome without me?
Well, I don't know. She was out seeing the Jolson story.
Every night Ida sees the Jolson story? She getting passes? Tell me, were the other girls home?
Oh, yes. They introduced me to a game called Break One and Get One.
Break one and get one?
Yeah. It seems that some schnook gave Ida a cheap set of dishes. And she wanted the girls to get rid of them, so every time I broke one, I got a cigar.
A cigar?
Yeah, the same schnook gave the girls cigars.
I wonder who that schnook could be.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Cantor, speaking of the Jolson story, I think they should do a picture about you.
No. How would that sound, the schnook story? It's no good. It wouldn't work out.
Well, really, I think it's a great idea, Mr. Cantor. Now, Jolson had to have a handsome young fella named Larry Parks to play his part, but you wouldn't need him.
That's right. I wouldn't.
No, I could do it. You see, they'll photograph me, and your voice will come out of my mouth singing, Ida, sweet as Maxwell House coffee.
Wait a minute. That's not what the song says, you know.
If it comes out of my mouth, that's what it'll say. Maxwell House coffee is rich, mellow, delicious, the result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
But Bill, coffee doesn't rhyme with Ida. That spoils the song.
Oh, you're right, of course. I'll have to change that.
Yeah.
But we'll do it like this. Sophie, sweet as Maxwell House coffee.
No. William, good one.
Well,
no.
what's the matter now? That rhymes. It not only has rhyme, but reason, because more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Oh, Bill, stop teasing, Eddie. There's only one way that song can go, like this. Ida, sweet as apple sauce. Oh, Ida.
Pardon me for interrupting, but George, did you enjoy working for our sponsor in 1946?
Well, sure.
Would you like to work for him in 1947?
You bet.
How does the song go?
Sophie, sweet Maxwell House coffee.
That's better, George. Because Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why so many millions of Americans insist on Maxwell House. These days they know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Now, look, if you two think that you can...
Well, I'm back. We can have dinner now. Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
George, may I speak to you alone for a moment?
Sure.
Excuse us, Eddie.
That's all right.
Did you get the smoking jacket?
Well, I couldn't. The store was closed.
And what's in the package?
Well, I stopped by the cleaners and got your overcoat. You can wear that at the dinner table.
An overcoat?
Well, we'll tell Eddie you're wearing the smoking jacket under it.
He'll think I'm crazy.
No, he won't. We'll open all the windows and get it freezing cold in the house. Thank goodness we live in Los Angeles where you can do that.
Well, that's a big help. Gracie, it doesn't happen to be freezing cold outside.
Well, open the windows anyway. In 2 minutes, he won't be able to see you for the smog.
That won't work either.
You put on the overcoat. I'll think of something.
Okay. Anything to keep Eddie from knowing you traded in his Christmas present.
Dining room. Dinner's on the table.
Oh, swell. I can't wait to see George in that smoking jacket.
Well, there he is.
Yeah, he's wearing an overcoat.
Well, naturally. We're having a cold meal.
Yes, I'm very sensitive to heat and cold.
What does he wear when you have a hot meal?
I don't know. No, ladies aren't allowed.
You like this meal, Eddie? Sliced bologna, cold chicken?
Yeah, the chicken's another reason for the overcoat. It saves wear and tear on the tablecloth.
How?
Well, he can stick the bones in his pocket.
It's neater that way.
Chicken, Eddie?
Thanks. It seems a shame to cover up a $200 smoking jacket. The last time you mentioned the price, it was $150. What a memory. Well, there were a few extras. Special buttons, fancy buttonholes, a $10 tip for the boy who delivered it.
Bologna, Eddie?
Only the part about the tip. Oh, you're passing the bologna. Thanks. Whatever it cost, Eddie, I really appreciate it. Well, don't mention it, George. I'm just a generous, open-handed type that loves to do things for my friends.
Applesauce, Eddie?
You're asking me to have some?
Yes.
Oh, in that case, thanks. As I was saying, George, I'm the generous type, and I never expect a favor in return. When I bought you that smoking jacket, I had no idea that I'd be asking you to appear on my radio program next Thursday night.
Applesauce, Eddie.
I just took some.
This time I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Well, how about you two coming on my show next week? I can arrange it so you won't have to pay any income tax. That's great. How can you do that? It's simple. I won't give you any money. But for old time's sake, what do you say, kids, huh? Okay, Eddie, we'll be on your program. Let's get to work on the script. I'll take off my coat.
No, George, no. Don't take coat off. No.
Hey, wait a minute. There's no smoking jacket under that overcoat.
George, you've been robbed.
Huh?
The thief must still be here. Don't leave this room, Eddie Cantor.
Gracie Allen, I did not steal it. Oh, it's no use, Gracie. We might as well confess. Eddie, we traded the smoking jacket in for an erector set. An erector set? For that $300 smoking jacket? That came with gold buttons and velvet lapels and silk lining that lit up with neon signs?
A set of dishes and a pocket knife.
And a round trip to Azusa? Oh, you know about that. Eddie, we know the jacket cost $10. Gee, I'm sorry. Kids, naturally, now I can't ask you to appear on my program for nothing. Honestly, I feel terrible. Well, why don't you pay us? No, then I'd feel worse. But I guess it's the only decent thing to do. Come on, you two come over to my house and I'll make it worth your while, huh?
Again, Eddie.
Not at all, Gracie. I'll see you and George on my program next Thursday night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eddie. Goodbye, children. Well, Gracie, what did Eddie give you?
George, I'll never have to ask you for money again.
You won't?
No. Whenever I want some, I'll just pull this pocket knife on you.
Oh.
Next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Come on, Gracie, I'll take you to a movie.
Oh, take me to see The Yearling. I'm dying to see that.
Yeah, I understand there's a cute little deer in it.
Oh, I'll say there is. Gregory Peck.
By cute little deer, I didn't mean Gregory Peck.
Oh, Jane Wyman, huh?
No, I mean there's a little dough in the picture.
A little dough? I'll bet it makes a fortune.
Good night, folks, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Eddie Cantor appeared through the courtesy of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Don't ever say that again.
Don't ever say what again?
No matter how clean I get my wash, it never looks really white.
But it's a fact.
Not if you blue with La France. La France gets clothes snowy, sparkling, dazzling white.
Always?
Always. Even when you have to dry your clothes indoors, a La France blued wash is a really white wash. And remember, too, La France gets rid of the separate bluing job. You dissolve La France right along with your soap, and it blues while you wash.
Hurrah for La France.
The bluing flakes used by more women than any other.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring James Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore in It's a Wonderful Life. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you one of the season's most inspiring hits, a Liberty Films production that's been nominated for the highest screen award. Yes, It's a Wonderful Life. And we present it now with its original fine stars, Jimmy Stewart and Donna Reed. Jimmy in the role which won him a nomination for the best performance of the year. Also in our cast is starred that fine comedian, Victor Moore. It's a Wonderful Life is the drama of a typical American. Might be you, it might be me. He dreams of glory, he lives in hope, he loves and doubts, and only Providence puts a final value on his service to humanity. Our story starts before the war, when life was normal. Shortages were generally unknown, and simple luxuries like Lux soap were abundant. I won't say that's the only reason people said it's a wonderful life, but I do know from the thousands of letters in our files that most of them said it's a wonderful soap. And they keep right on saying it day after day. In fact, the popularity of Lux soap is what makes it possible to present such entertainment as Frank Capra's great production, It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart as George, Donna Reed as Mary Hatch, and Victor Moore as Clarence. This is the story of George Bailey, citizen of Bedford Falls, New York. George Bailey, who more than anything under the sun wanted to see the world. The wonderful, exciting world that lay somewhere beyond the limits of his hometown. Oddly enough, this story does not begin in Bedford Falls. In fact, it doesn't begin anywhere in the world. It begins in heaven, where the superintendent of angels has just summoned an apprentice angel named Clarence.
Oh, I'm really going down to Earth, sir? Oh, how splendid.
Yes. There's a very discouraged man down there, Clarence. George Bailey. At exactly 10:45 p.m., Earth time, he'll be thinking seriously of ending his life.
Oh, dear, his life.
Now, I want you to stop him if you can. Now, sit down. I'll give you Bailey's case history.
Sir, if I should accomplish my mission, may I perhaps get my wings? I've been waiting over 200 years now, and, well, people are beginning to talk.
Clarence, what's that book?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, sir. I was reading it when you sent for me.
Oh, fine book. Excellent. Well, you do a good job on George Bailey, and we'll see about your wings.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, listen. When George Bailey was a boy, two events occurred that you should keep in mind. One was when his young brother, Harry, fell through the ice and almost drowned. George saved him.
Brother fell through the ice. George saved him.
Ever since, George has had a bad ear. All that icy water, you understand.
Yeah, bad ear. Yes, sir.
The other event came a few months later. George used to work after school in Mr. Gower's drugstore. One day, Mr. Gower's only son died of influenza. It was a terrible blow, and poor Mr. Gower tried to lose his grief in whiskey.
Where you been, George? Mrs. Blaine's called twice. What happened to her prescription? You lost it, didn't you?
No, Mr. Gower. Here it is.
Well, you good for nothing. Don't you know that Blaine girl's very sick?
Mr. Gower, my ear. You're hurting my sore ear.
Teach you to loaf, you lazy brat.
Mr. Gower, you know what you're doing. You put something wrong in those capsules.
Shut up.
Oh, I know you feel bad, but look, Mr. Gower, look. This bottle, you use this bottle to make up the capsules. Poison.
Poison?
Don't hurt my sore ear again, Mr. Gower.
Oh, George.
That's what's in the liver, Mr. Gower. All I wanted was to make sure.
George.
sure.
Well, Clarence, that was George Bailey as a boy. When he grew up, he wanted to go to college, but there just wasn't the money. So he worked 4 years in the Building and Loan Association.
Building and Loan Association?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. George's father was in the building and loan business. He and George's uncle, Billy. High ideals and low bank account. Anyway, George worked for his father and saved enough to see him through the university. That summer, though, he was going to Europe. Got a job on a cattle boat. Do a little traveling before college.
Boy, oh boy, it's hard to realize it. My last night in the Bailey boarding house.
We're sure going to miss you, George.
Oh, I'm going to miss you, too, Pop. Hey, what's the matter? You look tired.
Oh, I had another tussle with old Henry Potter today.
I thought when you put him on the board of directors, he'd ease up.
So did I.
I just can't understand a man like Mr. Potter. He can't begin to spend all the money he
I
has.
guess Potter owns about everything he wants in Bedford Falls except our building and loan. That's why he hates us.
Hey, George, can I borrow your tuxedo studs?
Yeah, help yourself, Harry.
Well, where are they, in your suitcase?
I'm not taking a tuxedo on a cattle boat, you know.
Hey, where'd you get that suitcase anyway?
Oh, Mr. Gower, going away present. One of these days you're going to see that bag all covered with travel labels. Italy, Baghdad, Samarkand.
Gonna have a pretty full summer, eh?
I'm going to have a pretty full life.
Hey, why don't you come to the dance tonight?
Well, I'd be bored to death.
Well, you couldn't want a better death, lots of pretty girls. Hey, I got to hurry.
I wish we could send Harry to college with you, George.
No, we've got that all figured out now, Pop. He'll take over my job at the building and loan and work 4 years like I did, and then he'll go.
Well, he's pretty young for that job.
Well, no younger than I was.
Maybe you were born older, George.
Huh?
George, when you get out of college, I don't suppose you'd come back to the building and loan.
Oh, no, Pop, I just couldn't. I couldn't face being cooped up the rest of my life in a shabby little office. I'm sorry, Pop. Now, I didn't mean that, but it's just this business of nickels and dimes. I'd go crazy. I want to do something big, something important.
In a small way, we are doing something important, George. In that shabby little office, we help people figure out how they can own their own home.
I know, Pop. I just wish I felt that I just feel like if I didn't get away, I'd bust.
You're right, boy. You get yourself an education, then get out of here.
Oh, Pop, you want a shock? I think you're a pretty great guy.
Well, thanks, George. I'm glad to hear it. Look, why don't you go on over to Harry's dance? You'd have a good time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it will drop in. Yeah, maybe it will at that.
So, George Bailey went to a dance. Is that important, Joseph?
Why, it was at the dance he met Mary Hatch.
Oh.
And 3 hours later, he was walking her home. George and Mary were feeling pretty good, Clarence. As a matter of fact, wonderful.
Buffalo girl, can't you come out tonight? Can't you come out tonight? Can't you come out tonight? Buffalo girl, can't you come out tonight? And dance by the light of the moon.
Hot dog, oh boy, just like an organ.
At least.
Hey, you know something? If it wasn't me talking, I'd say you were the prettiest girl in town.
Well, why don't you say it?
I don't know. Maybe I will. Hey, how old are you anyway?
18.
18?
Too young or too old?
No, it's just right. It sort of fits you. Hey, look where we are.
Oh, the old Granville house.
Yeah, I got to throw a rock.
Oh, no, don't. I love that old house.
Well, no, don't you know about deserted houses? You make a wish and then throw a rock.
George, but it was such a lovely old place. I wish I lived there.
In there? I wouldn't live in it as a ghost. Now, watch. What's this? Here we go. How about it, huh? Pretty good shot, huh? Broke a window, huh?
What'd you wish, George?
Oh, I don't know. Not just one wish, a whole hatful. Mary, I'm shaking the dust of this crummy little town off my feet, and I'm going to see the world. Italy, Greece, the Parthenon, the Colosseum. And then I'm coming back here and go to college and see what they know. And then I'm going to build things. I'm going to build airfields and skyscrapers 100 stories high and bridges a mile long. And then I'm going to... Hey, Mary. What is it you want? What do you want, huh? You want the moon? All you got to do is just say the word now.
Okay. The moon, I'll take it. Then what?
Then what? Well, then you could swallow it. And it'd dissolve like an aspirin, you know. And the moonbeams would shoot out of your fingers and the ends of your hair. And you think I'm talking too much?
Yes, why don't you kiss her instead of talking her to death?
How's that?
Youth is wasted on the wrong people.
Why? Hey, just a minute, mister. You come back here, I'll show you some kissing if you want it.
George!
Hey, Uncle Billy, look here. I'm going to kiss Mary. What?
George, get in the car quick. Your father's had a stroke.
What?
George, get in, hurry.
Well, George's father died that night, Terence. So, of course, George couldn't go to Europe. But that fall, just as he was ready to leave for college, the directors of the building and loan had a meeting. They were going to appoint a successor to Mr.
What was that you said, Mr. Potter? I said as long as Peter Bailey's dead, let's dissolve the building and loan. We don't need it.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. Peter Bailey was not a businessman. Ideals without common sense can ruin a town. What do we get? A discontented, lazy rabble instead of a thrifty working class.
Hold on, Mr. Potter.
Oh, I meant no disrespect, George, but...
Oh, wait a minute here. Why my father ever started this cheap penny-ante building and loan, I'll never know. But just remember this, Mr. Potter, this rabble you're talking about, they do most of the working and the paying and living and dying in this community. Well, is it too much to have them work and pay and live and die in a couple of decent rooms and a bath? Anyway, my father didn't think so. People were human beings to him. But to you, a warped, frustrated old man, they're cattle. Well, in my book, Mr. Potter, he died a much richer man than you'll ever be.
I'm not interested in your book, George. I'm talking about the building and loan.
You're talking about something you can't get your fingers on, Miss Darling. That's what you're talking about. Well, this town needs this measly one-horse institution, if only to have some place where people can borrow a few dollars without crawling to you. Now, come on, Uncle Billy.
What happened, George?
Yeah, all we heard was a lot of yelling. Boy, you should have heard George. Yeah, they're in there voting us out of business.
Well, who cares? I can get another job. I'm only 41.
45.
Will you get out of here, George? You missed your boat trip. Do you want to miss college, too?
George, we've just voted Potter down. We're still in business.
Whoopsie! We're still in business. We're still in business.
But there's one condition, George. They've appointed you to take your father's place.
Appoint me, but I'm going to college. Look, this is my last chance. Uncle Billy's your man.
George, you've got to take it. They'll vote with Potter otherwise. They said so. They even...
I know. George Bailey didn't go to college.
That's right, Terence. He gave his college money to Harry. Harry went instead.
But what happened to that good-looking girl? You know, Mary.
Oh, George saw her now and then. Not very often, though, because Mary went away to school, too. Anyway, George waited 4 years more for Harry to come back and take over the building and loan. He could still see the world. He planned to work in the oil field, Venezuela. Except when Harry came home, he wasn't alone. There was a girl with him, his wife.
George?
Yeah, I'm out here on the porch, Mother. I just thought I'd get some air.
Well, how do you like the new sister-in-law?
Oh, she's swell.
Looks like she can keep Harry on his toes.
Yeah, I keep him out of Bedford Falls anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, Ruth's father, he's got a wonderful job for Harry up in Buffalo.
Buffalo? Well, that means you can't...
Yeah.
George, did you know Mary Hatch is back from school?
Hmm? Yeah.
Nice girl, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, stop grunting.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one good reason why you shouldn't call on Mary.
Well, Sam Wainwright. Sam's crazy about Mary.
Well, she's not crazy about him.
Well, now, how do you know that? Did she discuss it with you?
Besides, Sam's away in New York.
Oh, and all's fair in love and war. I see. Okay, Mother. I think I'll go out and find that girl and do a little passionate necking. Oh, George. Bye, Miss Bailey. By the way, do you want any books at the library?
Library? George! George, you go and see Mary. Do you hear? George, is that you out there?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Well, are you coming in?
I just happened to be passing by here.
Oh, I thought you were picketing. Have you made up your mind?
How's that?
Have you made up your mind?
About what?
About coming in. Your mother just phoned. She said you were coming over.
My mother just phoned. What do you mean, Carl? I just happened to be passing by, that's all. I didn't...
Well,
all right, I'll come in for a minute, but I didn't tell anybody I was coming here. You fella can't go out for a walk nowadays without you. When did you get back?
Tuesday.
When did you get that dress?
Do you like it?
It's all right.
Well, no point standing here on the porch. Come on in.
I still can't understand it. I didn't tell anybody I was coming here, you know.
Would you rather leave?
Well, no, I don't want to be rude. Sit down for a while.
It's nice about your brother and Bruce, isn't it?
Yeah. That's all right.
Don't you like her?
Well, of course I like her. She's a peach.
Oh, just marriage in general you're not enthusiastic about, hmm?
No. Marriage is all right for a lot of people. It's all right for Harry, Sam Wainwright, and you.
For Sam? It's George Bailey, Mother.
What do you want?
I don't know. What do you want?
Me? Not a thing. Not a thing, and I just came in to get warm.
He's making violent love to me, Mother.
You just tell him to go right back home. Sam said he called you tonight from New York, didn't he?
I guess so. How about the music?
Your mother needs it. I didn't come here to...
What did you come here for, then?
I don't know. You're supposed to be the one with all the answers. You tell me.
Oh, why don't you go home?
I don't know why I came here in the first place. Good night.
Good night.
The way you're shouting, you'd think that...
You think what? All right, I'll get it. George, on your way out, would you mind turning off the phonograph?
I'd be very happy to. Some crazy song.
Hello? Sam?
Mary, gee, it's good to hear your voice.
How are you, Sam?
I forgot my hat.
Hee-haw.
What?
Oh, I was just talking to an old friend of yours, George Bailey.
Oh, Mossback George?
Old Mossback George.
Well, put him on. I'll talk to him, too.
Wait a second. George.
He doesn't want to speak to George.
He does so. He asked for him.
Why'd you call me? Because if I'm in a hurry.
Sam wants to talk to you.
Oh. Hiya, Sam.
Hey, fine pal you are, trying to steal my girl.
What do you mean? Nobody's trying to steal anybody's girl. Here, Mary, take that.
No. Wait, George. I want to speak to you both. Tell Mary to get the extension upstairs.
He says for you to get on the extension upstairs.
I can't. Mother's on the extension. We can both hear, George. Just put your head a little closer.
What?
Yeah, that's better. We're listening, Sam.
Well, I have a big deal coming up that's going to make us all rich. George, remember that time you told me about making plastics out of soybeans?
Soybeans? Yeah. Soybeans, yeah.
Well, my father's checked into it, George. See, and now he's going to put up a factory. How do you like that?
A factory, huh?
And here's the point, George. I may have a job for you unless you're still married to that broken-down building and loan. Oh, Mary?
I'm here.
You tell that guy I'm giving him a chance of a lifetime. Do you hear?
He said it's the chance of a lifetime.
Give me that phone.
Here's George again, Sam. George.
Now, you listen to me, Mary. I don't want any plastics, and I don't want any job, and I don't want to get married ever to anyone. Do you understand that? I want to do what I want to do, and you're not going to trick me. And you're... Mary.
George.
Mary. Oh, Mary, darling, I love you, Mary.
Well. So George Bailey and Mary Hatch were...
Yes, George and Mary were married. And they started off on their honeymoon in Ernie Bishop's taxi cab.
Hey, where were you two going on this here now honeymoon?
We're going to shoot the works, Ernie. A whole week in New York, a whole week in Bermuda, the highest hotel, the oldest champagne, the hottest music, and the prettiest wife.
So you're finally getting out of bed for falls, huh? Then what?
Then what, honey?
After that, who cares?
That doesn't. Hey, Mrs. Bailey, I haven't kissed you.
Hey, George, there's something funny going on over there. Look over there at the bank. It looks like a run.
All right. Pull over a minute, will you, Ernie?
George, let's not stop. Please, let's go straight to the
No, wait a
station.
minute. I'll better see what it is. I'll be right back.
George, please. George!
In a few moments, we'll return with the second act of It's a Wonderful Life, starring James Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Well, we're back in heaven again, where the superintendent of angels is reviewing the case history of a mortal named George Bailey. Clarence, the apprentice angel, is very eager to depart on his mission to the earth.
Poor George Bailey. Oh, he's certainly in desperate trouble, Joseph. I'll go to him at once.
Now, you sit down, Clarence. Sit down. We're nowhere near the point where George Bailey's thinking of taking his life.
We're not?
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. George and Mary had just started out on their honeymoon when they ran smack into the financial panic of 1932. In the waiting room of the building and loan, 100 frantic people were clamoring for their safety.
Hey, what's going on, Uncle Billy? What's happened to all those people out there?
This is a pickle, George.
All I know is the bank called our loan an hour ago. I had to hand over all our cash.
Holy mackerel.
Whole town's gone crazy. Bank's in the same spot we are.
Our charter.
What about our charter?
Our charter says we have to stay open until 6 p.m. The state can take away our license if we don't.
How can we stay open till 6 without any money? George, where are you going?
Out to talk to those people. Come on. Now, please. Now, please, folks. Now, just a minute. Just a minute. Now, please.
How about our money, George? Where's our money?
Now, come on. Now, please. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, listen to me. Now, you're thinking of this place all wrong. Your money's not here. Oh, wait a minute. Now, let me tell you. Let me tell you, your money's in people's houses. In the Kennedy house, in the McLaren house, and in your house, and 100 others. Now, what are you going to do? Foreclose on them?
I got $240 in shares. Now, let me have it.
All right, Charlie. Now, you'll get your money in 60 days.
60 days?
Well, now, look, that's what you agreed on when you bought your shares.
I got my money.
Old man Potter, taking over the bank. He'll pay you 50 cents on every dollar.
Then let's take our shares to Potter. Half it.
Please, folks, I beg of you not to do this. If Potter gets hold of your shares, he'll be owning this building and loan. He's got the bank, he's got the bus line, he's got the department stores, and now he's after us because he wants to keep you living in his shacks and paying the kind of rent he decides to charge. Now, we can get through this thing all right, but we've got to stick together. We've got to have faith in each other.
My husband's out of work. We need money.
I've got doctor bills to pay.
I can't feed my kids on faith. You still got some money?
Hey, Mary.
Here it is, George. You told me to hold on to it. We'll make a nice honeymoon. God furniture, too.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Whoa, listen. I've got $2,000. All right, Charlie, how much do you need?
$240.
No, Charlie, now listen. Just enough to tide you over.
I said $240.
Okay. Uncle Billy, give Charlie $240. All right, Ed. Now, how much just to get by?
Well, $20, I suppose.
Now you're talking. Now, Mrs. Thompson, how about you?
$20 will do me.
Good. $20. Uncle Billy, pay it back when you can now. Pay it back when you can. All right. Who's next?
Look at the clock. Look.
5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. 6 o'clock. We made it. Lock that door, Eustace. Quick. Boy, we're still in business, Uncle Billy. We've even got $2 left.
George, there's a call for you.
Okay, and then call my wife, will you? She's probably over at Mother's.
Mrs. Bailey's on the line.
No, I don't want Miss Bailey. I want my wife. Mrs. Bailey. Mrs. Bailey. That's my wife. That's my... Give me the phone, will you? Hey, Mary. Listen, Mary, I'm sorry. Come home? Well, what home? Well, 323 Sycamore. Well, whose home is that? What? Well, Mary, how can I... Well, sure. All right, sure. I'll be there.
Darren, guess what 323 Sycamore was?
His mother-in-law's house, huh?
Oh, no. Number 323 Sycamore was the old Granville house, the one George threw rocks at and made wishes. Yes, sir, that's where they spent their honeymoon. That's where they started housekeeping. They were still living there 2 years later when old man Potter asked George to stop over at his office. Sit down, George. Sit down, look. Have a cigar?
Well, thank you, sir.
Now, George, you're a young man, married, making, say, $40 a week at the building and loan.
45.
45. Now, if you were some ordinary yokel, I'd say you were doing fine. But George Bailey is intelligent, ambitious. He hates the building and loan almost as much as I do. He's been dying to get out of town ever since he was born, but he's trapped. Trapped into frittering his life away playing nursemaid to a lot of garlic eaters. Do I paint a correct picture, George, or do I exaggerate?
Well, what's your point, Mr. Potter?
My point is that you're the only man in town who has licked me. George, I want to hire you. Manage my affairs. I'll start you off at $20,000 a year.
$20,000 a year? Are you sure you're talking to me? I'm George Bailey. Don't you remember me? The building and loan, remember?
Yes, George Bailey, whose ship has just come in, providing he has sense enough to climb aboard.
Well, but what about the building and loan?
Confound it, man. I'm offering you a 3-year contract at $20,000 a year. Is it a deal or isn't it?
No. The answer is no, doggone it. If you offered me $1 million to stay around this town and play stooge to you, the answer would still be no. Now, let me alone. Don't bother.
George, what does Mr. Potter want?
Oh, nothing. He just talk. Nothing. Oh, gee. Mary Hatch. Mary, why in the world did you ever marry a guy like me anyway?
To keep from being an old maid.
I was going to see the world. I was going to build things. I was going to give you the moon. What have I given you? Not even a new dress, not for months. Gee whiz, I feel awful.
So do I. Mornings especially.
I could have married Sam Wainwright, anybody else in town.
I didn't want to marry anybody else. I want my baby to look like you.
No, you didn't even have a honeymoon, and I promised you that you what?
My baby.
You. Hey, Mary, you mean you're on the nest?
Well, Mary had her baby turns, a boy.
You don't say.
Then she had another one, a girl.
Well, what do you know?
Night after night, George had come home late from the office. Things weren't good with the building and loan. Potter was really bearing down on him. Then came the war. Mary had another baby by then.
Oh.
But she still had time to help out in USO. Uncle Billy sold war bonds. And George's brother Harry became a real hero. Shot down 15 planes.
But George, what about George?
Well, George was 4F his bad year. He was an air raid warden. On VE Day, he wept and prayed. On VJ Day, he wept and prayed again.
We're getting pretty close to today, aren't we, sir?
Yes, Clarence. You now know almost everything you have to know about George Bailey, except what happened that finds him down there at this moment, wanting to die.
Well, sir, well?
Well, today's the day before Christmas, Earth time. George is pretty excited.
Hey, Tilly! Eustace! Hey, look at the newspaper. Commander Harry Bailey, decorated by the president. That's my kid brother. The Congressional Medal of Honor.
Gosh, George, gosh.
What do you think about the 15 Jap planes? And the last one he got was just about to dive into a transport loaded with soldiers. You know what that means? He saved lives, hundreds of lives. Hey, gee, where's Uncle Billy?
We're going to the bank, George. He's
Oh.
depositing that $8,000.
Good. Who's that in his office there?
It's that man again, the bank examiner.
Oh, yeah. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Carter. Hey, Kelly, get the book from Mr. Carter. You know, that's my brother's picture there, Mr. Carter. He shot down 15 planes, and one of them...
Well, Mr. Henry F. Potter comes to the bank to deposit some more loot, eh?
Yeah, you old fool.
How do you like the news in the paper, Mr. Potter? Just can't keep those Bailey boys down now, can you?
Let me see that newspaper.
Here, sorry I can't chat, you old thief. Got to make a deposit. Here you are, Horace. Deposit slip, bank book, and a very Merry Christmas to you.
You too, Mr. Bailey. Say, you've forgotten something, haven't you?
Horace, I've forgotten things all my life. Get a wiggle on, boy.
But, Mr. Bailey, where's the money?
What's that?
You want to make a deposit?
What, certainly I want.
Well, it's customary to bring the money with you.
It's gone. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put that money?
A terrible thing, Clarence. Terrible. Uncle Billy couldn't find the money because the envelope with the $8,000 was folded up in that newspaper he gave to old man Potter.
I just don't know what happened to it, George. I just don't know.
$8,000. Uncle Billy, the bank examiner's here, and it's not our money. It belongs to the depositor.
George, but what are we going to do? We've traced every step I took. We can't stand here in the street.
Are you sure you didn't put that envelope in your coat pocket?
I think so. Maybe. Oh, I'm no good to you, George. I'm no good.
Now listen to me. Think, will you? Now try and think.
I can't think anymore. I can't.
Where's that money, you silly old fool? You know what this means? It means bankruptcy and scandal and prison. One of us is going to jail. Well, it's not going to be me. Now get out of my way. I'm going home.
George, dear, what's wrong? You haven't said a word since you came home.
Oh, well, that banging on that piano. Does she have to just keep playing that same piece over and over and over and over again?
What is it, dear? Another hectic day.
Yeah, another red letter day for the baby.
Dad, the Lizzie's got a brand new car. You should see it.
What's the matter with our car? Isn't it good enough for you?
I'm sorry, Dad.
Run upstairs, Kitty. See if Zuzu's all right.
Okay, Mom.
Now, what do you mean? What, see if Zuzu's all right? What do you mean?
Oh, she caught a little cold coming home from school. She didn't button up her coat.
Well, what is it? What do you mean, just a cold?
George, the doctor said it was nothing serious.
Was the doctor here?
Well, I thought he'd better look at her.
This old drafty house. No wonder we don't all have pneumonia. Might as well be living in a refrigerator. Why do we have to live here in the first place and stay around this measly, crummy old town?
George, what's happened?
Everything's happened. You call this a happy family? Why do we have to have all these kids?
Daddy, how do you spell frankincense?
I don't know how, you smarty. Ask your mother.
Where are you going?
Upstairs to see Zuzu.
Hello? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Huss. I'm sure she'll be all right.
Who's that?
She's the school teacher. What? Oh, yes, the doctor says she'll be fine tomorrow.
Here, give me that phone.
George, please.
Mrs. Welsh? Well, this is Mr. Bailey. Say, what kind of a teacher are you anyway? What do you mean sending Zuzu home like that half naked? Do you realize you probably end up with pneumonia just because of your stupidity? Now, maybe my kids aren't the best dressed kids in town, but at least... Hello. Janie, will you stop playing that lousy piano? Cut it out. Stop it.
George, for goodness sake, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Janie, I'm sorry. Mary, I just got to get out of here.
So that's it, George. You're short $8,000 in your account, eh?
Oh, please, Mr. Potter, I'll pay any short of a bonus if you still want the building and loan.
You say it was lost. Have you notified the police?
No, sir, I haven't done that yet. Harry's home.
Oh, I come to me. What about your good friend, Sam Wainwright?
I can't get a hold of him. He's in Europe.
What kind of security would I have, George? What collateral?
Yes, sir, I have some life insurance here. $15,000 policy.
What's your equity in it?
$500.
And you want $8,000? You once called me a warped, frustrated old man. Well, what are you but a warped, frustrated young man falling on your hands and knees for help? Why don't you go to the riffraff you love so well? Ask them for help.
I'll do anything, Mr. Potter, please. Please help me. My wife and kids...
I'm calling the district attorney. $500. You know something, George? You're worth more dead than you are alive. Now get out of here. Get out.
And all the time, Potter had the $8,000 in his desk drawer. It's still there, Clarence.
But where's George, sir? Where?
Well, he went over to Martini's Cafe. He's had a couple of drinks, Clarence. He's just standing there, sort of in a daze.
Oh, God. Oh, God, dear Father in heaven, I'm not a praying man, but if you're up there and you can hear me, please show me the way. I'm at the end of my rope. Show me the way, God.
Mr. Bailey, you all right? Don't drink anymore, Mr. Bailey. Please, you don't feel good.
Bailey. You say Bailey? Which Bailey?
This gentleman is Mr. Bailey, George Bailey.
George Bailey, huh? And the next time you talk to my wife like that, you'll get worse. It isn't enough these slaves teaching you stupid kids how to read and write. You got to follow
You
up.
get out of here, Mr. Wells. You hit my best friend. Get out.
All right.
Mr. Bailey, you okay? Who's that? Mr. Wells, but don't worry. He don't come in this place no more. I'll get something for your face. It's bleeding.
I'm all right.
Please don't go away, Mr. Bailey. Please don't go away.
Well, George left Martini's Cafe 5 minutes ago, Clarence. He's at the river now, on the bridge, looking at the water. Are you ready, Clarence?
All ready, sir.
Very well. Save George Bailey's life, and you'll get your wings.
My wings. Oh, thank you, Joseph. George! George Bailey! Get away from that bridge! You hear me? George! George!
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Numb with despair, convinced, as Mr. Potter said, that he's worth more dead than alive, George Bailey stands on a bridge, staring at the dark and frigid waters below. Suddenly, there's a splash. No, that's not George. It's Clarence, the apprentice angel. And there goes George in after him. It's a few minutes later now, and in the bridge-keeper's shack, George and Clarence are drying off.
You both sure you're all right? You want a doctor?
No, I'm all right.
Oh, I'm fine. This underwear, I didn't have time to get anything more stylish. My wife gave me this on my last birthday. I passed away in it.
You what, mister?
I see Tom Sawyer's drying out, too.
Who?
My book. I left in such a hurry, I brought Tom Sawyer with me.
Hey, how'd you happen to fall in?
Oh, I jumped in. I jumped in to save you.
Jumped in to save me?
Well, I did, didn't I? You didn't go through with it, did you?
Go through with what?
Suicide.
Hey, it's against the law to commit suicide around here.
Yeah, it's against the law where I come from, too.
Where do you come from?
Heaven.
Oh, that's very funny.
Your lips bleeding.
Yeah, I got a bust in the jaw in answer to a prayer.
Oh, no, George. I'm the answer to your prayer.
Hey, how'd you know my name?
Oh, I know all about you.
Well, who are you supposed to be, anyway?
Clarence Oddbody, AS2.
Clarence Oddbody. Well, what's the AS2 for?
Angel, second class.
Hey, I'm getting out of here. You may not need a doctor, but I do.
Here you are, my good man.
Hey, look here. Why'd you want to save me?
Because I'm your guardian angel, George.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Well, you look like about the kind of an angel I'd get. What happened to your wings?
Well, I haven't won my wings yet. That's why I'm an angel, second class.
Oh, I see.
But you can help me earn them, George, by letting me help you.
Oh, don't happen to have $8,000 on you, do you?
No. We don't use money in heaven.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I see. Comes in pretty handy down here, bub.
Oh, tut.
Of course, I found it out a little late. You know, I'm worth more dead than alive.
You mustn't talk like that. Joseph will never give me my wings if you keep feeling that way. You just don't realize what you've done for your folks. Why, if it hadn't been for you...
If it hadn't been for me, everybody would be better off. My wife and my kids and my friends.
Oh, this is not going to be easy.
And I'll be better off if I hadn't been born.
What did you say?
I said I wish I'd never been born.
George, that's wonderful.
Wonderful? What?
The idea you just gave me. Well, you got your wish. You've never been born.
I've never been born?
Exactly. No worries, no $8,000 to get, nothing. You simply don't exist.
All right, okay, all right.
George, I can do things, strange things. I can show you the world, George, the way it would be if you hadn't been born.
Hey, wait a minute. This ear of mine. Hey, say something else in that bad ear.
You don't have a bad ear anymore. Oh, I don't think you're concentrating. Don't you see? You're not the George Bailey you think you are. You're nobody.
That's the doggonest thing I ever saw. That ear.
Your lips stopped bleeding, too.
Yeah. Hey, what's happening around here? What is this, anyway? I need a drink. That's what I need. What about you, Angel? You want a drink?
Well, I don't quite know.
Come on. We'll go as soon as our clothes are dry.
Clothes are dry, George.
Hey, so they are. That's funny. Well, look, let's get dressed and we'll stroll over to Martini's and then... excuse me. I'll stroll. You fly.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't have my
You don't
wings.
have your wings. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that again. A couple of drinks and we'll both fly. Huh?
What'll you have, fellas?
Hey, where's the boss? Where's Martini?
Look, wise guy, I'm the boss, see?
Okay, well, double scotch, quick, will you?
What's yours?
You know what I just love? Some mulled wine.
Huh?
Heavy on the cinnamon and light on the cloves. Off with you, my lad, and lively now.
Now, cut it out.
Oh, come on, just give him the same as I ordered. He's okay.
2 double scotch.
What about this place? It's all changed.
All of Bedford Falls has changed. You're having your wish, George. You've never been born. Oh, there'll be lots of things you've never seen before. Oh, good. Somebody just made it.
Made what?
Every time a bell rings, it means some angel's got his wings.
What'd you say?
Look, Clarence, I don't think you better talk about angels around here.
Don't they believe in angels?
Oh, yeah, they believe in them, but it's just a
Well, then why should people be surprised when they see one?
Don't mind him, bartender. He's just a little fella. He just never grew up, man. How old are you, anyway, Clarence?
Well, next May, I'll be 293.
That's it. A couple of pixies, huh? Go on, get you. Hear me, get.
Where's Martini? Will you
Stop asking about Martini. Ain't hearing the... Hey, you. Rummy, didn't I tell you never to come panhandling around here?
George, look.
Hey, it's Mr. Gower. Mr. Gower. Listen, Mr. Gower, don't you know me? This is George Bailey.
You buy me a drink, mister? Just one drink, will you, mister?
Vicky!
Yeah, Nick.
Throw the rummy out.
Oh, no, please.
Hey, bartender, that's Mr. Gower, the druggist.
That rumhead spent 20 years in jail for poisoning some kid. If you knew him, you must be a jailbird yourself. Pinky, here's 2 more. Get him at it.
Get up, George. Good thing you threw us in a snowbank, huh?
Where's Mr. Gower?
Mr. Gower doesn't know you, George. You see, you weren't there to stop him from putting poison into that prescription.
What do you mean I wasn't there? Look, tell me, what are you? Are you a hypnotist?
George.
Look, well, why am I seeing all these strange things here?
Don't you understand? It's because you were not born.
Well, if I wasn't born, then who am I?
Nobody. You have no identity.
What do you mean I have no identity?
No papers, no driver's license, no 4F card, no insurance policy.
Zuzu's bell.
What?
Zuzu's bell. I bought my little girl a bell to hang on the Christmas tree, and I forgot to give it to her. I've got it in... It's gone. It's gone through everything. It's gone.
But you've been given a great gift, George. A chance to see what the world would be like if you'd never been born.
You're crazy. You're crazy as a bedbug, and you're driving me crazy, too. Now, look, I'm going home to my wife and family. Do you understand that? And I'm going home alone.
They did not leave him alone, Clarence. Keep following him.
Joseph, I'll stay near him, sir. Poor George. He's seeing Main Street now the way it'd be if he hadn't lived. The thing that's really shocked him, sir, is the building and loan office. Know what's there now? Pawn shop.
What's he doing? Can you see?
He's talking to Ernie Bishop, the taxi driver. He wants to go home.
You better tag along, Clarence.
Oh, I will, sir. I will.
Come on, step on it, will you, Ernie? Get me home. I'm off my nut.
Where do you live, buddy?
Oh, now, doggone it, Ernie. Don't you start pulling that stuff on me. 323 Sycamore.
323 Sycamore.
Yeah, hurry. I'll put his Zuzu's sick.
Okay, buddy.
Hey, look, Ernie, I don't know what's happened. I'm going crazy or something. I got some bad liquor. Now, look, tell me this now. You're Ernie Bishop, right? And you live with your wife and kid down
You see my wife?
What do you mean? I've seen your wife. I've been in your house 100 times. What do you... We built it for you, didn't we?
My wife took the kid and ran away 5 years ago, and I ain't never seen you before in my life, see?
Okay, Ernie. Okay. Just step on it. Get me home. Mary, where are you? Janie, Petey, Zuzu. Zuzu, where are you?
This is just an old abandoned house, George. You have no wife, no children.
Where are they? What have you done with them?
Hey, I'll take that. See, I told you.
All right, up with your hands.
Oh, Bert, the cop. Thank heaven you're here.
Now, look, why don't you be a good fella and I'll take you to a doctor.
Bert, listen to me. What's the matter with you guys? Now, listen, it's that fellow there. He says he's an angel. He tried to hypnotize me.
I hate to use my nightstick, but I guess I...
Ow!
Run, George, run. He can't hit you while I'm fighting him. George, run. My teeth aren't what they used to be. Joseph, help! Joseph! Where'd they go, Ernie? Where'd they go?
I don't know. They just disappeared.
Oh, Joseph, I hope you don't mind my calling on you like I did.
It was very irregular, Clarence. You're by yourself again. Where's George?
He's at his mother's house, sir.
Well, if George hasn't been born, he has no mother.
Oh, he's being very stubborn, sir. He'll just have to find these things out for himself.
But his mother, that's a terribly bitter blow to a man, his own mother not knowing him.
You mean I shouldn't have let him?
I mean, you better find him right away. Oh, and stop fighting policemen, Clarence.
I'm here again, George.
My own mother didn't know me. If only Harry were here. My brother were only back from Washington.
Your brother fell through the ice and was drowned at the age of 9.
Well, that's a lie. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor. He saved the lives of every man on that transport.
Every man on that transport died. Strange, isn't it? Each man's life touches so many other lives. Harry wasn't there to save them because you weren't there to save Harry. Don't you see, George? You really had a wonderful life. Don't you see what a mistake it would be to throw it away?
Clarence.
Yes?
Where's Mary? Please, where's my wife?
I'm not supposed to tell.
Tell me where she is.
You're not going to like it, George.
Where is she? I'll choke it out of you if I have to. Where's my wife?
The library. She works there. She's just about to lock up for the night. So George, come back. Oh, there must be some easier way for me to get my wings.
Mary.
I'm sorry, the library's closed.
Mary, it's George. Don't you know me?
No, I don't know you. Let me go.
Mary, please, don't do this to me, Mary. Please, help me. Help me. Where are kids, Mary? I need you, Mary.
Get
please.
away from me. Help! Help!
Help me, Mary. I'm George. Mary.
Mary. Oh, where is he, Joseph? Where's George? I'm afraid I've lost him, sir.
You knew you shouldn't have let him fight a scene there. Now they're after him, a mob. They think he was trying to hurt her.
Joseph, I won't even get one wing, will I?
You have one more chance, son. Get over to the bridge by the river. I think George has seen just about enough.
But the mob.
But don't worry. They've lost him, too. Now, hurry up.
Oh, thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Clarence.
Clarence! Clarence, where are you?
I'm here, George.
Help me, Clarence. Get me back. I don't care what happens to me. Only get me back to my wife and kids, please. I want to live again.
Oh, thank you, George. Thank you, boy.
I want to live again, please. Oh, God, please, let me live again.
George? Is that you down there, George? Oh, get out here, Bert. Get out here. You come in any closer, I'll let you have it.
What the hell are you yelling for, George?
Come on.
George, Bert, do you know me?
No, yeah, I've been looking all over town for you. Where you been?
Hey, Bert, I'm alive again, Bert.
You sure you're all right? Hey, your mouth's bleeding.
It is. Hey, my mouth's bleeding. Bert, look at the blood come out of there, would you? And where's Zuzu's Christmas bell, Bert? I had it right in my pocket. Here it is. Hey, it's in my pocket. What do you know about it? Hey, Merry Christmas, Bert.
Well, Merry Christmas. Get in the car. I'll drive you home.
You will, Bert? We'll do that and turn the siren wide open, huh? Merry Christmas, Bedford Falls. Hey, Merry Christmas, old building and loan. Merry Christmas, Mr. Potter. Yippee! Come on. Hey, Bert, come on in with me, huh? What is these people, these reporters? Hey, Merry Christmas, reporters. Hey, Mr. Bank Examiner, Merry Christmas.
Mr. Bailey, there's a deficit.
I know, $8,000 up that, huh?
George, I've got a little paper here. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I bet it's a warrant for my arrest. Isn't that wonderful? Merry Christmas. Hey, where's Mary, you know? Look at this wonderful old drafty house. Isn't it wonderful? Have you seen my wife? Where's Mary? Mary! Ken! Hey, kids, Janie, Petey. Hey, I could eat you up. Where's your mother?
She went looking for you, Daddy, with Uncle Billy.
Oh,
Daddy.
Zuzu, my little ginger snap. How do you feel, huh?
Fine, Daddy. Not a snitch of temper.
Not a snitch of temper. Hallelujah.
George, darling. It's Mommy. Mommy's home.
Mary.
George, where have you been?
Mary, now look, just let me touch you. Oh, you're real, Mary. Oh, you've no idea what happened to me.
You've no idea what's happened either. They're on their way here.
Who's on their way? Oh, the police department? The FBI, the National Guard. I'm alive again, Mary. Oh, listen, Mary, I'm alive again.
Oh, yes, darling, yes. Now close your eyes and come on down.
What is it? Can't open my eyes yet, Mary? What's going on here?
Now keep your eyes closed. Now, I'll just walk you over here by the Christmas tree and...
Well, the people I hear, lots of people. What is it? Lots of people.
Just 1 minute now. We're all ready, Uncle Billy. Come in, everybody.
George, look! Just look!
Uncle Billy!
Money, George. A laundry basket filled with money. Money for you. Mary did it, George. Mary!
I don't understand. What money? What...
People heard you in trouble, darling. These people, your friends, they've collected this money for you. The $8,000.
Charlie. Hey, there's Martini. Mr. Gower. Hey, how are you, Mr. Gower? Mrs. Thompson, Ed, Tom, everybody.
None of us would have a roof over our heads if it wasn't for you, George.
Gosh, this is wonderful. Hey, Mary, look who's coming in. Mother. Hi, Mother. Hey, and Harry.
Got Mary's telegram, George.
I flew in as fast as I could.
Hey, everybody, a toast. How about a toast?
Oh, good idea, Ernie. A toast to my big brother, George, the richest man in town.
Daddy, my Christmas bell. He must be dead.
Yeah, honey. future, Belle.
Daddy. Darling, what's this on the table here? This book?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Lord, there's something written in it.
Dear George, remember no man is a failure who has friends. Thanks for the wings. Love, Clarence.
Clarence?
Yeah, he's a very dear friend of mine.
Daddy, this is Rustic. Every time the bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right, Zuzu. That's right. That's right. Attaboy, Clarence. Attaboy, Clarence. Happy landing.
It's a wonderful life so long as we can have such fine performances as we enjoyed tonight. From Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Jimmy, I'd like to thank whatever guardian angel whisked you back from Texas for our show this evening.
Well, that guardian angel was an airline's wing, Bill.
You were in Texas for the premiere of this picture, weren't you, Jimmy?
Yeah, Frank Capra and I went down for 5 openings, many nights. Pretty good down there in Texas. Yeah, every one of them. The 5 premieres over Texas. You know, it's a pretty big state. Takes that many to do it.
Jimmy, I'm sure your fans were proud to read that you received an honorary degree from Princeton just the other week.
Yes, how about that, Jimmy? Should we call you Professor now?
No. It's just an M.A.
Master of Arts?
Well, it might have been. I don't know. It might be for murdering architecture. That's what I studied.
Well, you know, Donna has an honorary degree to her credit, too. LLC.
What's that, Bill?
LLC? Well, you can see for yourself. A lovely Lux complexion.
Well, thank you, Bill. Or rather, thank Lux Tonic Soap. It's a wonderful complexion care. I use it faithfully.
With wonderful results, I see.
What's happening next Monday night on Lux, Bill?
Next week, we have another of the season's most successful films. It's 20th Century Fox's thrilling screen hit, Leave Her to Heaven, with lovely Jean Tierney. And a star who appears in answer to literally hundreds of requests, Cornell Wilde. Based on a best-selling novel of the same name, Leave Her to Heaven is the strange, dramatic story of a woman whose twisted mind and fiendish jealousy drive her to any lengths to hold the man she loves.
Now, that ought to make great listening, Bill.
I wouldn't miss it for anything. Good night.
Good night, and thanks a million.
Come on out right away, Jughead. It's a matter of life or death.
Relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, here he is again. The youngster millions of readers of Archie Comics magazine know and love so well. Brought to you by Swift & Company, makers of Swift Premium Franks and Swift Brookfield Sausage. Archie Andrews and all his gang. Listen. Hear that, folks? You're listening to the actual sound of 2 delicious links of Swift's Brookfield sausage sizzling in the skillet. A sound that's an appetizing invitation to enjoy America's favorite pork sausage, Swift's Brookfield sausage. In these days, when everyone is conscious of making food go further, Swift's Brookfield sausage makes an ideal meat. For Swift's Brookfield sausage is all meat, and you eat every delicious bit on your plate. Cook it slowly for best results. You'll enjoy every tasty bite of it. Made of carefully selected pure fresh pork cuts that are extra tender and delicious. Swift's Brookfield sausage is then seasoned with rare, delicate spices that give you just the right blend of delicacy and zest you want. Not too spicy, not too mild. Swift's Brookfield sausage is the sausage with the just right seasoning. It's just good reasoning to get the sausage with the just right seasoning. And now for our weekly visit to Riverdale. It's Saturday afternoon as we look in on the Andrews home, and at the moment we find Mr. Andrews alone in the living room, sitting in his favorite armchair, reading the newspaper.
Fran scolding my little son for reaching with a cake. I said he would have to be more mannerly if he asked someone to pass the cake to him. He replied, "Oh, Mommy, what does manners get you?" Every time Daddy gets polite in the train or bus, it costs him his seat. Hey, yes, dear.
Telephone's ringing.
Yeah, I hear it.
Well, answer it.
Well, Mary, I'm reading my... Yes, dear, I'll answer it. Oh, mumble fine singer. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
This is Veronica. Is Archie home?
Oh, hello, Veronica. Yes, Archie's home. Did you want to talk to him?
No, I don't.
No, all right, I'll call it. Oh, you don't?
That's right. I'd rather you just gave him a message for me.
Oh, of course, Veronica. What is it?
Well, Archie was supposed to come over here this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Yes?
But ask him to make it 4 o'clock instead.
4 o'clock instead.
I'm going down to Stacy's department store to do some Christmas shopping this afternoon. And this is about the last chance I'll have.
All right, Veronica, I'll tell him.
Thank you, Miss Andrews. Oh, but don't tell him I'm going shopping. You see, it's for his present. Just tell him the part about changing the date from 3 to 4.
All right, Veronica, I'll tell him.
Thanks ever so much, Miss Andrews. Bye.
Bye. Bye. George, it's a good thing Veronica called. I'd forgotten all about Christmas shopping, and I still don't have anything for Mary or Archie. I'd better get my hat and get down to Stacy's right now. This is the last chance I'll have. Oh, fine. Yes, dear.
Doorbell's ringing.
I hear it, dear. I hear it.
Oh, all right, dear.
All right, dear. All right. I never have a chance to do... Oh, good grief. Jughead.
Who'd you expect? Jersey Joe Woolcott?
No, Jughead, and I don't want to fight with you either. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, gee, hiya, Jug. What are you doing here?
Oh, hi, Archie. I came over to see what you're doing.
Well, I was...
Oh, Archie, Veronica just called.
She did?
Yes, Archie, she did. And she
Gee,
said...
I never heard the phone ring.
Well, it rang. And
well, why
Veronica
didn't you
said...
tell me?
Archie.
Yes, Dad?
Do you care to hear what Veronica said or not?
Well, sure, Dad, sure.
Then be quiet and I'll tell you.
Okay, Dad, okay.
She said Oh, yeah. She said to change your appointment with her from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
From 3 to 4?
Yes, an hour later.
Gee whiz, I wonder why.
Well, she had some things to attend to, and I'm going out. I'll see you later.
Yeah, okay, Dad. Goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Andrews.
Gee whiz, that's great. Huh? Well, now that Veronica's made our date an hour later, I have time to get my Christmas shopping done. But this is practically the last chance I'll have. But it's a good thing I thought of it. I haven't bought a thing for anyone yet.
Including me?
Including you.
Archie, it's time you did your Christmas shopping.
That's right, Jug. Come on, we'll go right down to Stacy's.
Oh, what are you going to get me, huh?
Jug, you'll just have...
Fred, telephone's ringing. Fred? Fred?
Can't you answer when I call? I think that... Well, that's funny. He's gone. Oh, for pity's sake. Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. This is Betty.
Oh, hello, dear. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Mrs. Andrews. Is Archie home?
Yes, dear. I think he's upstairs. Archie! Archie! That's funny. He must have gone out, too. I wish people would tell me when they're going out. Hello, Betty.
Yes, Mrs. Andrews?
Archie doesn't seem to be home, dear.
Oh, he isn't?
No, dear. And, Betty, I hate to cut you short, but I have to run now. I'm just leaving to do my Christmas shopping.
Oh, golly, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mrs. Andrews. I haven't done my shopping yet either.
Oh, you haven't? Well, would you like to go with me, dear?
Oh, I'd love to, Mrs. Andrews.
All right. I'll pick you up right away, and we'll go down to Stacy's.
Archie, I never saw such a crowd.
Yes, Jughead, but when we got in that elevator and everyone started pushing, did you have to push back?
Listen, Archie, in that crowd, even a sardine would have pushed back.
Well, never mind. We're here now, and the first thing I want to buy is a compact for Veronica. I wonder where the cosmetic department is.
Cosmetic department?
Yeah.
Gee whiz, Archie, let's go up to the toy department first.
Jug, I told you we'll go up to the toy department later. Now, come on. I'll ask that floor walker where the cosmetic department is.
Gee whiz, okay.
Oh, mister.
Yes.
Could you tell me where the cosmetic department is, please?
Yes, counter 7.
Thank you. Come on, Jug.
Where is it?
Counter 7.
Where's that?
Gee, I don't know. Oh, mister.
Yes.
Where is counter 7?
On the north side of counter 6.
Oh, thank you. I'll just see. Mister?
Well, what now?
Which way is north?
Oh, my land. Sonny, you see the boys' clothing department right there?
Yes.
Well, go right down on that aisle where the dummies are and turn right.
Oh, okay, mister. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Yes, madam. Can I help you?
Where do you say it is, Archie?
Right down at the next aisle, Jug. Come on.
Oh, okay.
And boy, he's sure not a very friendly floor walker.
Maybe his wife beats him.
I wouldn't be surprised. What was that?
You bumped into that dummy.
Oh, gee whiz, I knocked the hat off. For a minute, I thought that dummy was a real person. Wait a second, Jug, till I put the hat back on.
Okay.
If that floor walker ever saw me fooling around this dummy, he'd probably throw us out of the store or something.
Gee whiz.
What's the matter?
There's Veronica.
Veronica? Oh, gee whiz, I don't want her to see me here.
She's coming right towards us.
Oh, boy. Jug, I'm going to be a dummy.
Huh?
I'm going to climb up on this platform with the rest of these dummies, and I'll wear this hat.
But, Archie,
oh,
you
Jug,
can't
don't
do that.
argue. Don't argue. Here. How do I look?
You're the most natural-looking dummy I ever saw.
Don't be funny, Jug, and put that price tag on me quick.
Okay. Here.
Attaboy. Now remember, don't give me away no matter what happens.
Well, okay, but...
What, Jughead?
Oh. Hi, Veronica.
What y'all doing here?
Ooh, just a little shopping.
Oh, I am, too. Thank goodness I have most of it done.
Oh, that's good.
Only thing I still have to get is a gift for Archie.
Archie?
Uh-huh. But I don't know what to get him. He's such a problem.
Yeah, he sure is.
I can't get him a book or anything because he's not the intelligent type. I can't get him a baseball glove or anything because he's not much of an athlete. Can't get him a tie or anything because he just doesn't know anything about style. In fact, sometimes I think Archie is an awful dummy. But then again, with prices being what they are, there isn't very much you can get for $1. Did you say something, Jughead?
Me? Not a word, Veronica, not a word.
Oh, well, I better go get some more shopping done. Would you like to come along?
Oh, no, Veronica, I can't. I'm meeting someone here in a minute.
Oh, well, I'll run along then. Bye now, Jughead.
Bye, Veronica, bye. Okay, dummy, you can relax now.
A fine thing. Jughead, help me down off this platform. I've got...
It was not now.
Huh?
Here comes a floor walker.
Oh, boy. I better be a dummy some more.
Yes, madam. That doesn't take you. You can return at any time. Yes, ma'am. Oh, me. Never have I seen such a rush. Never in all my... Land sakes. Who put that dummy here?
Oh, boy.
Oh, if that isn't the silliest looking dummy I've ever seen. I don't know why that stockroom can't send one that looks at least half alive. I have never seen one with such an insipid expression. And such a ridiculous posture.
Mister.
Yes?
I'm not really a dummy.
That makes absolutely no difference. They still shouldn't... Oh, good heavens, you're alive.
Uh-huh.
Oh, for pity's sake. Young man, come down off there.
Yes, sir.
Well, just what were you doing on that platform looking like a dummy?
Well, that's a long story, sir. You see,
oh,
I was...
good heavens, young man. Will you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
As soon as you paid for that jacket, leave the store.
Huh?
I said as soon as you have finished buying that jacket...
This jacket?
Yes, that jacket with the price tag on it. You're buying it, aren't you?
But this is my jacket.
Your jacket? Do you have the sales slip?
Well, no, I bought it here last year.
And you haven't removed the price tag yet?
Removed the... Oh, mister, you don't understand.
Young man, I understand perfectly. The price is $14.95, and I want it right now.
Oh, but mister,
Now, I said.
But you don't understand. This is my own jacket. No fooling. Jughead, tell the man this is my jacket, and... Jughead?
Young man, are you calling me names?
Oh. No, sir. I was talking to my friend.
What friend?
Well, that's just it. He was here a minute ago. I bet he went up to the toy department. Mister, if you just come up to the toy department, we can find my friend, and he'll tell you that...
Young man, I am not going up to the toy department or anywhere else until I have the $14.95 for that jacket.
But that's all the money I have, and Oh, wait a minute.
Beg pardon?
I know. Mister, if I paid you for this jacket, you'd give me a sales slip, and then I could take it over to the exchange department and get my money back, couldn't I?
Yes, if you like.
Oh, well, in that case, it's all right. I haven't anything to worry about. Here's the money.
Thank you. And here's your sales slip.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Good day, sir.
Good day. Guess I fooled him. Yes, sir. It's a good thing I think fast. For a minute there, it looked like I wouldn't have any Christmas money. But now all I have to do is take this coat and go to the exchange counter and give them this jacket, and then I'll... Gee whiz. If I do, I won't have any jacket left. Oh, boy, how do I get into these things?
Well, now, let's see. First thing I better do is get that bottle of perfume for Mary. Here's the perfume counter right here. Let's see now. What kind should I get her? Well, they certainly have quite an assortment. Chase Me, $25. Hide and Seek, $32. Wallflower, No More, $40. I never smelled anything worth that kind of money. Oh, here's another one. Evening in Riverdale, $10. Well, that's a little better. I think Mary likes this perfume. That's just what I'll get her. Oh, miss, I'll take this bottle.
Where's Mr. Andrews?
Well, Jughead, hello. What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, strangers. I'm looking for Archie.
I thought you were with Archie.
Well, I was, but he just...
Well, I'm trying to get one of these sales girls to wait on me here, but they're all so busy.
Gee whiz.
You know what's the matter?
There's Mrs. Andrews.
Mary? Where?
Right over there.
Oh, good grief. If she sees me with this bottle of perfume, she'll know what I'm getting her for Christmas.
She's coming this way.
Yes, I know. I see. I'll just duck the bottle in my pocket. There, right in this pocket. Now she sees me.
Just a moment, please.
Yeah?
I saw that.
Saw what? Oh. Oh, now, mister, you don't understand. You don't understand at all.
I don't I?
No, you...
Did you or did you not just hide a bottle of perfume in your pocket?
Well, yes, but...
Have you paid for it?
Well, no, but...
Well, I don't know what you call it, but we call it shoplifting.
Yes, of course, it's shoplifting. Oh, now, wait a minute, mister. I can explain the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
Well, you see, I've been trying to get one of the sales girls to wait on me, and now I just saw my wife over there, and I hid the bottle because I didn't want her to know what I'm getting her for Christmas.
Just where is your wife?
Well, she was right over... Oh, good heavens, she's gone.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, but she was right there. Jughead, tell the man how we saw my wife. Well, now, where did he go to?
Who?
Jughead. He was standing right here just a second ago. I don't know where he
Mister.
could... Huh?
Do you imagine these things very often?
Imagine what?
Do you have delusions?
But I...
Spells?
Oh, but I...
spots before your eyes? Now, keep calm. No need to get excited. Just give me back the perfume, and we'll forget the whole thing, and you can go right home and lie down.
Lie down? But who wants
the
to lie?
perfume, please.
Yes, sir, I have it right in my...
Something wrong?
It leaked.
What leaked?
The perfume bottle. It leaked all over my pocket. See, it's half empty.
Oh, for land's sake. Now you'll have to pay for it.
What?
That's right. I was going to forget the whole incident, but I can't return a damaged bottle to the counter.
Well, I'm certainly not going to pay for a leaky bottle of perfume.
Mister, if you're not satisfied with the item, you can take it to the exchange department, but I must be paid for it.
But...
I said I must.
Oh, me. You win. I'll go to the exchange department, but how I get into these things, I'll never know.
do you like best, Betty?
The dark blue one, I think.
I do, too. Blue is Aunt Hattie's favorite color.
Oh, but is it her size, Mrs. Andrews?
Well, there's only one way to tell, Betty. I'll have to try it on.
Try it on?
Uh-huh. I wear the same size that Aunt Hattie does, and if it fits me, it'll fit her. Here, hold my coat, dear, while I step into this dressing room and put this bathrobe on.
Oh, all right, Mrs. Andrews.
It'll just take me a second, dear. I'd hate to go to all the trouble of buying this and sending it to Hattie and then not have it fit.
Uh-huh.
Then I'd only have to return it for her since she lives out of town. Oh, dear.
What is it?
There's no hanger in here for my dress.
Oh, well, hand it to me, Mrs. Andrews. I'll hold it.
All right, dear. Here you are.
I have it.
Oh, thank you, dear. I'll have this robe on in just a minute. There. Oh, how's it look, Betty?
Well, it looks a little big to me.
It does? Well, I better take a look in this mirror. Oh, Betty, you don't have to hold my coat and dress. Just put them on that empty rack.
Oh, all right, Mrs. Andrews.
Now, let's see. Yes, it is a little big.
Yes, it is.
I'll have to ask the sales girl if she has a smaller size. You wait here, Betty. Oh, Miss, do you have...
Gee whiz, Betty.
Jughead, what are you doing here?
Looking for Archie.
Archie, is he here?
Well, I think so. We came here together, but we got separated.
Oh, well, where'd you see him last?
On the dummy platform.
What?
Well, you see, he was being a dummy.
What?
A dummy. You know, the kind that looks like this.
Jug, what are you talking about?
Excuse me, miss. I gotta move this rack.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mo, get the other end there. Easy now. Hold on.
Jughead, what are you trying to tell me about Archie?
Betty, it's an awful long story. All I want to know is, have you seen him?
Well, no, I haven't.
Well, then I better keep looking. He may be in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
I can't tell you now, Betty. See you later. Bye.
But, Jug, wait, Jug. Oh, golly, that's Jughead. He's the strangest
Betty,
person.
how do you like this bathrobe?
Oh, that's fine, Mrs. Andrews, but I just...
This size does fit much better, doesn't it, dear?
Yes, Mrs. Andrews, but I just...
Betty, what happened to it?
What happened to what?
The rack.
What rack?
The rack you put my dress on.
Oh, golly, I don't know.
But my dress and coat were on it.
Oh, golly, it was here a minute ago.
My dress. But, Betty, what'll I do?
Something wrong, madam?
Yes, I lost my dress.
I beg your pardon?
My dress. We put it down here for a minute while I tried on this bathrobe, and now it's gone.
The bathrobe?
No, the dress.
But it couldn't be.
But it is, isn't it, Betty?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mrs. Andrews.
Oh, my land, I have never seen such a day. Living dummies, men hiding from their wives, and now this woman loses her dress.
But I tell you, it was right under my nose.
I should hope so.
Well, do something. Do something.
Madam, what can I do about your dress?
Find it.
No, madam, be calm, be calm. It was probably taken by mistake, and it'll be turned into the Lost and Found department.
Well, where's that?
At the other end of the floor, next to the exchange department.
Come on, Betty.
Madam, where are you going?
To the Lost and Found department.
But, madam, certainly not in our bathrobe.
Well, certainly not without it. Come on, Betty. We'll go see if I have my dress. How these things happen to me, I'll never know.
Archie.
Yes, Jug?
Now can I tell you who I met?
Yes, Jug.
Well, first I ran into...
Archie, what in tarnation are you doing here?
She was Dad. Where'd you come from?
Never mind where I came from. But, Archie, what are you doing standing here in your shirt sleeves?
Well, Dad, I can explain. You see, I came over...
What are you doing here?
Mary, what are you doing in your bathrobe?
Oh, it's not my bathrobe. It's... Fred Andrews, you smell.
What?
You positively reek of perfume.
Oh.
No.
Yes, I do, don't I? You see, dear,
Andrews, what are you doing here?
Veronica.
Jughead, why didn't you tell me Archie was here?
Well, Veronica,
What seems to be the trouble here?
Oh, the floor walker. Mister, I'm trying to find out why my son is standing here in his shirt sleeves.
Please, there's no need to get...
And I want to know why you smell of perfume.
Lady, and what are you doing in that bathrobe?
Mister, please
I
don't...
was change my own clothes.
When did you get here, Archie?
Really?
Will you please go... That's better. Now listen to me, all of you. This nonsense has gone far enough. Too far, in fact.
Yes, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, dear.
Yes, Dad.
It certainly has.
But
all afternoon, you people have made my life quite miserable for me. Quite miserable.
Yes,
sir. Now, if there's any reason for it, I feel I'm entitled to an explanation.
Well, mister, you know the coat, the one you thought I was buying?
Yes.
Well, my mother and father and Jughead and Veronica can all identify it as my old coat.
Well, of course that's Archie's coat.
I know that's his coat.
Oh, dear. You mean it really is?
Yes. And maybe you'll recall that you didn't believe my wife was in the store when I hid the perfume bottle in my pocket.
Well, yes,
Well, this is my wife.
Oh, how do you do? I'm very sorry.
And I just found out that 2 of your men moved an empty rack while I was talking to Jughead here, didn't they, Jughead?
Sure they did.
And that was the rack that had my dress and coat on it.
Well, Mr. Floorwalker, what do you say to that?
Oh, people, please.
That's what I want to know.
No tempers, please. No tempers. The customer's always right at J.L. Stacy's. We'll make amends. Mistakes will happen, you know. Young man, since that does seem to be your own coat, you may keep it, and I'll give you a cash credit slip for what you paid me.
Thank you.
And you, sir?
Yes?
I'll be glad to give you another bottle of perfume. Compliments of the store.
Well, that's better.
And, madam, I'm sure we can find your dress and coat in the lost and found department, and you may keep that bathrobe at no charge.
Well, thank you.
I'm here, too.
Jug, shut up.
Well, people, will that satisfy you?
Well, yes, I think that straightens everything out all right. I'm sorry there's been so much misunderstanding.
It's quite all right. Quite all right.
And now, folks, if everything's settled, let's stop hiding from each other and get this Christmas shopping over and done with once and for all.
Yes, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, dear.
Yes, Dad.
All right. Now, What was that?
5 o'clock. Thank heavens. Store's closing. You folks will all have to come back next Monday.
Come back?
Made fresh daily in Swift kitchens from coast to coast, Swift's premium franks are then wrapped in cellophane for extra protection. Ask for them today. You'll find 8 to 10 of the most delicious franks you ever tasted in each pound package of Swift's premium franks. And while you're at your dealers, look for Swift's premium table-ready meats. Like Swift's premium franks, Swift's premium table-ready meats are economical foods for these days. There's no waste to them because you eat every bit you buy. Another top favorite in these days when every bite counts is Swift's Brookfield sausage. Made of pure, fresh pork, Swift's Brookfield sausage is seasoned just right. Not too spicy, not too mild, but just right. Remember, it's just good reasoning. Get the sausage with the just right seasoning. Swift's Brookfield sausage. And now, back to the Andrews. It's Monday night as we look in on the Andrews home, and the family has just come home from Stacy's department store.
Oh, Mary, it certainly is good to be home.
Oh, it certainly is.
And how? You know, I'm dead.
Oh, I am too, dear. I've never seen such a mob.
Me too. But at least we got all our shopping done. And you know, Mary, if I never set foot in a crowded store again, it'll be too soon.
Oh, gee whiz.
Well, what is it, Archie?
This letter from Uncle George.
Oh?
Uncle George?
Uh-huh. He sent us a $50 gift certificate from J.L. Stacy's department store.
Oh, no.
You've been listening to another chapter of the Adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Jampel, and based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie was played by Bob Hastings. Jughead was Harlan Stone. Mom and Dad Andrews were played by Alice Yorman and Arthur Cole. Veronica and Betty by Gloria Mann and Rosemary Rice. The floor walker was Ray Hedge. This program was produced and directed by Kenneth McGregor. Listen next Saturday when Swift & Company, makers of Swift Premium Franks and Swift's Brookfield Sausage, bring you more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews. This is Bob Cherry wishing you a very pleasant weekend. So long. Swift & Company invite you to stay tuned for Meet the Meeks, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The greatest story ever told. Presented by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Tonight we present Go and Be Counted, the third in our Christmas season dramas, about the birth of that child who was to live the greatest life ever lived. Yet another child is to be born before him to herald his coming, one to be known as John the Baptist. In the home of the priest Zacharias in Judea, the maiden Mary waits. And while she waits, her cousin Elizabeth sits by, looking at her.
Are you frightened, my dear?
No.
I wouldn't blame you if you were. To be suddenly placed apart and above from all other people. It's an honor in the sight of the Lord, but a deep responsibility, too.
My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit has rejoiced in God my Savior. For he hath regarded the humility of his handmaid. For behold, henceforth, all generations shall call me blessed.
Of course, child. And we are bound together in some way, you and I, your child and mine. For when I saw you standing there in the door, the words spoken to you by the angel came to my lips before I could think them. Elizabeth, don't move, dear.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth, where is she?
Joachim, your daughter is here and safe and well.
But to run off that way without a word to anyone. Why, I thought I'd go out of my mind with worry until we got your message.
Please, Joachim.
And why shouldn't I worry?
Of course. Now, come in. We can talk later.
Mary. Mary, how good to see you safe. Come to your father, my dear. Well.
Joachim, please.
I don't understand. What's happened to my own daughter?
Mary, leave us two alone.
Well, what is it? What's wrong? Why shouldn't my own daughter greet me with a kiss?
Joachim, it's not for us to question. Perhaps some of us won't even understand.
I, for one, don't understand. What's all this strange talk about?
Surely, Joachim, you must know that something strange has entered our lives. My having a child after all these years. My dear husband Zacharias struck dumb.
The hand of the Lord is in this.
And if the hand of the Lord has touched Zacharias and myself, couldn't it also have touched your own dear Mary?
Mary? A sweet, simple child. A little different, perhaps, from other maidens of her age and station. True, we're of the house of David, but who am I? What is my family to attract the hand of the Lord?
Perhaps it was willed that way.
What way? What are you talking about?
Perhaps she was chosen because she's a simple maiden of Israel.
Chosen? Chosen for what? She's my daughter. I've chosen to fetch her home where she belongs.
She no longer belongs to you.
In heaven's name, who does she belong to if not to us?
She belongs to the Lord, Joachim. To the Lord and to all people.
Elizabeth, bearing your first child seems to have done strange things to you.
Joachim, if you don't believe me, ask Mary herself.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what I'll do.
It'll be time to start out soon, Joachim. Joachim, do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I hear you.
It stunned you.
It has. The angel Gabriel appearing to my daughter, appointing her chosen of the Lord.
Will we ever get used to it?
But why my family? True, we've been good people for all the generations, but to be so highly honored, do we deserve it?
Moses was a foundling. David a shepherd. The Lord seems to reach out for the lowly on which to bestow his blessings.
Then it will be so. Now I must take my daughter and bring her home. And Elizabeth, I'll send Anna to you. She'll be a great comfort to you in such a time.
It would be good to have your Anna here with me.
Then she'll be here. And now, Mary. Mary, child, it's time for us to start on our way back home.
And Anna, we must be mindful of Mary every moment of our lives.
Of course, Elizabeth. But you must think of yourself now and your baby which is coming.
It will be soon. Soon.
And still Zacharias can do no more than sit and stare at you. How much there is he must want to tell you. And he can say nothing.
Zacharias is content. I know that. After you've been married to a man as long as I have to him, there are certain things you know even without a word.
Poor Zacharias. But now you're tired. I shall darken the room and you'll get some sleep now, Elizabeth.
Thank you, dear. Anna. Anna.
Shh, my dear. It's all over.
A son? A son. It had to be.
Shh, don't talk any more, my dear.
The preparations, the feast.
All being arranged. We're even discussing the name.
The name? No.
Shh, now, we're only talking about it. Nothing will be decided without you and Zacharias.
Zacharias?
You want him now, don't you?
Yes.
Then I'll bring him in. But don't talk too much.
Too much? I must do all the talking.
I'll bring him in. Zacharias?
Zacharias. A son. A son. You're pleased. I can see it. Thank you, Zacharias. That's a kiss I shall treasure the rest of my life.
Now, Elizabeth, out of the kitchen. The feast is all prepared. There's nothing for you to do.
You don't understand. I still can't grasp it. A naming feast in my house.
You're to lie down, Elizabeth. You can do all your wondering when you're stronger.
Oh, Anna.
You must save your strength. There'll be many guests, and that's always tiring. Get your rest this morning while you can.
But it's been 8 days. I'm strong again.
I never yet saw a woman who was as strong as she felt.
I can't win out with you, Anna. Yes, I'll rest. But one thing must be decided now. The name.
All the relatives talked about it. In view of the special circumstances, we thought it might be well to call him Zacharias after his father.
No.
Look, now, there's nothing to get excited about, my dear. It was only a suggestion.
No. We mustn't call him that. We can't. There is only one name for my son.
Only one name?
Yes. The child shall be called John.
John? John. Why, there's no one in Zachariah's family or yours by that name. Who gives a child a name that's not in the family?
Custom will have to suffer this time. My child must be named John.
There's no sense to it. I shall talk to Zacharias about it.
Then we'll go to him together.
Zacharias, listen to me. This is important.
You needn't talk to him that way, Anna. He hears and understands perfectly. It's just that he can't talk.
All right, I'm sorry. Zacharias, there's a very important question. The naming of the child. We must decide within the next few hours. What are you motioning about?
He's making a sign with his hands. I think he wants to write something. Quickly, fetch a writing tablet.
Of course, Elizabeth.
Zacharias, this is my fault, all of it. I have a strange impulse about the naming of the child.
Here it is. The parchment, the quill.
Now, Zacharias, write.
One word. Is that all? Oh.
What does it say, Anna?
One word. One name. The name is John.
John. The name I said. The name I felt it had to be. I never talked to Zacharias about it.
Elizabeth.
Zacharias. Anna, did you hear?
I'm free, Elizabeth. Free of the prohibition placed on me by the angel Gabriel.
Oh, the angel Gabriel?
He came to me. There in a temple while I was performing the rite of the burning incense.
The Lord protect us.
I had entered the Holy of Holies. I set the flame to the incense. I stood there saying the prayer, and my own prayer as well. And what would my prayer be but that we should have a child?
I was praying too, Zacharias.
And as I prayed, I felt the presence. The angel spoke to me. He said, "Thy wife Elizabeth shall bear thee a son, and thou shalt name him John."
Somehow, in some way, the name came into my mind and stayed there. Glory to God, for all this is His doing.
We are not alone in this, Elizabeth.
What do you mean, Zacharias?
Our child, who lies now in his crib, he's the forerunner.
The forerunner of what? Of whom?
Of the Messiah. For the Messiah is already on the way.
The angel told you, too?
The angel told me more than I understood then. He told me that my child should be the one to go before him who would fulfill the prophecy of Elias, that my son should prepare a perfect people for the Lord. The child which is Mary's and the child which is ours, they've been sent together, these cousins, Jesus and John.
May the Lord be praised.
And the dumbness which struck me, the fault was mine, for I didn't believe.
You questioned the angel?
Yes.
And so you were struck dumb?
Until the day that these things shall be fulfilled, the angel said. And so it was.
But now you can speak again, Zacharias. You can speak. My heart is full to overflowing with the kindness the Lord has visited on this house.
Now, the child.
Lying in the crib.
Then I must go to him.
The child sleeps?
Sleeping or awake, the child must receive my prayer. Come.
If I could only let him know.
Please, Elizabeth.
I'm sorry, Zacharias.
Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up a horn of salvation to us in the house of his servant David. And thou, child, shalt be called the prophet of the highest, for thou shalt go before the face of the Lord to prepare his ways, to give light to them that sit in the darkness and in the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the way of peace.
Anna, on the way, be careful. There's so much evil abroad in our land today.
I'll be safe. Don't worry.
Anna, one can't take too many precautions in this land. There are bandits within the law as well as without. The Romans and Herod's legions. It's evil piled on evil.
You two needn't worry about me getting home. It's after I arrive there that you can pray for me.
It'll be no easy job you have ahead of you.
Such a great responsibility for us to face. Are we worthy of it?
We've all been called to great responsibility.
Somehow, those the Lord appoints find the strength to do his bidding. I trust Joseph is worthy of Mary and of the great responsibility that will be his.
We shall never know till he's told. And it will be done as soon as I arrive home.
Goodbye, Anna. You've been a comfort to me through a difficult time. I wish I could do as much for you.
You can both help if you'll pray for us. For Mary.
We will, my dear. We will. God be with you on your journey.
All that happened to Zacharias. Now you know everything, Joachim.
And our daughter. She serves the Lord in the most important way in this great moment.
And within us is a secret that burns. The Messiah is coming. And only we know.
We'll do our part in this, Anna.
There is more than our part to consider.
Joseph?
Is he worthy of her now?
I've thought of that myself. How can we judge if he's worthy?
We can let him judge himself.
The man judge himself? How?
We must tell him. His actions will show us.
It's my duty. I'm head of this household.
Then do it, Joachim.
This very day. I shall go down to his carpenter shop now.
Joseph, peace be with you.
Peace to you, too, Joachim. Come in out of the hot sun.
And how do things go, Joseph?
Well enough. Sit down, be comfortable. Comfortable as you can in the midst of the shavings and chips of wood.
Joseph, there's something I must talk to you about.
I suppose there must be a great deal for us to talk about. Well, feel free to say anything you have on your mind.
Joseph, it's not easy to say what I have to say.
What do you mean, Joachim?
I must know if you're worthy of my daughter.
Why, Joachim, I think I am. You thought I was when you gave your consent.
But things have changed. A wonderful thing has happened.
Nothing you've said helps me to understand.
Because I can't tell you. Come, Joseph, come home with me. Perhaps there I'll be able to tell you.
Joachim, have you...
No, Anna. Not a word of it could I tell him.
Please, Anna, what is it? It must be a terrible thing the way you both talk of it.
Terrible? No. Wonderful.
Then why does everyone act so strange?
Joseph, this is a great test for you. Now is the time you must hear it. And from her own lips.
Mary?
Yes. Come with me, Joseph, to this room. Now, Joseph, Mary has something to tell you.
Oh, Anna, you were right. In the moment that counted, you knew what to do. Mary should be the one to tell him.
I'm praying for our daughter.
Do you think he'll prove worthy?
We'll know when he comes out of that room.
Anna, I'm afraid.
And I too.
Anna, I think we should...
We'll wait.
Joseph?
Joseph? Joseph. Oh, Joanne.
You'd think the sun went out of the heavens for the last time, the way you weep, Anna.
I'm disappointed in Joseph. He said nothing. Nothing at all.
But you've been weeping all night. Can it help? Can it do any good to weep?
To a woman, weeping is some comfort.
Come now. If need be, we will bear this responsibility together. You and I and Mary. Who now? At dawn?
Let them in.
Joseph.
Joachim, Anna, you must forgive me for last night. But there are revelations too great for a simple man to grasp. The works of God are sometimes too great for any man's mind to encompass.
Joseph, you seem a different man this morning.
It's come. To me, too.
What, Joseph?
Last night in my sleep, it came to me. The voice of an angel. And he said,
Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus. For he shall save his people from their sins.
So, I heard it.
Joachim.
Glory to God.
And now, Joachim, I must see Mary. I must say the things I couldn't say last evening.
I'll fetch her for you. Mary?
Mary, how could I know that such a mission to protect the Son of God would be entrusted to me, a simple carpenter? But you need have no fear now. I'm willing to serve the Lord in my way, even as you serve him in yours. To protect you and the child shall be my life's work, Mary.
It's been months, Joachim, but I'll never grow used to just the two of us alone in this house.
It's never been just the two of us for me, Anna. Her presence is in this house, though she no longer lives here.
And soon, very soon, the child will be born.
Weeks?
Even sooner. Who knows?
Women are the best judge of things like that.
Joachim, what's that?
Trumpets. Only important edicts are heralded by trumpets. Come, we must see.
Everyone's running to see. Another of Herod's orders raising taxes or taking our sons. What could it be?
We'll know the bad news soon enough. Come.
Oh.
Anna, don't let go of my hand. In such a mob, you'll be trampled.
Oh, I'm here. Only let's get down front so we can see the proclamation.
Let me through, please.
Oh.
Please, let me through.
There. It's posted there, Joachim.
If we could only get close enough.
Counted? Go back and be counted? Why?
What does he mean, Joachim?
I don't know. Why should we be counted?
Now you can read it for yourself.
Let's see. Yes, it's true. A decree.
From Herod?
No, from Rome, from Caesar Augustus himself.
Then it must be all important.
Yes, it is. Come, we must see Joseph at once.
Joseph? It applies to him?
And Mary, too. Come, Anna, at once. And Joseph, it says that everyone must be counted for the tax census. And the town in the town where he originated.
And that means I must go to Bethlehem, the city of David.
And if you go?
Yes. Then Mary must go with me.
And she's going to have a child. Surely they must take those things into account.
The edict said there would be no exceptions. And Mary is now of Joseph's family. She must go.
But with the child coming.
The Romans make no exceptions. They'd have driven the Messiah himself out on the road.
Oh, poor Mary.
If the edict says to go and be counted for the tax, then we must go.
But Mary...
It's my duty to watch over her, to protect her. I shall do it. Whether it be here, or on the road, or in Bethlehem, I shall watch over her. Anna, you must help us prepare for the journey. We shall go to be counted.
This program was brought to you by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Next week on this same network at this time, we'll present No Room at the Inn, the fourth of 5 Christmas season dramas, all part of the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived. This is ABC, the American Broadcast.
Good health to all from Rexall. From Hollywood, the Jimmy Durante Show.
Ink, a dinkity, a dinkadoo, a dinkity. Oh, what a toot!
Yes, 10,000 Rexall drugstores who carry the complete line of top-quality Rexall drug products bring you the Jimmy Durante Show with Peggy Lee, Arthur Treacher, Candy Candido, Roy Barley and his orchestra, our Rexall sportscaster Tommy Harmon, yours truly Howard Petrie, and our special guest tonight, MGM's great little star, Margaret O'Brien. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Jimmy Durante in person.
With a song.
Santa Claus, what's in that bag?
Even when things go wrong.
Santa, what's in that bag?
You feel better, you even look better.
Come on, Santa Claus, please tell me, what's in that bag?
Please, Sonny, I've been telling you all day, this ain't no bag, it's my schnoz.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Jimmy.
Merry Christmas to you, too, Mr. Petrie. Too bad your name ain't Michael. Then I could wish you a Merry Michaelmas.
Oh, gosh, Jim, you sure have your troubles at Christmas time, don't you? I'll bet with all your political connections, it was sure tough selecting Christmas gifts for them.
On the contrary, Howard, yes. And my toughest job was pick... That's what it says on the paper. Don't get so smart, Christmas Eve. And my toughest job was picking out a present for Henry Wallace. You see, 2 years ago, I gave a big Christmas party for Henry, and last year I gave him a second party. So this year I'm going to get him a date with Jane Russell.
A date with Jane Russell? Isn't that a strange gift for Henry Wallace?
Don't be silly. Can you think of a better third party? Durante, if you weren't so pretty, you'd make a good comedian.
Say, Jimmy, suppose Wallace does organize a third party. Does it affect you and your campaign for the vice presidency?
Not in the slightest, Howard. Not in the slightest. I'm a candidate on 4 of the tickets. The Democrats, the Socialists, the Republicans, and the Labor Party.
You're a candidate on 4 different tickets?
Certainly. Why be half safe?
Well, now, Jimmy, listen. If you want to ensure your election, you'll have to give the people a plan to help the food conservation program.
I've been working on the food problem, Howard, and I want to report...
I bid 82. I bid 84. I'll make it 86. I'll make it 90.
How do you like that? A guy walked in with a box of Wheaties and 2 grain speculators started bidding for it. Well, that's the conditions that prevail. But as I was saying, I've been working on the food problem, Howard. Last week, I dug a hole in the backyard and planted some shrimp cocktail that was left over for dinner. Then I dug another hole and planted some leftover pea soup. And then I dug another hole and planted some leftover lamb chops. I watered it faithfully every day. And this morning, you know what came up?
What?
A gopher with a note that said, "What's the matter, no dessert?" Food production can only be increased if we improve our national irrigation system.
Why, Jimmy, I'm glad you brought that up, because there's a man here to see you from the United States Department of Rivers and Waterways.
Well, what are we waiting for? Open the faucet and let him in.
Well, here he is, Jimmy, Mr. Ripple, the Commissioner of Rivers and Waterways.
Well, how do you do?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Ripple. Glad you dripped in. Now, tell us to be your problem.
Well, the United States needs more water.
Well, why don't you make a tour around the country? You're giving off a fine spray.
Well, I did make a tour. I started by diving in at the mouth of the Columbia River and swimming upstream to the headwaters.
And what happened?
3 salmon proposed to me.
Them salmon will do anything to get away from Del Monte. But never mind the salmon, Mr. Ripple. When you're underwater, did you or do you ever see any pretty mermaids? Confidentially, how do you like them? Well, as a candidate for the vice presidency, naturally I'm interested in improving the Columbia River. Tell me, what can I do about it?
Well, after swimming in it for 3 days, I've only got one thing to report.
What?
I'm forever
You know, I'm glad he left. I was going down for the 3rd time.
Just a minute here, Jimmy. I just noticed. What's that string tied around your finger?
I'm glad you noticed, Howard. That string means there's somebody I forgot to get a present for.
Gosh, Jimmy, was it President Truman?
No.
General Marshall?
No.
Princess Elizabeth?
No, but you're getting warm. It's Umbriago. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Umbriago. How I love him. When I see a Christmas turkey, I think of him. He's a winner. And at Christmas, I know he'll be late for dinner. He won't starve by heck. He'll never leave a speck. He'll eat the turkey's neck. Don't stand near the mistletoe, or you'll be kissed by Mr. Umbriago. Let me hear it. Umbriago. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Umbriago. Happy New Year, Umbriago. How I love that Umbriago. You know, last Christmas I remembered him. I sent him a brand new automobile with the latest invention on it. With this invention, if you're driving down the road and you see a lady driver coming towards you, you press a button, the car folds up and hides in the glove compartment. Don't stand near the mistletoe, or you'll be kissed by Mr. Umbriago.
You want to be sure that the prize is pure when you ask for drug preparation. Buy the Rexall line at the Rexall sign of Rexall identification.
Did you know that more than 2,000 different drug products carry the name Rexall? That's a big family indeed, and a highly respected one, too. For in millions of American homes, the familiar name Rexall has come to mean the utmost in quality, purity, and reliability. So, for any and for all of your drug needs, always buy Rexall. Have confidence in what that name means. Quality, purity, and reliability in drug products. Get them at Rexall drugstores throughout the nation, where 25% of America buys its drug needs.
If you want to be sure that the price is pure when you ask for a drug preparation, buy the Rexall line at the Rexall sign of Rexall identification.
Good health to all from Rexall. Well, folks, just like all over the world, it's Christmas Eve in the Durante household. Let's peek in on Durante and Treacher.
I say, Mr. Durante, sir, may I wish you a Merry Christmas?
Indeed you may, and a Merry Christmas to you, too, Treacher.
Heck.
Tell me, how did you like that sweater I gave you for Christmas? Don't spread this around, Treacher, but I knitted it myself.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's a lovely sweater. It's quite she-she.
No, it's he-he. I knit them different for women. I love that kind of carry-ons on. Now, tell me, where's Peggy Lee and the rest of the gang?
They're all in the other room, sir, opening their gifts. How did you make out this Christmas, sir?
Broke even, gave tithes, and got handkerchiefs. But look, I need your help. Margaret O'Brien will be here in a minute. Now, how can I get this ink stain out of my trousers?
Oh, that's very simple, sir. Use this emery board. Just keep rubbing the emery board over the stain, and when the trousers commence to get light in color...
Yes?
Stop rubbing. That's you.
Treacher, when you were a baby, did your nurse ever drop you on your head?
Oh, we couldn't afford a nurse, so my mother had to do it. Now, about this tree, sir, are you going to trim it?
Not after what happened last year. Let me tell you about it. Last Christmas, full of the spirit of Noel, I'm all set to trim the tree.
Yes?
So with the tinsel in my right pocket, the peppermint canes in my left pocket, the silver bells in one hand, the box of doves that I'm using for snow in the other, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose, I climbed up the ladder and I'm all set to trim the tree when I hear a strange noise in the kitchen. Descending from the ladder, I push down the tinsel, the peppermint canes, the silver bells, the box of dolls I'm using for snow, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose. I investigates, and what is it? My cat wants to get out. I'm ready for silent night, and she's ready for a fruitin', a fightin', and a fussin'. So I opens the door, and off she goes to attend the Big 4 meeting. Once more with the tinsel in my right pocket, the peppermint canes in my left pocket, the silver bells in one hand, the box of dust that I'm using for snow in the other, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose. I goes up the ladder. I'm just about to take a sniff of oxygen, which keeps my nose from collapsing at high altitudes. And what happens? The telephone starts to ring. So I takes a step towards the phone. I should have come down off the ladder first. Removing a sprig of hollyhock from the air, I picks up the phone and the voice says, "Hello? Guess who?" Gently ripping the wires out of the wall. Once more I goes up the ladder with the tinsel, the peppermint canes, the silver bells, the box of dolls, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose. And finally, after 3 hours, I got wires around my neck, wires in my pocket, and wires in my hair. So I plugs a wire into the wall socket, and what happens? The tree blows a fuse, but my nose lights up. And you know something? It looked prettier than the tree.
Chicago 24, Milwaukee 57, Big Bear 36.
Treacher, what are you doing?
Well, I didn't have any lines here, sir, so I thought I'd give a weather report.
A whimsical bit of material. An old coward must be on his payroll. Oh, you go on with the treat, Treacher. I'll answer the door. Well, Merry Christmas, Margaret.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
What a voice. Which Margaret is this? O'Brien or Truman? Why, it's Margaret O'Brien.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Gee, this is fun.
Well, Margaret, you really got the Christmas spirit, haven't you?
Oh, it's been wonderful, Jimmy. I've been out with a bunch of neighborhood kids singing Christmas carols.
Yeah?
First we sang under Bob Hope's window and he threw us a quarter. Then we sang under Red Skelton's window and he threw us a quarter.
Go on.
Then all of us kids went over to Jack Benny's house.
Did you sing for Mr. Benny?
No, we split the money with him. He's head of our union.
Well, come on in, Margaret. You're always welcome in my humble chapeau.
Thank you, Jimmy. And here's the present I brought for you. Open it up.
Why, Margaret, this is the best of Katie.
You like it?
Just what I wanted, a Mickey Mouse beauty kit.
I wanted to give it to you, Jimmy, because I think you're beautiful.
Would you say that again?
I think you're beautiful.
I gotta have this show transcribed. A thing like that should go on record.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello there, Margaret.
Hello, Miss Lee. Hey, Jimmy, Peggy's standing under the mistletoe. Why don't you turn out the lights and steal a kiss?
Thanks for the tip, Margaret. Here goes the lights. Pucker up, Peggy. There you are, sweetheart. How do you feel getting a real Durante kiss?
I'm feeling mighty low.
What a blow. It's Candy Candido, this month's Woodsbury bride. He's lovely. He's engaged. He uses chicken fat. Now, come on, Margaret.
Quiet, Jimmy. All asleep under the Christmas tree.
How do you like that? This Yuletide is too much for her. Let her take a little snooze. Pleasant dreams, Margaret.
Where am I? All this ice and snow and reindeer. Why, this is Santa Claus's home at the North Pole. And there he stands with his reindeer. Tell me, are you really Santa Claus?
That's right, little girl. I'm old Saint Nick.
Gee, Santa Claus, how old are you anyway?
Why, Margaret, Santa Claus lived since the beginning of the world. I guess I'm over 2,000 years old.
Gee, even older than Al Jolson. Gee, I'm a lucky girl meeting Santa Claus and seeing all his reindeer.
You know, Margaret, I didn't always use reindeer. On my first Christmas trip, I thought to deliver a message. I thought I'd deliver presents on horseback. Some of my helpers tried to teach me to ride it. He said, when the horse goes down, you go up. And when the horse goes up, you go down. So I tried it. I got on the horse. When the horse went down, I went up. And when I came down, the horse was gone. Wait a minute. Was it that funny?
Oh, no, your beard's tickling me.
Oh, I see.
But tell me, Santa, may I go with you to deliver the presents?
You sure can, little girl. Just help me get the harness over these reindeer's horns. We gotta hurry, though. These reindeers can only wake 8 hours a day. They're organized now.
The reindeer are organized.
That's right. Patrol makes anything with a horn join the union. But I've got to get dressed for my trip. Here, Margaret, take this Peggy Lee doll. It'll sing for you while I'm putting my coat on.
Oh, a real Peggy Lee doll. Isn't she beautiful? I'll wind it up and see if she can really talk.
Thank you, Margaret. This song is just for you and Santa.
Thanks, Dolly. Sing it for Margaret and old St. Nick.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to say goodnight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's ordered lots of toys and goodies in his sleigh, and every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple praise for kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
Here's a 60-second story from the Rexall Laboratory.
Did you know that even the very best drinking water is not considered good enough to use in the medicines compounded at Rexall Laboratory? All drinking water, you see, contains some chemicals. That's why you can taste it. But in the Rexall Laboratory, drinking water is first purified chemically and then distilled in a giant tank with a capacity of thousands of gallons daily. This distilled water is absolutely pure. It has no color and no taste. The purity of this water, which is used in Rexall medicines, is one more reason why you can always depend on any product that bears the name Rexall.
So for any and for all of your household drug needs, always buy Rexall.
at Rexall Drugstores everywhere.
If you want to be sure that the price is pure when you ask for a drug preparation, buy the Rexall line at the Rexall sign, a Rexall identification.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Well, Margaret, now that you're up here at the North Pole, are you ready to start your ride with Old St. Nick? I was much younger when I started that line.
Well, Santa, are all the presents packed on your sleigh?
Well, let's see, little girl. I'll check my list. I've taken care of Winston Churchill, Ernest Bevins, President Truman. Wait a minute, I forgot to get something for Mahatma Gandhi. Help me out, Margaret. What do you think I should give Mahatma Gandhi?
An electric blanket? Those sheets get awfully cold in the winter.
Well, I ain't got any more time to dilly-dally. Come on. Climb up on the sleigh and we'll start our trip. On Dunder, on Blitzen, on Dancer, on Eisenhower.
How did Eisenhower get in there?
He wants to get in training. He may be running next year. Let's go. Make way for Old St. Nick. Look down there, Margaret. We're in Beverly Hills, right over Betty Grable's house.
Well, aren't you going down to fill Betty Grable's stocking?
Why, bother, she fills them much better than I could. But hold tight, sweetheart. We're going down and visit a little girl who lives in the house here. Let's go. Come on, I'll knock on the door.
But why are you knocking on the door? I always thought that Santa Claus came down the chimney to leave his bundle.
Oh, no, the stork can't make it with his beak. Why should I try it with mine? Hello, little girl. I'm Old St. Nick. What's your name?
I'm Little Candy, but I'm mad at you, Santa Claus.
But, Little Candy, why are you mad at Santa Claus?
Because of last year. I wanted a pony, and he brought me a
baby brother.
They blame everything on Old St. Nick. How old can a St. Nick get? I've got a lot of gifts for you, little Candy, but tell me one thing. How do you feel about spending Christmas in sunny California?
Well, I can tell you about it in a little poem. Christmas in California just isn't right, you know. When I dream of a white Christmas,
I'm feeling mighty slow.
What a voice. Sounds like a tonsils were caught in a mixmaster.
Oh, Santa Claus, I wish you'd do me a big favor. My little boyfriend, Stanley, lives in that house right next door, and he doesn't believe in Santa Claus. Would you come over with me and prove to him that he's wrong?
He doesn't believe there's a Santa Claus?
No, and he's awful stubborn. I'll knock on the door. So, Margaret, I'm not gay enough for you. You have to go out with a show-off in a red suit. Please, Stanley, you don't understand. He's Old St. Nick.
Everybody wants to get into the act.
Why, look at you. Your whiskers don't even hide your nose.
Sonny, the beard wasn't built that could hide this nose.
Well, Margaret, you've made your choice. We're through. I'm going out in the backyard and eat worms. Do you hear me? I'm going to eat worms.
Poor kid, he must have heard about the price of Christmas turkeys.
Goodbye, Margaret. You've given me up for this pony. There is no Santa Claus. Stanley, don't you dare. All of us boys and girls here in America must believe in Santa Claus. All of us have enough food to eat, and warm clothes to wear, and many other things that children in other countries haven't got. When you live in America, Stanley, you've just got to believe there's a Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus.
Margaret, wake up. You've been dreaming. Wake up.
Yes, Santa. Oh, you're not Santa Claus. You're Jimmy Durante.
That's right, Margaret. I'm not Santa, but I'm somebody very close to him.
I didn't know anyone was close to him.
Yes, Margaret, I am. Listen. I'm Jimmy Durante Claus.
He's the partner of Santa Claus.
His toy bag isn't on his back as he goes through the snow.
He's got a better face in front, he hooks it on his nose.
He's Jimmy Durante Claus.
He's the partner of Santa Claus.
Don't I seem familiar? Now think back through your brain, dear.
I'm not sure, but somehow you look like his leading reindeer.
The partner of Santa Claus is Jimmy Durante Claus.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Oh, what fun it is to ride Durante Claus's sleigh.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Who can afford a car today, so I ride an open sleigh.
Jimmy Durante Claus, he's the partner of Santa Claus.
Tonight is Christmas Eve, we know, so up and down the hall.
No creature stirring, and before old Santa comes to call.
We'd like to wish a Merry Christmas to you one and all from
Howard Petrie.
Candy Candido.
Roy Fargy.
Peggy Lee.
Uncle Peter.
Margaret O'Brien.
Harmon.
and Jimmy Durante Claus.
In person,
Jimmy Durante Claus. All right, Jimmy, we've got to say Merry Christmas at least 10,000 times more.
That's a lot of Merry Christmases.
But that's how many Rexall druggists there are, Jimmy. You know, folks, many of you have already been wished a Merry Christmas by a Rexall druggist. We'd like to say it again. So, on behalf of Rexall druggists everywhere, Merry Christmas to all from Rexall.
Touche, Professor Peepin. I'd like to add, Merry Christmas from your Rexall store, and 10,000 more. Old Umbriago sends us greetings too from Rexall. That's all. How do you do? When we're far away, when we're far. Let me hear that high note, What a note.
A delightful note, Mr. Durante.
A delirious note, Mr. Petrie. Now, excuse me for a minute. There are a lot of pretty girls around here, and I'm going to go over there in that corner and stand over the missile lip.
Missile lip? Oh, Jimmy, you mean mistletoe.
You kiss what you want, I'll kiss what I want. But thank you, Margaret O'Brien, for coming over this evening. And don't forget to listen in next week when my old pal, Gary Moore, will pay me a New Year's Eve visit. Merry Christmas, everybody, and Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. Calabash. And now, Tommy Harmon, what goes on with the gridiron gossip this week?
Well, Jimmy, our football time is almost finished. We have one or two big bowl games that will interest some of our Rexall sport fans, however, and we may as well dwell on one of them right now. Dallas, Texas is the site of the great Cotton Bowl battle between Southern Methodist University and Penn State. This game will be the 12th of a great series, and this year marks the first year that both of the teams playing go into the game undefeated. From our Rexall corner, the game lines up as a great defensive team against a great offensive team. Penn State rooters believe that they can win if they can score twice. Their defense is that good. On the other hand, SMU's great team has scored at least twice in 9 out of 10 games. Doak Walker, SMU's great triple threat back, will carry the offensive weight against Penn State. It'll be interesting to see if Walker and company can break the great Penn State line with All-American guard Steve Suey. Our guess is that he can, so we'll call SMU to win after a terrific battle in the 12th annual Cotton Bowl game at Dallas, Texas. I wish I were going to be in Dallas on January 1st, but my eyes and heart will be at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena.
Well, Rexall for tonight, folks, from Peggy Lee, Arthur Treacher, Candy Candido, Roy Bargy and his orchestra, yours truly, Howard Petrie.
And Jimmy Durante, who says, Merry Christmas, everybody. Good night, Mrs. Calabash, and Merry Christmas.
This program is produced and directed by Phil Cohan. Margaret O'Brien appears with the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Cass Timberland, starring Spency Fraser and Lana Turner. Good health to all from Rexall.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A Jack Benny program presented by Lucky Strike.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
An outstanding example, Lucky Strike.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And first, last, always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
American.
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows, the tobacco auctioneer.
Mr. William Whitley of Henderson, North Carolina, has sold over 500 million pounds of tobacco leaf, basket by basket. Recently, he said,
season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine ripe tobacco, fragrant tobacco that makes a fine smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 13 years.
At auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Whitley can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real, deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Yes, next time you buy cigarettes, ask for Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back about an hour to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack has just finished having his lunch.
It was a very good lunch, Rochester. The best hash that I've ever tasted.
I made it from last night's leftovers.
What did we have last night?
Hash.
Well, I got to rush over for my broadcast, so let's get these dishes washed.
I'll do them.
No, Rochester, I'll do them. I want to try out that new electric dishwasher I got for Christmas.
But, boss, there's something wrong with it.
Oh, nonsense. You probably don't know how to operate it. I'll show you how. Now, you put the dirty dishes in like this. And close the door. Now you turn on the switch. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da-da-dum. Da-dum. There, that ought to be enough. And now to take out the dishes, and you open the door like this.
I told you, boss, there's something wrong with it.
Well, there shouldn't be. It's a new machine. I'm going to try it again. Get some more dishes out of the cupboard.
But, boss.
Open the cupboard.
Okay.
What was that?
The dishes I washed yesterday.
I can't understand what's wrong.
Neither can I. I put it together the same day that I assembled the other kitchen appliances.
I don't see why it should break the dishes. It looks all right from the outside. Let's take a look on the inside. Oh, for heaven's sake, Rochester, the egg beater belongs on the Mixmaster. Not in the dishwasher.
Then I must have put the part from the dishwasher on the Mixmaster.
Why?
This morning I tried to make a cake. When I turned on the switch, a big arm came out, grabbed me by the back of the neck, threw me in the bowl, and scrubbed me on both sides.
What?
And before I knew it, I was sitting in the cupboard on the third shelf.
Gee, they even put them away for you. Rochester, call the appliance company and tell them to come out and fix the machine. I got to get down to the studio.
But, boss, you can't go in those old clothes, and you need a shave, too.
I haven't got time now. I'll clean up at the studio. Now go out in the garage and get the car, please.
The car ain't running.
Rochester, did you wreck the car?
Well, boss, it wasn't my fault.
What happened?
Well, I took the car out for a while last night, and on my way home, I made a sharp turn and came face to face with a steamroller.
Steamroller? Oh, so that's why you were so quiet when you got home last night. I didn't even hear you open the garage.
I didn't have to. I slid the car under the door.
Rochester, you mean my car was flat and that thin?
If I had a stamp, I could have mailed it to you.
Oh, well, you better get it fixed. Anyway, I'll take the bus down to the studio. So long, Rochester.
So long, boss.
Gee, I'll be late. There should be a bus coming along here. Oh, my goodness, I left my money and my other clothes. Well, maybe I can hitch a ride down. Here comes a car now. Going downtown, Bud? Uh-oh, here comes another. Going downtown? Going downtown? See, that one had a trailer on it. Well, maybe I better start walking. See, if I don't get a hit soon, I'll be late for the broadcast. Hey, going downtown, mister?
Yeah, hop in, Bud. Move over, Sophie.
Let him sit in the back.
Yes, the back's all right. Hope I'm not putting you folks to too much trouble.
That's all right, Bud.
You see, I would have taken the bus, but I didn't have the money.
You don't have to explain, Bud. Sophie, slip the poor guy a buck.
But I don't need...
Give him an extra 2 bits. He needs a shave, too.
Look, mister, I don't
Where you going, Bud?
To NBC.
How do you like that, Sophie? Instead of looking for a job, he goes to see radio programs.
Yeah, he's probably too old to work anyway.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Bud, how old are you?
38.
Hey, Max, did you hear what he said?
Sophie, when you can't hold a job, your family throws you out, you bum around the country all your life. When you get to be 38, you look like that.
Look, mister.
Nothing personal, Bud. And by the way, where do you live?
Beverly Hills.
Get him, Sophie. Beverly Hills. I suppose you have a big house and a butler and a swimming pool?
Max, stop teasing him.
Okay.
Gee, it's a nice car you have here. What kind is it?
A Buick?
Oh, boy, I wish I had one like it. What year is it?
1928.
Gosh. Boy, this is a beauty.
Turn on the radio, Sophie.
Did I tell you about the place called Doo-Wah Diddy? It ain't no town, that ain't no city. It's awful small.
Hey, they started the program without me.
She's got baked
It's my own fault.
Sophie, turn off the radio.
Basement full.
What's griping you, Bud?
Plenty. They started the program without me.
How do you like that, Sophie? This bum's got a ticket to the program, and he wants him to wait till he gets there.
Now, wait a minute, mister. You can't talk to me like that.
All right. Calm down.
I won't calm down. Do you know who I am?
Sure. You're Bing Crosby or Bob Hope or Jack Benny.
Max, for heaven's sake, stop teasing him.
Okay, Sophie. Turn on the radio again.
Hey, Donzie, what did Jackson get you for Christmas? Shoelaces again?
No. Jack didn't know what to get me this year, so he came over to my house and painted my bedroom. Hey, Phil, how'd Santa Claus treat you?
Oh, great, Donzie, great. I got a lot of stuff for my friends, but the best gift of all is this fountain pen. Just look at it.
But, Phil, you have several fountain pens.
Not like this one. You know that little stack inside that holds the ink?
Yeah?
Bourbon.
Bourbon?
Yes, sir. I got the only fountain pen with a highball point.
If he thinks that's funny, he's got another
Sophie, turn off the radio. What's griping you now, Bud?
Nothing. I just didn't think that joke was funny.
Oh, I suppose you can tell him better.
You're darn right I can tell him better. Did you hear the one about
shut up!
Sophie, turn on the radio.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as long as Jack isn't here yet, we'll keep things rolling with a number from our singing star, Dennis Day. Go ahead, Dennis.
The stars will remember the night we said goodbye. The stars will remember, so will I.
o'er the lonely lane, but in my solitude it seems I hear you call my name. The world may forget you as time goes passing by. The stars will remember, so will I.
Sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was
Okay,
really...
Don, okay, I'm here.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Jack.
Hello, fellas. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late, but I rode down here with Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor, and they just wouldn't let me go. Say, Dennis, you sang beautifully.
How do you know?
I heard the program on the way down.
Hey, Jackson, didn't Livy come down with you?
No, Phil. Mary can't be on the show today. She got a cold, but she's getting along all right. Now, kid...
What'd you give her for Christmas, Jack?
Mary? Oh, I gave her a beautiful gift. A pair of alligator shoes.
Alligator shoes? That's awful.
What's awful about it?
Now some poor alligator's running around barefooted.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, kid...
In the winter, too.
Dennis, be quiet. Kid...
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
What?
See this tie I'm wearing? My girl knitted it for me for Christmas.
Your tie? Well, what are those things hanging on the side?
Sleeve. She started to make a sweater and changed her mind.
Oh, well, it looks nice, Dennis, and that's a pretty stick pin you have in it.
That's one of the needles. She forgot to take it out.
Well, it's a beautiful gift, though. Now, kid, I'm sorry I was late, but now that I'm here, we better get on with the show because we've got a very important play to do.
Well, Jack, before we go into that, I think we ought to have a commercial. I've got the quartet right here.
Oh, yes, the sportsman. Well, all right, Don, let's have the commercial first.
Jack, the boys have a very bad cold, but they'll do the best they can.
All four of them have a cold? The four of them?
Yes.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, let's hear the commercial anyway.
Okay, take it, boys.
Happy days are again with New Year's Eve toast. Again, we will all stand up and again.
Gesundheit.
Happy days for you and me. Lucky days are here to stay. In fact, they've never been away. So we'll celebrate on New Year's Day with an LSMFT.
Too bad you've all got the flu. I can tell you just what to do. Get in bed and stay there.
P336 will be here soon. We've got his great frosty food. So let's light up while we sing this tune. Happy days are here again. Here again.
Gee, they must have caught that cold from Guy Lombardo, I think. Don, wipe off the microphone. We'll get on with the show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, even though we haven't done it for a couple of years, we're going to present another of our New Year's fantasies called The New Tenant or Goodbye 47, Hello 48. Now, in this fantasy...
Wait a minute, Jack. How are you going to do without Mary? She always plays the part of Columbia.
Oh, my goodness, you're right. And Mary can't be here.
Hey, Jackson, you don't have to throw out our play. I just got an idea.
What is it?
Well, look, I rehearsed my show right across the hall, and Alice will be tickled to death to come in and pinch hit for Mary.
Well, Yeah, I don't know, Phil. It's,
She'll do it for nothing.
Oh, well, go get her. You go ahead.
What do you mean, go get her?
What do you want, honey?
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hello, Jack.
See, Alice, I'm so glad you came in. We want you to help us out with our play. You see, Mary can't be here.
Oh, that's too bad. What's wrong with Mary?
She's home in bed with a bad case of alligator shoes.
Dennis, Mary has a cold, Alice. Now, let's get on with the show. Now, in our fantasy, I will play the part of the old year 1947, who is living in a big boarding house run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia. Now, Alice, you'll play the part of Columbia.
Columbia?
Yes.
On this network?
Well, NBC has the holiday spirit, you see. But, Alice, I mean that you play Columbia, the mother of America, and you were born in 1776. You know how old that makes you?
38.
38.
If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me.
Oh. Well, there's room there for both of us, you know. Now, Phil, you play the part of Uncle Sam, and you and Alice have 48 children. And you may soon have another child. Hawaii.
Alice, come back. It's only a play.
Yes. Now, Dennis, you will represent the different countries in the world that come in and say goodbye to the old year.
But, gee, how can I play all the different countries? I'm so confused.
I couldn't have cast it any better. Now, let's get on with our play. The New Tenant, or Goodbye 47, Hello 48. As the curtain rises, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon of December 31st. And old man 47 is packing his bags, getting ready to make his exit. Curtain. Music. Oh, Columbia. Columbia. Come here a minute, will you, please?
Well, what do you want, 47?
Give me a hand, will you? I got to get out of here before midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Well, it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What's your hurry?
I got a lot of packing to do. Hand me that, will you?
Oh, why, old-timer. Bubble gum.
Yep. Love the stuff.
But how can you chew it? You ain't got the teeth.
I gum my gum by gum. My pointy nose always breaks them. Say, I wonder if it's still raining now. What a day. Doggone, it's thundering, too. Isn't that awful on my last day here? I'm going to have a talk with thunder. Oh, Thor! Thor!
Yes?
Are you Thor?
No, just a little angry.
Now, don't be funny. This is my last day on Earth.
Good.
What?
You've been a lousy year, and I'm glad to get rid of you.
Lousy year? What are you talking about? I've been as busy as a bee. Tremendous production. Making automobiles, airplanes, refrigerators, television sets, clothes, typewriters, boats, radios, and lots of other things.
I know, but they all went to the woman who guessed who Miss Hush was.
Oh, keep quiet. I said keep quiet. That Thor makes me sick, showing off with his thunder. Just mad because the Chamber of Commerce won't let him in California. Say, Columbia, hand me those songs, will you? I'm going to take them with me.
Here you are.
Let me see. A feudin', a fussin', and a fightin'. Lady from 29 Palms. And, oh, here's this one. Chibaba, chibaba, chihuahua, and chalong, la kukalakamba. Chibaba, chibaba. Never did find out what that meant.
Say, old-timer, take this with you, too. I can't stand it.
What is it?
That's what I like about the South.
Doggone, I never found out what that meant either. Okay, give it to me.
Well, howdy, old-timer.
Hello, Uncle Sam. Afraid you wouldn't get here in time to see me go.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've been busy.
Well, what you been doing, Sam?
Been over in Arizona trying to help some of our children, them Navajos.
The Navajo Indians?
Yep, the way we treated them, our faces should be red, too.
Yeah.
I hope you see everything's all right, though, from now on. Well, I better get on. Come in.
Hey, it's my neighbor, Mexico.
Mexico?
Excuse me for talking in your face, senor, but I came to say goodbye, I think.
Well, thank you.
Say, Mexico, it was awful nice of you to come up and say goodbye to the old timer.
Oh, it was nothing, senor. I was tired of fiesta, so I come up to your country to siesta.
To sleep?
No, to siesta, William.
Esther Williams. You like her, eh?
Chibaba, chibaba, chihuahua.
Oh, so that's what it means. Well, thanks for dropping in, Mexico. Good luck.
Adios, senor.
That was darn nice of him. Well, Columbia, I better get on with... Say, isn't it too early for the new year to be getting here?
What do you mean, old-timer?
Look out the window. Here he comes now without any clothes on, just a cloth wrapped around him. Hey, are you the new year?
No, I'm on my way home from Santa Anita.
Doggone, I thought sure.
Now, who can that be?
Come in.
Oh, look, it's England.
Well, hello, England. Come on in.
Just dropped in to say goodbye, old chap.
Thanks. Say, wait a minute, England. Is it snowing outside?
No, that's rice on my shoulders. We had a big wedding a little while ago.
Oh, yes, yes.
And how are you, Uncle Sam?
You'll get it. Take your hands out of my pocket.
Well, don't make him wait too long, Sam. He needs it pretty bad. Huh?
Thanks, old-timer, and cheerio.
So long, England, and good luck. You know, he's quite a guy. Now, let's see. What else can I pack?
Do you want to take these flying saucers with you?
No, I need them like a moose needs a hat rack. I heard that on some radio program. Something about Norman Krasny. I wonder if it's still raining.
No, it's just a little cloudy. But, oh, look, the sun's a-breaking through.
Well, doggone if it ain't. Here comes the sun. Hello, Saul.
Hello, old-timer.
Doggone, look at the way the sun is beaming.
Yep, and get a load of that beam.
Hey, Saul, nice of you to come out on my last day.
Yeah, just warming it up for the Rose Bowl game.
Oh, yeah. Well, Saul, you ought to go to New York, melt some of that snow they got over there.
That was my fault. They kept singing about a white Christmas, and they got it.
I guess you're right. Well, so long, Saul.
So long, old-timer.
Always like to see him. Does my rheumatism good. Well, I better finish packing. Doggone, I'm all alone. It's almost midnight. Gosh, I'm tired. Sure had a tough time. Did the best I could, though, and I hope the new fella'll do a lot better. Uh-oh. There's the first stroke of midnight. New tenant ought to be here any second now. Well, I better get my bags and just... Hey, that must be him now. Come in. Well, it's a little New Year, all right. Hello, Sonny.
Hello, old-timer.
Say, you're a cute little rascal.
Thank you.
You even got that new look. Your diaper's 2 inches longer. Come on in, make yourself at home. I'm just about to leave. Oh, by the way, Sonny, before I go, I want to show you my picture album.
Your picture album?
Yep. Here, I'll show you. Now, take a good look at this picture. Here's something I'm mighty proud of.
That looks like a railroad yard with all those trains.
Yep. That long one over there is the friendship train. Started out with just a dozen cars. But every place it stopped, people added more and more food for Europe.
Well, what's this other one over here?
Oh, that's called the Freedom Train.
The Freedom Train?
Yep. And I want you to get as many people as possible to see it. Whole life's life on that train. Bill of Rights, Emancipation Proclamation, Declaration of Independence.
Those are big words. What do they mean?
Well, I'll sum it up for you in the words of a great man, Abraham Lincoln. That government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, Sonny, I gotta be going now, but I want to tell you one thing.
What's that, old-timer?
You're even going to have a tougher job than I had, but You will have an extra day to do it. You're a leap year.
Leap year?
Yeah, it's a special year they throw in just for the women. You know, so those that ain't been asked can do the asking. Before the poor guy knows it, he's married.
Married? What's that?
Oh, just another version of feuding, of fussing, and of fighting. Well, Sonny, be sure and take care of Columbia and Uncle Sam.
I will.
And the rest of the world ain't in too good shape. A lot of people hungry. But there's a fella here by the name of Marshall who's got a plan to sort of help him out.
Marshall?
Yep, George Marshall. Now, his plan's going to cost a lot of money, but it's worth every cent of it. Always remember, Sonny, it isn't money that counts. It's people. And it's up to those who have to help those who haven't. Well, I'm just about ready. Oh, yes, one more thing, Sonny.
Yes, sir?
Awful lot of things in the world that ain't good, you know. There's distrust and greed, and racial prejudice and hatred. See if you can do something about it.
I sure will.
Well, gotta be going. Good luck, 48.
Thanks, old-timer.
Now be sure and take care of everybody.
I will. Goodbye, 47.
So long, Sonny. Happy New Year, everybody.
Just a minute, but first, quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in the cigarette. Remember what happens at the tobacco auctions? At market after market, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows, the tobacco warehouseman.
Mr. Frank Brown of Stoneville, North Carolina, has been a tobacco warehouseman for the past 25 years. Not long ago, he said,
year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy tobacco that's really fine. Light, ripe tobacco you just can't beat for smoking quality. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Yes, next time you buy cigarettes, ask for Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil and Alice can also be heard on their own show every Sunday, and don't forget to listen to A Day in the Life of Dennis Day on Wednesday. On our show tonight, we had with us Mel Blanc, Dee Benaderet, Frank Nelson, and little Johnny McGovern. And I hope everybody had a very Merry Christmas, and on behalf of my cast and my sponsors, I want to wish each and every one of you a very
This is
happy
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soaps, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra in The Miracle of the Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often that you can see the film version of a book on the screen that's still on the bestseller list throughout the country. And it's not often that we can broadcast the screenplay of a story that's still being read in thousands, if not millions of homes. But such is our good fortune tonight with Lasky McEwen's current film production of Russell Janney's book, The Miracle of the Bells. And we bring it to you now with three great stars, Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra playing their original screen roles. Many of the scenes in The Miracle of the Bells were filmed on actual location in a typical Pennsylvania mining village. And from such a place, close to the setting of tonight's play, as a matter of fact, comes a letter from a good friend of this theater. She writes, in a town where soot and smoke are almost unavoidable, it's always a problem taking care of your complexion. But with Lux Soap, I've never had trouble keeping my skin looking fresh and lovely. We appreciate Lux Soap as much as we enjoy your Monday evening broadcast, and that's saying a great deal. Well, as one way of saying thanks to this kind listener, we raise our curtain on Act One of RKO's current hit release, The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valet as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. A few moments ago, an eastbound train paused momentarily in a small Pennsylvania town. One passenger got off, while from the baggage car, a coffin was quickly unloaded and placed in an awaiting hearse.
You, Mr. Dunnigan?
Yes.
I'm the undertaker, Mr. Dunnigan. Nick Orloff. Might as well ride with me back to Coal Town.
Thank you.
You the husband of the deceased?
No, I'm just a friend.
Quite surprised when I got your telegram. Never had a client from Hollywood before. The name of the deceased, Mr. Dunnigan, Olga Treskovna.
That was her professional name. She was an actress.
But she come from Coal Town, huh? What was her real name?
Olga Trocky.
Trocky? Stan Trocky's kid?
That's right.
3 years ago, I gave Stan Trocky a first-class $100 funeral. You think she paid me? Not a penny, not 1 cent.
What are you stopping here for?
I ain't burying any more deadbeats until they pay up.
You mean now?
Right now.
All right, Mr. Orloff. But it was a $90 funeral, not $100. She paid you 10, she told me. Here, give me $20 change.
Oh, no. What about the extras? Flowers and 6 pallbearers at $2 apiece. I'm a respectable businessman. I never cheated nobody. When I say $100, it's $100.
My mistake, Mr. Orloff, not noticing your fine qualities. Now get us to Coal Town. It's all right, Olga. You'll be home soon. But why anyone should want to come back to this flea-bitten end of the world, I don't know. But that's what you wanted. And it's all I can do for you, kid. Ride with you and tell you that I love you. That's what's driving me crazy. But I waited till now to tell you. I love you, Olga. I guess I loved you the first time I saw your face. I'll never forget how I happened to meet you. I'd heard Tommy Elmore was rehearsing a new revue. And as long as I was in the neighborhood...
No, wait a minute. Hold it. What are you dames trying to do to me? You, what's your name?
Olga Treskovna.
Well, look, Olga, I'm sorry, but I haven't time for beginners. Come back when you've learned something.
Mr. Elmer, please.
No, I'm sorry, but this show's got to go on in 4 days.
Let me try again. Please, give me another chance.
Go on, Tommy. Give the kid a break.
Huh? Who's that? Bill Dunnigan.
How are you, Tommy? Just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Hey, can you get out of here? I'll buy you a drink.
Girls, meet the world's greatest press agent. Bill, meet the world's worst chorus.
Hiya, girls.
Okay, ladies, take half an hour. If you've been watching them, Bill, you know I could use a drink.
Hey, Tommy, do me a favor, huh?
Yeah, shoot, pal.
Let the piano player work with that kid. He'll have her dancing like Pavlov in no time.
You know her?
No, I just like her face. She looks like she needs the job. Come on, Tommy, give her a break.
Okay. Freddie, see what you can do with Olga. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, never mind the thanks. Just learn that routine.
Oh, I will.
That's where it began, Olga. And this is where it ends. In Orloff's funeral parlor. You're back in Coal Town, baby.
Now, if you'll just sit down, Mr. Dunnigan. That's it. We can give her a fine funeral for $150. Of course, pallbearers are the extra.
Get them.
$2 apiece. Now, about the church. First thing for me to do is fix it up with Father Spinsky. So just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Dunnigan. Be back as soon as I see him.
What a sap I was, baby. Walking out of that theater with Tommy Elmore and not seeing you again for a whole year. And then only by accident. That tank town in Ireland, Christmas Eve. And me wondering how to kill time till my train left. I walked down Main Street, and there was your picture in the lobby with the rest of the cast. The show was over, but I took a chance you'd still be in your dressing room.
Mr. Dunnigan.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, come in. Oh, I've wanted so to see you. This is the most exciting thing that could have happened. I wanted to see you to thank you. I've never forgotten how kind you were.
Then you finally learned that dance routine, huh?
I became so good in the chorus that now I'm a great dramatic actress.
Oh?
It's not a good play, and I don't have a good part. But I love it, and I'm so grateful to you. What are you doing in Iowa?
I'm a advance man for a road show. Well, I see you're ready to leave. You've got a date, huh? I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, I don't have any date, Mr. Dunnigan.
You're not going anywhere?
Just to the hotel. I suppose you're with friends. I won't keep you, Mr. Dunnigan.
The name is Bill, and you are going somewhere with me. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Wonderful. There must be some restaurant in town that's still open. Come on, let's find it. Walking with you in the snow, I felt as though I were drunk and didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I'd feel the same every time I was with you. We finally found a Chinese restaurant. It was deserted. But old Ming Gao seemed to think we were very special customers.
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Minga. But how delicious everything was.
After all, it is Christmas. And you say you are strangers here.
Who met purely by accident.
No. No accident. I believe these things are all written.
And we just follow the script, huh?
We follow. Maybe you will tell me something, young lady. Your name.
Olga Trocky, alias Olga Triskovna.
Trocky, huh? Olga, when did you first decide to be an actress?
When I was a little girl, I think. In a place called Coaltown, Little Poland.
Oh, near Wilkes-Barre.
Yes. Coaltown killed my mother. My father, too. My father was very sweet and kind. He played the accordion and sang. And he used to say to me when he had a hangover, which was most of the time, "Go away someplace, Olga, and sing and dance and act and be happy."
So you followed his advice?
Except I'm nobody. But I'll be ready when my chance comes. I think maybe in Hollywood.
Not so fast, baby. What you need is a couple of years in stock. You've got a lot to learn.
I haven't time for all that, Bill. I want to get there quickly. And when I am a big star and the interviewers ask me, "How did this great success come to you, Olga Triskovna?" I'll tell them it came from Bill Dunnigan, who once said, "Give the kid a break." Well, I think we'd better go, Bill. It's late.
Yeah. Let's have the check, Ming.
No check.
Oh, no check. Come on. We ate the whole restaurant.
Please, let this humble meal be my gift to the two guests from far away.
Well, thanks, Ming. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Wait. This is for you, Mingao. It's nothing, just a little religious medal. St. Michael, the Archangel. Will you take it, please?
I am very grateful.
St. Michael, huh? What's his specialty?
Fighting for God. He is a very gallant saint, Bill.
I will carry it and hope for your great success.
Good night, Minga.
Well, it stopped snowing.
Yes. And look up there. Bill, look. Look up there.
Oh, the stars?
Yes. Do you see over there where that V-shaped cluster is? Now, just to the right of it.
Oh, yeah.
See that bright one?
Yeah?
It's mine. My star.
Yours, huh?
My father told me that star appeared for the first time the night I was born.
Well, could be.
It's there every night to remind me of where I'm going. Oh, I'm being very silly. I won't see you again for a long time, maybe. Will you accept a Christmas present from a strange lady? My star up there. I give you half. Yes, Bill. Half is for you.
Why didn't I say something to you then? But no, not a word. Not even where can I write you, where'll you be? No. Old Claremouth just walking along with his heart jumping and never a word. And now I'm in Nick Orloff's funeral parlor. And you in a box in the corner of the room. But it can't end like this, baby. It can't end with Dunnigan the dummy just staring at a box.
You see? That didn't take long, did it? Me and Father Spinsky got everything worked out fine. And I got hold of a singer, too. Now, let's see. I figure a blanket of roses for the coffin, and maybe a nice wreath as a sort of personal tribute from you. Oh, yeah. The section of the church. I almost forgot that.
Oh, that's bad. You wouldn't want to forget any charges.
Huh? And a donation for Father Spinsky's church. Let's figure on a total of $350.
$350? Well, that's a lot more than
That ain't much for a service at St. Leo's.
At St. Leo?
Yes, sir. Biggest church in town.
But that's the wrong church. I wanted St. Michael's. I just took for granted.
That old broken-down barn? Oh, no. You don't want your friend buried from St. Michael's.
Look, Mr. Orloff, where is St. Michael's?
Go on. Take a look at it. I ain't worried. Down the street to your left, across from the hotel. Just remember, Father Paul ain't got anything to offer. You'll be back.
So that's why I'm here, Father Paul. She wanted to be buried from your church. Now, how much do you charge? I'd better tell you first, she wanted a few extras.
I'm very proud that this girl wanted to be buried from St. Michael's, Mr. Dunnigan. Please put your money away.
I'm sorry, Father. I came in here like a sorehead. It's just that, well, it's a pleasure to run into a human being again. You ever hear of poverty, Father?
Oh, yes. Poverty is an old friend of St. Michael's.
Well, I'm down to my last $300. I just thought I'd better warn you. And I've got a favor to ask. Could we have her brought here? I hate the thought of Olga being left in Orloff's place.
Of course, she belongs here.
She'll like that. I mean, she would have liked that. I keep talking about her as if she were still alive. Well, it's just, I
know what you mean. Let me phone Orloff, and then you must tell me about Olga. I can see you must have loved her very much. Nick Orloff's a stupid and greedy man. But she'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
Now, about Olga.
Well, I'd met her only twice before I took a job in Hollywood as personal drum beater for the great Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris is one of the greatest motion picture producers in America. And at the moment, he was given birth to a $3 million epic called Joan of Arc. The star of the picture was a girl named Anna Klodner. But Miss Klodner proved quite a problem. She was trouble from the minute she walked into the studio. Then one morning in Harris's office...
I refuse to perform. I will not put my foot on that set again. I'm leaving, Mr. Harris.
Miss Klodner, please.
That imbecile. He's the director. He's an idiot. He wants me to be here before I am awake. He says I must rehearse. I have played Joan in Europe. Shaw's Joan. Schiller's Joan. What have I to learn from him? From any of you?
Oh, come on, Anna. Don't act like this. You're a great artist.
Well, then I want to be treated like a great artist.
Let's go to your dressing room. Let's see if we can't talk this over, huh?
So, now you give the order, too. What do you know about art? A pushcart peddler is what you were. And what you still are. No ignorant peasant can give orders to Anna Klodner.
Now, wait a minute. We don't talk like that in America.
No. All you talk in America is money, money, money. Oh, but I am finished. I quit.
You can quit. I'm sorry you don't like me, Miss Klodner. That's all right. I'm sorry you don't like America. But that isn't all right. It's too bad you couldn't see something nice in such a wonderful place.
Wonderful. For fools, maybe. For money grabbers. For beggars. I am an artist.
She'll calm down, Marcus. She'll be back.
I don't want her back. I like this country. I won't work with anyone who doesn't like it.
Well, you can get somebody else to play the part then.
There's no one else available who can play Joan of Arc. It's too bad. Klodner has a great talent. Well, let's walk over to the set and give him the bad news. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're forced to give up the picture. I'm sorry this has happened. Maybe we'll have better luck next time. That's it, boys. Wrap it up.
Mr. Flanagan. Bill.
Holy Ike, am I dreaming?
Hello, Bill.
Olga, don't tell me you're in pictures.
I was. I just lost my job. I was standing for Anna Klodner. You're working here, too?
Yeah. Look, let's get out of here where we can talk. So a stand-in, huh?
Not much of a job for a foolish young lady who dreamed of being a star.
You know, it makes me happy just to look at you. Say, where can I meet you tonight?
Let me cook dinner for you. I've got a sort of apartment, and I've been dying to have a guest.
No guest?
No.
I'm glad. What's the address?
1461 Curzon Avenue. It's over a garage.
1461. Will it be all right if I get there about 7 o'clock?
7 is fine. Oh, Bill, how good to see you again. More coffee, Bill?
Oh, no, thanks. Just tell me the rest of it, baby.
Oh, there isn't any rest of it. I kept making the rounds of the studios, and sometimes they said, come back, and sometimes they said, don't come back. But whatever they said, it always ended the same way. No job for a new young movie star. Bill, you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, baby. I'm listening to a lot of things. Olga, can you act?
But you know I can act.
How do I know?
Because I told you.
Oh, that's right, so you did.
And I'm much better now. I spend all my spare time reading plays, learning parts, and...
Yeah, you're better looking than she is, too.
Who?
Anna Klovna. You're younger, you're prettier.
Bill, what are you talking
Take
about?
it easy, baby. I'm incubating.
Bill, you don't mean Joan of Arc.
Never mind what I mean. Olga, do you know any scenes from the script?
Well, Bill, I know the whole script.
Look, I don't want the whole script. I want one scene, one big scene.
Now?
Yes, now. We've got to work fast. It's one of those things.
Yes, Bill?
Okay, you're on. The camera's rolling. Action.
It's a scene where Joan comes into the courtroom. They brought her up from the dungeon. She sees all the great English aristocrats, all the great doctors of theology. They're here to make her confess that she has lied and blasphemed. Then the bishop asks her if she considers herself in a state of grace. And she replies, if I am not, I hope God will put me there. And if I am, I hope he'll keep me there. They want the truth, they tell her. And they ask, when did Satan first command you to slay the English? And Joan answers, the voices of my saints commanded me to fight for France. So I went into battle, and I led the battles. And what were the English doing on the soil of France? Why didn't they keep their blood at home where French swords could not spill it? No, whatever you do to me, I will not say what is not the truth. And the truth is, I'm a peasant girl, and I love my mother and father and my brothers, and I would have stayed at home. God spoke to me through his angel Michael, and he told me to go out into the world and help my people. I went, and I fought, and if I should escape from here, I will continue to fight for them. And if I do not escape and you will burn me for what I've done, I will kneel in the fire and give God my thanks for his kindness to me and my people.
Okay, baby. Where's the phone?
Was it all right?
Yeah, it was all right. Hello. Mr. Harris, please. It's Bill Dunnigan calling. Yeah, will you please?
Bill, I don't know if you...
Hello, Marcus. This is Bill Dunnigan. Marcus, hang on to your hat. What? All right. Hang on to your pajamas then. But, Marcus, you don't have to shelve the picture. I found another Anna Klovna plus. She's young. She's beautiful. Can she act? Can Hybrid Spittle? Can Joe Louis Pike? Can Bob Feller pitch? I'm telling you, Marcus, she's great. You've got to give her a screen test first thing in the morning. Just give me your okay and I'll set everything up. Yeah. Sure, I've got her tied up. I'll give you my solemn word about her. Yeah. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bill.
Relax, baby.
I'm going to explode.
You're going to bed.
It's like the time you came into the theater. I couldn't see you at first. Just a voice that said, give the kid a break. I don't know why I deserve anybody like you.
Yeah, I've got to get hold of Dolan and talk him into directing the test. We don't want a shot by some stooge. I'll go and see him now. And you're going to get some sleep.
How can I ever repay you, Bill?
By knocking him dead, baby. Tomorrow's the big day.
Not as big as now. Oh, Bill, thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll see you on the barricades at dawn, baby.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Miracle of the Bells. Meanwhile, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
Fresh from the green grass of Wyoming, Mr. Keeley.
You mean, of course, the picture of that name, Libby.
Mm-hmm. 20th Century Fox's New Western. And wasn't I surprised to see little Peggy Cummins in the role of a hard-riding outdoor girl. She's so dainty and feminine.
Green grass of Wyoming is certainly full of action. Those harness races had me on the edge of my chair.
Especially the one with Charles Coburn at the reins.
You can always count on Charles to give a rare performance. And I think the studio has a find in young Bob Arthur.
Oh, he's most appealing as Peggy Cummins' sweetheart.
I understand Peggy made a great hit when the company was on location.
Mm-hmm. She was entertained by the governor and interviewed by all the papers. She's very lovely with her blonde hair and fresh, fair skin. How about that, John Kennedy?
Yeah, she's one of Hollywood's prettiest. No wonder everyone fell in love with her. Besides, Libby, Lux girls always make a hit.
Yes, Peggy Cummins is an ardent Lux girl. She told me that during the war days in England, she used to cherish every sliver of Lux soap. Those Lux soap facials are wonderful for the skin, she said. I didn't want to neglect my complexion care a single day.
Screen stars just can't take chances with complexion beauty.
And neither should any woman. Lux facials are so easy and quick, and they really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap agrees with delicate skin. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Fastidious women love the Lux soap perfume, too. It's such a delicate fragrance.
Another reason why fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
2 of The Miracle of the Bell, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valet as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. In the shabby old rectory of St. Michael's Church, the mild little priest, Father Paul, listens attentively as Bill Dunnigan, press agent, continues the story of Olga Treskovna.
Well, Father, the screen test was great. Olga was wonderful. And when we started shooting, she was even better. Everyone was raving about her. No gags either, real raves. I tell you, Father, you've never seen a dream come true like this one.
It sounds wonderful. Oh, that should be Mr. Orloff.
Come in. Where do you want the box?
Would you carry it into the church, please?
I got it uncrated for you.
Yes, you may keep the lumber, Mr. Orloff.
That don't pay me. There's an extra charge. $5.
Here. $5. Now beat it.
You're going to hear from Father Spinsky. Next door.
I'm always happy to hear from Father Spinsky. Mr. Dunnigan, it's time for evening devotions. Would you care to come with me?
In church? Oh, I don't know, Father.
Well, please come and see her there.
Well, for a minute.
And you haven't finished telling me about her?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Good. And if you'd like, I'll show you the cemetery. This way, Mr. Dunnigan. You know, some people object to our cemetery being way up here in the hills, Mr. Dunnigan. But at least this is one place where the coal dust doesn't blow and where the flowers are always clean. I asked a friend if she had ever heard of Olga Treskovna, the movie actress. She said she hadn't. I told her she was very famous.
No, Father. They wouldn't let her become famous.
But why not? What happened?
Well, after 2 weeks of shooting, Marcus Harris tripled her salary. That's how good she was. But she never changed. It's quite a thing, you know, Father, to jump from nowhere into stardom. And all the time she was getting thinner and more tired. I figured she was just working too hard. Until one day in her dressing room.
Oh, what a day. I've never worked so hard in all my life. Dolan's a regular slave driver, but I love him for it. Oh, I feel as light as air.
Clara, does she have a fever?
She's awfully hot, Mr. Dunnigan. Oh, you would be too under those lights all day. Let's have a wonderful party, Bill, when the picture's over.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
Poor, serious Bill. He doesn't know how gay life can be. How wonderful. Mr. Dunnigan, that bottle, please, for medicine. Here, dear. Take this. Here.
What medicine is that?
Just something Dr. Jennings gave me.
Dr. Jennings?
I've been using my voice so much lately. All those long speeches. But just think, Bill. Only 3 more days and the picture will be finished.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go and see Harris. Be careful, baby. You look so tired, you frighten me. She doesn't know I've come here, Dr. Jennings. Tell me, how sick is she?
She is very sick. She's developed tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis? I see.
She needs what we call surgical rest. Should have had it long ago.
Well, if we could send her to a sanatorium now.
I've tried desperately to persuade her, but she's determined to finish this picture even if it kills her.
Yeah, I know. But she will get well.
There's always a chance, Mr. Dunnigan.
No more than that, huh? Thanks for telling me, Doctor.
And in In spite of her illness, Mr. Dunnigan, she finished the picture?
Yes, Father Paul, she finished it. I was in her dressing room just before they shot the final scene. I did my best to persuade her to postpone it.
But it's just one more shot, Bill. Then it's finished.
But
the whole picture.
You're not well, Olga. I've talked to Marcus. He said we can shoot it tomorrow, or the next day, or next week.
Please, Bill. This is so important to me. Please.
We're ready, Mr. Skovner.
Coming. Come along, Bill. I want you to be there.
Sure, baby. Sure. Yes, this was the last shot, Father Paul. With Olga as Joan chained to the stake, the fire leaping up around her, and the mob hooting and jeering until Joan spoke her last words.
I pardon you for what you do. I'm young and I do not know much of life. But I know that this little place in which I stand is not the world. There are places I've never seen where men and women are full of sweetness and hope. I speak to them out of the pain that comes. Dream on. Dream on of God and goodness. Believe in truth and justice, for the world is yours. I will not die. I will not die. When the fire burns me, my soul will remain to sing the glory of God. I will remain as a light for those in the dark. I, Jesus. Yes.
A few hours later in Harris's office.
So I've decided not to release the picture, gentlemen. Sometime, maybe we can remake it when we can find the proper person to play the part again.
Marcus, you can't do that.
I'm not going to release a picture with a dead girl in it, and that's final.
But Olga died to make it. She gave up her life to act in it. Where's your heart, Marcus? Do it for her.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. If Olga had been a girl whom the public had known and loved, I might be willing to take a chance. But this way, no. We gambled and lost. That's all, gentlemen. Bill, I'm sorry. She was a fine girl.
I'm going to take her home, Marcus. Back to Pennsylvania. That's what she wanted. I won't be coming back.
You'll be back. It's tough, but it'll pass. Everything does.
I don't think so. It can't end like this. Not for her. Those bells, Father. Church bells?
Yes, they ring every day at noon all over the world. The Angelus.
I guess I never listened. Bells? I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Olga wanted your bells rung at her funeral. I almost forgot her last request.
I'll tell the sexton.
Father, how many churches are there in Coaltown?
Why, we have 5 churches.
Do they all have bells?
Well, yes, fine bells. Mr. Dunnigan, you're not thinking
I'm thinking of a lot of things. 5 churches. Okay, I want all the bells to start ringing at 8 o'clock tonight and keep on ringing for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights.
But why?
A brain cell moved, finally. I've been letting Olga down. I've been sitting around moaning like a beggar on a rainy day.
Mr. Dunnigan, it's going to cost money, a lot of money.
Oh, that'll be taken care of, Father.
But you told me that you...
Look, Father, you've heard of St. Michael, haven't you? He was a scrapper, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. He was the first warrior of heaven.
Well, then what are we worried about? He's on our side, isn't he? Come on, Father, let's get back to town.
You want this telegram to go to Hollywood, huh?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if I can read it.
Look, just get it off, will you, please?
Mister, if I can't read it, I can't send it. Marcus Harris, Excelsior Studios have terrific stunt to save Joan of Arc. Wire $10,000 immediately, Miners Bank and Trust Company. That's just a block down
Yes,
the street.
I know where it is. Just go on.
You know. Must have it by noon. It will pay back $10 million gross per picture. Dunnigan in great form.
That's Dunnigan.
Oh, Dunnigan. Dunnigan in great form. Dunnigan is still world's greatest press agent. Regards, Dunnigan. Who's Dunnigan?
I am.
You don't say.
Here's $5. Now keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
And phone me at this number in Coaltown as soon as the answer comes through.
$10,000. I'll sure like to see that return message.
Yes, and so will I. But just the two of us, do you understand? That's why I didn't phone it in from Coaltown. Hey,
Say, what's that? Them bells. Church bells. Sounds like they're coming from Coal Town.
Yeah, right on the dot. 8 o'clock.
Huh?
Sound beautiful, don't they?
Sounds like all the churches in Coal Town. Something must have happened.
That's right, partner. Something must have happened. Boys, sorry I was so long getting back to the hotel, but I've been over in Nanticoke.
I'm Todd Jones, Associated Press.
Oh, yeah.
Tenant, Nanticoke Journal.
And I'm Briggs, Wilkes-Barre's son. Now, would you mind telling us what this is all about? These bells?
Yeah, this whole town is standing on its ear, and nobody seems to know why they're ringing.
Well, I'm a little surprised, gentlemen. I didn't think anyone outside of Coal Town would be interested.
This Olga Treskovna, who is she?
She's an actress. A great actress, gentlemen. She died 10 days ago in Hollywood.
A Hollywood star? What pictures?
Well, as a matter of fact, she just finished Joan of Arc.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought I recognized you. You're Bill Dunnigan, aren't you?
That's right.
Bill Dunnigan, super-duper press agent. Bells, huh? This isn't a news story. It's a publicity stunt.
Oh, wait a minute.
Market Harris ever hear of paid advertising?
Okay, boys. I'll admit I was trying to pull a fast one, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Hey, Al, how about a bottle of scotch and some glasses?
Sure, right away, Mr. Dunnigan.
Everything I told you is true, as far as it went. How about listening to the whole story? At least until the bottle runs out.
The AP doesn't print publicity stories, Dunnigan.
What I want to know is who's paying for 3 days and nights of bell ringing?
I am, with the aid of 4 bad checks which I have sinfully given the trusting clergy of Coal Town, including Father Spinsky of St. Leo's. I've wired Marcus Harris for $10,000. If he sends it, fine. If he doesn't, our next session will be in the Coal Town jail.
Oh, why wouldn't he send it? A gag like this?
Because when Olga died, Harris decided not to release the picture. I'm doing all this on my own. I figured that ringing the bells would be news, that with any luck it'd cause so much talk that Harris would have to release the picture.
And what's your interest in the picture, Dunnigan?
Mine? I knew Olga. I don't want to see her talent buried. She died for it. You want to hear why she felt it was worth dying for?
Go ahead. I can't get a train for an hour.
Well, the day she finished the picture, Olga collapsed. The next morning at daybreak, the hospital sent for me.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, baby.
Bill? Bill, will you promise me something?
Sure, anything.
I want to be buried in Coal Town from St. Michael's Church.
Olga, please don't talk like that.
And I want them to ring the bell for me. They didn't ring it for my father. Don't forget, St. Michael's. Bill, the picture, is it really good?
It's wonderful. You're great in it, Olga.
I hope it's true. Because I didn't play Joan alone. A lot of people played her. People you've never seen or heard. My father, all the other poor, sad people of Coal Town.
You'd better not talk, baby.
But I want you to know and remember why I did it. Why I kept on till this happened. It's because all those poor people, the people I came from, have hopes and dreams that never get a chance. They just work and die, and all the nice things inside of them never come out. And Bill, I came out of them. When they hear me, they know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I did my job.
Olga.
Times by Associated Press. Dead movie star honored by unique ceremony in Pennsylvania town.
Wilkes-Barre's son. Bells ring tribute to Pennsylvania movie star. Bell. Dying wish of Hollywood star fulfilled.
Do you like them, Olga? They're ringing your name, baby. Throughout the town, throughout the state, throughout the nation. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, Mr. Dunnigan. Father Spinsky is here in the lobby, sir.
Father Spinsky, eh? Has the telegraph office called me yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, tell him I'll be right down.
And I don't think you realize, Mr. Dunnigan, what a stir all this has created.
Oh, I think I have an idea, Father Spinsky.
Why, they tell me the entire nation has heard about the bells, the newspapers, radio. Anyway, as far as Coal Town is concerned, it seems everyone wants to attend services for Miss Truscovna.
That's fine, Father.
And it's obvious St. Michael's Church couldn't possibly accommodate them all.
Bill.
Oh, good morning, Father Paul.
Bill, the most unusual thing has happened. I mean, just a little while ago, over 100 people. They came to view the coffin and they stayed for Mass. All of them in my church.
Exactly, Father Paul. I was just telling Mr. Dunnigan, your little church will be greatly overtaxed. Why, the sightseers are flooding the town already. Mr. Dunnigan, I'm sure you'll agree it would be far wiser to move Olga Traskovna to St. Leo's Church and let us conduct the service.
Perhaps it would be better, Bill.
No, Father Paul. Olga's going to be buried from St. Michael's.
I had hoped not to be forced into this position, Mr. Dunnigan. I came here to be of service, however. At Mr. Orloff's suggestion, I wired your bank regarding the check you gave me for ringing the bells of St. Leo's. They tell me the check is worthless.
Well, if you'll just give me a little time, it'll be covered, Father.
I shall phone your bank at noon. If the money is not in your account, our bells will stop ringing. And I shall inform my fellow pastors of your swindle. Good day, Mr. Dunnigan.
Till noon, he said. 3 hours.
You know, Bill, St. Leo's is a very fine church. And Father Spinsky is really a very good man.
You mean run out in St. Michael's? No, Father. Father, how much is the fare to Nanticoke?
Why, it's 10 cents.
Well, a dollar ought to cover it then, huh?
But I don't understand that.
Look, Father, don't make it too difficult, will you? I'm putting the bite on you for $1.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Oh, will that be enough?
Well, not quite. I need about 4,000 more, but I may be able to pick it up in Nanticoke. I'll see you later.
Yeah, she's coming in now, Mr. Dunnigan. Yep. It's from Hollywood.
Well, what does it say?
Have sent $5,000 as requested. Cut you down, didn't they?
I expected it. What else does it say?
Money is settlement in full for your unexpired contract. Never mind about saving picture. My decision still stands. Signed, Harris.
Thanks. Oh, if there should be any other wires, you can phone me at the Coal Town Hotel.
Yes, sir. Going there now,
Yeah, right from the bank. I've got a little session coming up with some newspaper reporters.
So Harris came through with the money, huh?
Yeah, but he's still not sold on releasing the picture. I need something big, boys. I've got to get him boiling over. If we could only get some new angle to hand your papers.
Well, the bells are still ringing.
Yeah, but that's no longer news breaks. We've got to cook up some fresh headlines.
Boys, you can all calm down. The party's over.
What's the matter, Tanner?
I've just seen Watson. Who's Watson? President of the coal mines, that's all. Biggest man in town and the maddest. The miners aren't working. They're all steamed up over the bells.
Well, Watson can't stop the bells, can he?
No, I think he can, Bill.
Well, there must be somebody more important than Watson.
Well, the governor, maybe. And there's always the president.
The governor. That's it. Any of you boys know him?
Well, I don't know the governor, Dunnigan, but I know his secretary. My wife's cousin.
Grab a phone then. Put a call in for him. If the governor should issue a proclamation, even Watson would have to shut up.
I thought you'd like to see the newspapers, Miss Harris. Take a look at this. Headlines, too.
Pennsylvania governor issues proclamation. All denominations to observe Starr's funeral.
Now, here's the Globe. Nationwide mourning accorded Olga. And you know what the journal says?
Never mind. I've never seen a campaign like this in all my born days. Too bad it's all for nothing.
For nothing?
I just this minute hung up the phone. Genevieve James is available. She wants to do Joan of Arc.
Well, that is news, isn't it?
You know, Dolan, I was almost hoping we could go ahead as Dunnigan wanted. But naturally, this changes everything. We'll remake the picture with Genevieve James. I'll get a telegram off to Dunnigan right away.
And what's that telegram, Bill? From Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from Hollywood.
Marcus Harris?
No, it's another studio. They want to hire me. They think I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Coming up?
No, I think I'll go for a walk. Good night, boys. And thanks for a swell fight.
Good night. Anytime.
Well, baby, the bells are still ringing. And your star up there is still shining. But I didn't do so good, baby. They're going to remake the picture. So you can quit shining. It's no dice. I've let you down. Way down.
pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WJR and WJR-FM, Detroit.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Miracle of the Bells. Our guest tonight, Paramount starlet Jean Ruth, is just 20 years old and already an accomplished actress and dancer. I understand, Jean, you've spent almost as many years in the theater as you have birthdays.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Both of my parents have been in show business nearly all their lives, so I was literally raised in theater.
And now you're well on your way to a movie career. Does the picture business come up to your expectations?
It's even more fascinating than I'd hoped for. Take last Wednesday night's premiere of The Emperor Waltz. It was such fun seeing all those famous stars. And the picture. I got a special thrill out of that because I saw so much of the actual filming.
And besides, Bing Crosby has one of his most romantic roles in The Emperor Waltz.
Wasn't he terrific? I loved those scenes where he sang to Joan Fontaine.
Well, evidently Joan loved them, too. Because every time Bing sang to her, she literally wilted into his arms.
I saw you, Mr. Kennedy, at the premiere. You were applauding like mad.
Oh, I had a wonderful time, all right. You remember that scene where Bing and Joan are in the canoe?
Oh, that was beautiful. And in Technicolor, Joan looked simply dazzling.
That brilliant sunlight was a test for any star's complexion. But, of course, since Joan is a Lux girl...
We needn't say another word.
Right.
Except this, Mr. Kennedy. Joan Fontaine told me that Lux toilet soap is her daily complexion care. She recommends Lux soap facials for any girl who wants her skin to be lovelier. And I certainly agree with her.
Well, you're in good company. 9 out of 10 famous stars know that those beauty facials really work.
My mother told me that. She made me realize years ago how important it is for an actress to have really nice skin. That's why I'm devoted to my Lux soap care.
I'm sure camera close-ups will never bother you, Miss Jean Ruth. Thank you, and the best of luck. And here's a smart tip for women everywhere. Daily beauty facials with fragrant white Lux toilet soap make skin lovelier. Try this fine white soap. You'll enjoy its rich, creamy lather, its delicate flower-like perfume. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Our curtain rises on the third act of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valet as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. Marcus Harris, the producer, has decided to remake Joan of Arc, and Bill Dunnigan's frantic efforts to bring Olga before the world have failed. But in Coal Town, the bells still ring out, and in the humble little church of St. Michael, the funeral service is about to begin. Never before has the church been so crowded, and outside, great throngs struggle to get in. Then, suddenly, within the church, a strange sound is heard, a rumble almost like a distant earthquake. Transfixed, the people stare before them, for the holy statues around the altar are moving. The statue of St. Michael, the statue of Mary are turning, until now they face the coffin of Olga Treskovna.
They're moving. The statues, look at them, they're moving.
Statues are turning. They're turning toward her.
They're looking at her coffin. It's a miracle. A miracle. They're looking at her coffin.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please. You're the sexton, aren't you? Where is he? Where's Father Paul?
He went down there, Mr. Dunnigan. Down to the basement.
Father Paul. Father Paul.
I'm here, Bill.
Father Paul, I saw it. I was in the back of the church when it happened. I saw the statues turn.
Yes, I know, Bill. That's why I came down here.
Look, Father Paul, I started this thing. I started the bells ringing as a gag to get them to release all of this picture. But I didn't do that upstairs, so help me, I have nothing to do with it.
I know, Bill, I know.
The statues turned by themselves. They turned and looked at Olga.
Look, Bill, look at this post. You see, the ground is broken around this post.
What?
The ground, Bill, it's broken, and all the way across to the base of the other post. The statues are directly above these posts, and the posts support the statues, Bill.
Are you trying to knock out the miracle?
There wasn't any miracle. You see, there are a lot of old mine shafts under here, and the earth isn't too solid. The movement of the two posts made the statues turn, Bill.
That's it, huh?
Yes. I rushed down here because I was worried about the flooring of the church. All those people up there, why, our floor isn't used to such crowds.
What are you going to do, Father Paul?
Why, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You know the truth?
Yes, Bill.
Father, wait.
I must tell them, Bill. It's my duty.
It's your duty to take the light out of their faces, is it, Father? I saw them when it happened. I saw those poor, bitter faces shining as if someone had turned a light on inside them. And I heard them praying and giving thanks. And now you're going up and tell them it was nothing but a couple of basement pillars and a piece of broken ground.
Bill, you don't seem to understand.
Look, Father, I'm not thinking of putting over a movie now. Whoever turned those statues wasn't trying to sell a picture for Marcus Harris. I tell you, Father, God was trying to say, life's all right. It's not as bad as it seems. And I'm up here watching and trying to help. And even if he didn't say it, Father, can't you see it's in their hearts now? It'll go out all over the world. And if God doesn't speak like that out of heaven, he'll be speaking out of people's hearts. And what's the difference where he speaks from? Your job isn't to hide his word, is it?
No, Bill, it isn't to hide his word.
The saints came to Joan of Arc because she wanted to help someone. The people of France. Olga wanted to help someone just as much. The people of Coal Town. Give her the chance, Father Paul.
Come with me, Bill. We'll go up now. My dear friends, something strange and wonderful has happened. The faces of the Blessed Virgin and St. Michael have turned to look on one who lies among us in a coffin. I will not speak of what has made the statues turn. Others will tell you the answer to that later. I speak to you of no other miracle than the miracle of the Olga Chakis of the world, of those who live and dream only to bring heaven into our lives, even if it is no more than a smile of fellowship or a moment of beauty. Olga died for this, for the beauty and the tired and lonely hearts of her people. Let us pray for her. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, in Filibre Altare.
On you, Mr. Harris, but something tremendous has happened. There's a mob of newspaper reporters out there, and they want you to...
What's happened? What are you talking about?
The miracle, Mr. Harris.
What miracle?
In Coal Town. A miracle has happened to Olga Treskovna.
I won't hear such bunk. It's sacrilegious. And if Dunnigan thinks...
It isn't Dunnigan. Two huge statues at the altar turned to look at Olga in her coffin.
What do you mean it isn't Dunnigan? Do you think for one moment the Almighty's interested in selling my movies? And you believe it?
The whole country believes it, Mr. Harris.
This time Dunnigan's gone a little too far. When a press agent starts fooling the people about religion, I'm through with him.
But the statues turned, Marcus. Hundreds of people saw them turn.
Then he paid somebody to have them turned.
Don't you believe in miracles, Marcus? You just made a picture about one. Joan of Arc.
Yes, I believe in miracles. I was brought up to believe in God and in miracles. But I won't stand for press agent miracles. Reporters, huh? Fine. I'll tell them Bill Dunnigan's the biggest faker in America.
I've turned on your radio, Mr. Harris. Can you listen in for just a moment? They're talking about it on the radio.
Turn it up, Eddie. All right, Marcus. Listen.
Here will be that of the distinguished correspondent Lawrence Hunter here in Coal Town to report on this amazing happening. The whole country is asking, did a miracle happen in Coal Town? But here nobody asks that question. Every man, woman, and child believes that the grace of God has touched them. To them, a miracle has happened. Something so wondrous that it has torn the bitterness and the doubts from the hearts of the people and brought them back to God. Whether this is a miracle or not is up to the church authorities to decide. But I do know this. When Olga Treskovna was brought home, a wonderful thing happened. And everyone here is convinced that somehow divine providence is blessing Coal Town and the people in it.
What a day this has been, Bill. What a wonderful day. Look at those telegrams on my desk. How am I ever going to answer them all? And tomorrow there'll be more.
You don't answer them, Father Paul. You get a secretary. She answers them.
Oh, no. They were written to me. Look, We are being given a new organ by Mr. Watson. Others are giving us a new roof, stained glass windows, and look, Bill, all this money for the poor. And the world has come to St. Michael's to pray. I must thank you, Bill.
Thank me. Isn't that a little funny coming from you?
You mean you still believe in the miracle?
I've been standing in the church most of the day, Father. I haven't tried to plant one line of newspaper copy. Do you remember when I told you how I couldn't tell Olga what I felt? Well, this is the second time in my life that I've been dumb. I can't tell the world about it. That's why I know it's real. Because I'm no good at selling anything that's real. Well, I guess I'm through here.
Through? Oh, no, Bill.
No, Bill, you're just beginning.
Marcus.
Bill, I'm happy to see you.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Dolan. Father, this is Mr. Harris and Mr. Dolan, straight from Hollywood.
By special plane.
I'm very glad to know you.
Father, Bill, I'm a man who knows when he's licked. You win. You, Bill, Father Paul, St. Michael, Olga, and a couple of statues. I've decided to release the picture as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Marcus.
We're going to put Olga Treskrovna in pictures in every city in the country. And I'll tell you what she's going to do. Olga's going to build a hospital for Cold Town, the best that money can buy. A clinic for her people, for the study of this disease from which she died, so that someday there will be no such disease, and people won't be dying from it, because Olga Treskrovna died for them, worked and died for them.
This is a great thing you're doing, Mr. Harris. It's beyond anything any of us has dreamed.
Maybe. I don't know how all this started, but in my religion, when something happens that makes the world a little better than it was before, we know that God has had something to do with it. And we don't ask questions.
In my religion, too, Mr. Harris.
And Bill, when they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. I'm so happy, Bill. I did my job.
I can't imagine a better Memorial Day tribute to our audience than the Miracle of the Bells. And our thanks go now to the stars who made tonight's play such an unforgettable event. Fred McMurray, Valet, and Frank Sinatra. Fred, you just got back in time from the Chicago premiere of the picture.
That's right, Bill. Frank and I both were there.
And I understand it was a sellout.
Yes, Mr. Keeley, which was mighty gratifying since the proceeds went to the National Cancer Drive.
And where were you, Valet, during all this?
Working at the studio, but I wish I could have been there.
Well, at least we had you for the radio premiere. And it's a great pleasure having you back so soon again on Lux.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Mr. Keeley. I love radio.
And I'd say radio loves you, and so do I.
Tell us, Lita, you've been in this country such a short time. How did you learn to speak English so well?
Oh, I have a good voice coach. And I go to movies a lot.
Go to movies, huh? I wish I could have studied English that way.
Say, you don't watch out, Lita, you're going to have a lot of English students playing hooky.
Well, I'm sure, Valet, many actresses could learn a lot by seeing your excellent performance in the role of Mrs. Paradine in David O. Selznick's production, The Paradine Case.
Yeah, that was really a thrilling picture you made with Gregory Peck, Lita.
Yes, and I like those typical Alfred Hitchcock touches. You all ought to be proud of it, you all.
I'm not surprised, Valet, at the success of your American pictures after your many, many screen hits in Italy. But tell me, do the screen stars of Italy depend on Lux soap as they do in this country?
Well, every actress knows how important a good soap is to her complexion, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Keeley, what's Lux presenting next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a spine-thrilling story of the West with Columbia Pictures' current hit, Relentless. And our stars are Robert Young in his original exciting screen role and the lovely Claire Trevor for romantic interest.
A mighty exciting picture, Bill.
Yes, and as its title implies, an action-packed story of the chase in which an innocent man relentlessly pursues the murderer of whose crime he's accused.
That ought to keep the audience in plenty of suspense, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and thanks for brightening our holiday. Beaver Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Claire Trevor in Relentless.
This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, thousands of alert young women who are high school or college graduates are choosing the career of nursing. The student nurse receives invaluable education that can qualify her for a score of useful, profitable jobs. If you can qualify for the career of student nurse, go to your nearest hospital tomorrow for full information. Fred McMurray will soon be seen in the Nasser production, Innocent Affair. Frank Sinatra appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical, Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Heard in our cast tonight were William Johnstone as Marcus Harris, Herbert Butterfield as Orloff, and Veronica Pataki as Klosna. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Relentless with Robert Young and Claire Trevor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Archie. Relax.
Yes, here he is again, the youngster millions of readers of Archie Comics magazine know and love so well. Archie Andrews, all exams. And now for our weekly visit to Riverdale. It's Saturday morning as we look in on the Andrews family, and we find Mr. and Mrs. Andrews in the kitchen having breakfast.
More coffee, Fred? Fred, I said more coffee. Fred Andrews, did you hear me?
Oh, coffee. No, thanks, dear. I don't have time. I'll be leaving for the office in a minute.
Leaving for the office? On a Saturday?
Yes, dear. I had to go in today because...
Good morning, Dad.
Oh, morning, Archie. Mary,
morning,
I have
Mom. Good morning, dear.
Mary,
how's everyone this morning?
Fine. Mary,
Dad, could I see you about something very
important?
Archie,
I am trying to talk to your mother. Do you mind?
Gee, Dad, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask you something.
Well, it'll just have to wait till I'm through explaining to your mother why I'm going to the office today.
Okay, Dad, okay.
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 Archie.
All right, Dad, all right.
All right. Now, Mary, as I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted, I'm going to the office today because I had to see Bob Lodge about a very important deal.
Oh, really?
Yes, I've been after the old sourpuss for 2 weeks now to try to get that order.
Well, what's the trouble, dear?
Well, every time I've tried to see the old goat, he hasn't been feeling well. So he said come in today.
Oh, I see.
And now, Archie, what did you want to ask me about?
Well, Dad, it's about Christmas.
Well, what about Christmas?
Well, it's only a few weeks away, you know.
Archie, I know that perfectly well. Now get to the point.
Well, Dad, the point is money.
Money?
Uh-huh.
What about money?
I don't have any.
That doesn't make the least bit of difference. What? No money? You mean you have no money to buy Christmas presents with?
Well, not a penny, Dad. Somehow I forgot all about saving up for Christmas this year.
Oh, fine. Well, Archie, before this goes any further, let me say that the answer is no. You'll get no extra money from me.
Oh, but, Dad,
I know that may sound hard-hearted, but the fact remains. When I was a boy your age, young man, I didn't go to my father for money.
Who did you go to?
I went to my mother. No. I didn't go to anyone.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. I went out and rode my own hoe. Hoed my own row. That's what I did. I hoed my own row, and I expect you to do the same.
But I can't.
Why not?
No hoe.
Oh, right. Right. Archie, you don't need a hoe. That's a figure of speech, meaning I earned my own money, made my own way in the world, like any man should.
But, Dad,
Archie, nothing you can say will change my mind. Christmas or not, you'll get no money from me for presents. There's still plenty of time for you to earn some money between now and Christmas.
But, Dad,
No buts about it. No buts. And I have to get to the office now. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye, Archie.
But, Dad, wait, Dad, I gotta have some money. I
Gee whiz, now, how do you like that?
Now, Archie, your father's right.
Huh?
It's your own fault you haven't been saving for Christmas, and there's still plenty of time to earn some money working on Saturdays or after school.
But, Mom, where am I going to find a job now? Where? Just tell me where.
Well, since you asked, Fudd's Drugstore's one place.
Huh?
Yes, I was in the drugstore just yesterday, and Mr. Fudd told me he was looking for a boy to run errands and help around the store.
Gee whiz, he is?
Yes, he said he'd pay $15 or $20 a week for the right boy.
15 or 20 a week? You mean dollars?
Yes, dear, dollars.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Why, Mom, I'd only have to work for 2 weeks and I'd have more money than I'd know what to do with. $15 or $20. Why, I could get all kinds of presents for everyone. Why, I could
Archie,
get that.
If you're interested in that job, I suggest you go down and see Mr. Fudd instead of sitting here spending money you haven't earned yet.
Mom, I'm on my way right now. And you know something, Mom?
What?
If I get that job, you get an extra Christmas present for being my agent.
Yes, can I help you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Fudd. I understand you're looking for a boy.
Yes? Oh, yes. I'm looking for someone to work around the store. Someone alert, industrious, ambitious, clever, polite, sincere, and honest. Do you know anyone like that?
Oh, sure I do. Jughead Jones, he... No, Mr. Fudd. I mean me.
You? You want to work in my drugstore?
Uh-huh.
Well, what's your name?
Archie. Archie Andrews.
I see. Well, Arthur, do you know anything about the drugstore business?
Oh, of course I do, Mr. Fudd. I've been taking medicine for years.
Fine. Look, Alfred, we get lots of people in here with minor complaints who don't know just what they want. Would you know what to do for them?
Oh, sure I would.
Well, suppose a man came in here with a pain in the neck. What would you do?
Well, I'd wait on his wife first and then see what he wants.
Good. No! I'm talking about a real pain in the neck, not his wife.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd sell him some aspirin.
Aspirin? Oh, that's very good, yes. Well, now suppose a man came in here who couldn't stop sneezing. What would you say?
Gesundheit.
Yes. No. He wants something to stop his sneezing.
Oh, well, I'd give him some nose drops.
Fine. Now suppose someone came in here wanting something for chronic intestinal gastritis. What would you recommend?
Oh, in that case, I'd tell him the chronic what?
Chronic intestinal gastritis.
Chronic intestinal gastritis. Well, I tell him it's chronic intestinal gastritis?
Yes, chronic intestinal gastritis.
Yes, that's what I thought you said. Well, I tell him to go to the drugstore down the street.
Fine, go to the drug... No. You give him some bicarbonate of soda for an upset stomach.
Oh, is that what he has?
Yes, that's what he has. Well, I can see you have a lot to learn. But if you want the job, why, I'm willing to try you for a day and see how it works out.
Gee whiz, you mean I can have the job?
On trial, yes. You can start right now. I've got to make up an important prescription, so you take care of the front of the store.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll take good care of it, Mr. Fudd. Don't you worry, sir.
Well, I'll try not to. But remember, Albert, if you get into any trouble, just call me.
Yes, Mr. Fudd, but the name is Archie, not Albert.
What's that, Alexander?
Nothing, Mr. Fudd, nothing. Alexander, Arthur, Albert, Alfred. Oh, well, what's the difference? I got the job, and if I make good today, I'll have enough money for Christmas presents. Oh, gee whiz, here comes my first customer. Oh, gee whiz, Jughead.
Who'd you expect? Dr. Kildare?
No, Jughead, but I didn't expect you either. What are you doing here?
Never mind what I'm doing here. What are you doing behind that counter?
I work here.
You work here?
Yes, Jug, I just got the job a minute ago. I'm earning my Christmas money this way. But tell me, Jug, what did you want anyway?
Well, I came in here because I got a cinder in my eye, and I wanted to have it taken out. But if you're working here, I think I'll leave the cinder in.
Jughead, don't be silly. Why, I can take a little cinder out.
No, sir, nothing doing.
Jughead, I'm surprised at you. Don't you have confidence in me? Don't you believe in me? Don't you trust me?
In one word, Archie. No.
Oh, fine. Well, okay, Jughead. But if you ever come in here wanting sodas on credit, I won't trust you either.
You mean you have charge of the soda fountain, too?
When Mr. Fudd is busy, I certainly do.
Oh, the heck with the cinder. Give me a double chocolate malt.
Now, Jughead, don't be funny. If you have a cinder in your eye, it should be taken out before it inflames the eye.
Well...
Now, come on. Why, I can take it out easy as anything. Just take one of these little sticks with some cotton on the end. Take the cinder right out for you.
But, Archie, I don't think...
Jug, now tilt your head back a little.
Archie,
Jug, quit arguing and keep your eye open while I run this cotton around the end.
Archie, will you...
Jug, hold still for half a minute, and I'll get... There we are, Jughead. There, I've got the cinder out.
Okay, now put my eye back.
Jug, don't be funny. Now, that didn't hurt the least bit, and you know it. How does your eye feel now?
Well, okay, I guess. But who's your friend?
My friend? Jug, what are you... Oh, boy. Jug, what happened to your eye?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know, but one of your eyes is looking right at me, and the other one is looking over my shoulder.
And there's nobody standing next to you?
No, Jug, that's me. Well, just look in this mirror and see for yourself.
Okay, Oh! What, is that me?
Yes, Jug.
Your eyes are all crossed up.
Jughead,
don't... good when I come in here.
Jughead,
now look at me, bent turpin. I just can't know whether I'm coming or going.
Jug, will you...
I'll kill you. I'll have you arrested. I'll put you in jail.
Jug, please be
I want justice tonight for night.
Jughead, will you please be quiet?
Who, me?
Yes, you. Now, Jug, if you'll just calm down for a minute, I'm sure we can do something to fix...
What's going on here? What's going on here?
Oh, boy, Mr. Fudge.
Something cockeyed going on here.
Arthur, what is all this noise about?
Well, Mr. Fudd, I can explain. This is my friend Jughead, and he came in here a minute ago with a cinder in his eye, and, well, I was taking it out, his eye got twisted around, and, well, he can't get it back in place.
Oh, good heavens. Young man, let me see your eye.
Oh, okay. Oh, what you shot me for?
Well, young
what
man,
kind of drugstore is it?
Young man,
they made me cross-eyed and then they beat me up.
Jughead, will you please shut up?
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Mr. Fudd slapped you for a reason. Your eye went right back into place.
Gee whiz, it did?
Yes, it did. Now, look in this mirror again.
Gee whiz. Oh, boy. I'm beautiful again.
Yes, Jug, you're beautiful again. Mr. Fudd, I'm awfully sorry I caused all this trouble.
I should think you would be. Abraham, I'm afraid I'm going to have to let you go.
Oh, but Mr. Fudd, no, I need the job. Please, I won't get into any more trouble, I promise.
I'm sorry,
And if you let me stay, why, Jughead will work here, too, for nothing.
What? Yeah, I'll be glad to work here for nothing. What? Now, listen, Archie,
Jug, be quiet. Just think, Mr. Fudd. You'll have an assistant clerk and an errand boy, all for the price of one.
Well, all right, Andy. I'll give you one more chance. But I've got to get that prescription finished so you stay out of trouble, you hear?
Oh, yes, Mr. Fudd, yes, I will. And thanks a lot.
Gee whiz, Archie, what's the big idea of telling him I'd work here for nothing?
Jughead, I only told him that. But as long as I stay here on trial, I'll give you half of my salary.
Oh, okay. That's better. That's much better. How much is your salary?
Well, while I'm on trial, nothing.
Mr. Lodge will see you now, Mr. Andrews. You may go in. Thank you for waiting.
Oh, thank you, miss. I didn't mind the wait at all. Much. Well, hello there, Lodge, old man. How are you?
Hello, Andrews. Good to see you.
What did you say?
I said it's good to see you.
That's what I thought you said. Something wrong?
Yes, Andrews. I've had these nervous hiccups all day, and I can't get rid of them.
Oh, my. Well, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you too sick to discuss this contract?
Well, right now I am. Andrews, don't look so worried. Just wait a few minutes and we can get down to business.
Why, what's going to happen in a few minutes?
Well, I'm having a special prescription made up down at Fudd's Drugstore, and as soon as that prescription gets here, why, Andrews, I'll be as good as new.
Ah.
Yes, sir, just as soon as it gets here.
Now listen, Jughead, all we got to do is stay out of trouble from now on.
Yeah, but I'd still like to know how that weed got in there.
Jug, I just want you to help me out until I get in good with Mr. Fudd, that's all. Oh, boy, here comes another customer now. Gee whiz, it's Veronica.
Why, Archie. Hello. Hi, y'all, Archie dear.
right, Veronica.
But whatever are you and Jughead doing behind that counter?
Oh, I work here, Veronica, and Jug's helping me out.
Work here? My goodness, do you really?
Yes, sir. I'm a working man now. Just tell me what you want, and I'll be glad to serve you.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Here's a whole list of things that Mother wants.
Fine. Jughead, make up this order.
Me? Now, let's not, you know.
Jughead, can't you even do me the favor of filling an order so I can talk to Veronica for a minute?
Gee whiz, okay. Give me the list, Veronica.
Well, here you are, Jughead.
Okay. I'll get the stuff if I can find it.
Now, Archie, what did you want to talk to me about?
You?
Me? What about me?
Well, only that I think you're wonderful.
Oh, Archie, do you really?
Mm-hmm. In fact, you're terrific, Veronica. Especially your eyes.
My eyes?
Uh-huh. They're just like
corn pads.
Corn pads? No. Jughead, what are you talking about?
It's about corn pads. It says so right on this list.
Oh, great. All right, Jughead. Put the corn pads down and get the other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that Jughead. Now, Veronica, where were we?
You were telling me why you think I'm wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Well, another thing I'm wild about is your complexion.
My complexion?
Uh-huh. Your skin. It's just like...
Adhesive tape.
Adhesive tape. No. Jughead, now what are you talking about?
Here's the adhesive tape Veronica wants.
Oh, great. All right, Jughead. Put it down and go get the other thing.
Okay, I get.
Adhesive tape. Oh, that Jughead. Now, Veronica, where was I?
You were saying you liked my complexion.
Oh, yeah. And another thing I like, Veronica, is your figure.
My figure?
Uh-huh. It reminds me of...
A hot water bottle.
A hot water bottle? No. Jug.
Oh, that's what it says on this list.
Jughead, look, I know that's what it says on this list, but can't you keep that medicine cabinet out of my conversation with Veronica?
Gee whiz, Archie asked me to get those things, you know.
No, me. All right, Jughead. Is there anything else on the list?
No, that's all.
Okay. I'll put this stuff in a bag for you, Veronica, and we'll have our talk some other time.
All right, Archie. Come over to my house whenever you get a chance.
Okay, Veronica, I will.
Bye now, Archie.
Bye now, Veronica. Bye now. Bye.
Bye, Veronica.
Anthony?
Bye, Anthony.
Oh, Mr. Fudd.
Yes, Mr. Fudd. I'm not interrupting anything, I hope.
Oh, no, Mr. Fudd, no. Not a thing. I was just waving goodbye to Veronica.
Veronica?
Yes, sir.
And who, might I inquire, is Veronica?
Oh, she's a friend of mine. But she just came in to buy a few things.
I see. And did she get the things she wanted?
Oh, sure. Corn pads, adhesive tape, and a hot water bag. Everything she wanted.
I see. Then perhaps you can answer one question.
Why, sure, Mr. Fudd.
Why didn't I hear the cash register ring?
Oh, I never bother with the cash register. Oh, boy. Oh, she never paid me.
Never paid you? Oh, you mean to say you gave her my corn pads, my adhesive tape, and my hot water bag, and she never paid you?
Oh, Mr. Fudd,
This has gone far enough, Ambrose. You're through.
Oh, but Mr. Fudd, listen, I'll pay for it myself.
What's that?
Yes, sir, I will. I'll pay for it. Well, I don't exactly have the money, but you can just put it on the bill for my family, and I'll explain to my mother later.
Well, all right. I don't care who pays for it as long as it's paid for.
Yes, Mr. Fudd.
Now, I'll give you one more chance, but for heaven's sakes, Archibald, try to stay out of trouble, or I'll never get that prescription made up.
Yes, Mr. Fudd. I'll stay out of trouble.
Gee whiz, Archie, why did you offer to pay for all that stuff Veronica got?
I had to, Jughead. I had to keep this job. But you know something, Jughead? I think it'd be cheaper to get fired.
Well, how are you feeling now, Lodge?
Right.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, you stopped hiccuping there for a moment. I thought perhaps you were feeling well enough to discuss this contract.
Andrews, I'd love to get that contract settled, but I just can't keep my mind on business with these hiccups.
Oh, of course, so, man. I understand. No hurry at all. But didn't you say the drugstore was sending up some medicine for your hiccups?
Yes, should have been here 10 minutes ago, too. I'll phone, see what's holding it up.
All right, here you are, Lodge.
Thanks. Operator, get me Riverdale 821, please. I never saw a service like this. Why, if I ran my business the way that Fudd runs...
You got the ills, we got the pills.
What?
I said Fudd Drugs. You got the ills, we got the pills.
Say, is this Mr. Fudd?
Oh, no, sir. This is his new assistant clerk.
Oh, well, let me talk to Mr. Fudd.
So?
Let me talk to Mr. Fudd.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here by the name of Fuddick.
No. Not Fuddick. I want to talk to Mr. Fudd.
Oh, do you mean Mr. Fudd?
Yes, Mr. Fudd.
Oh.
Tell him Mr. Lodge called. And if he doesn't get that prescription up to my office in 5 minutes, he can take the darn medicine himself. Goodbye. Maybe now I'll get some action.
Yes, sir. You told him that time, Lodge.
Yes.
But what seems to be the trouble over there, anyway?
Andrews, from what I could make out, Mr. Fudd's main trouble is that his assistant clerk is an idiot. That's what. A plain, old-fashioned idiot.
Jughead, did you give Mr. Fudd that message from Mr. Lodge?
Yeah, and Mr. Fudd said if you'd only keep out of trouble for 2 minutes, maybe you could get the prescription finished.
Okay, Jug, from now on, we gotta stay out. Oh, gee, here comes another customer now, and well, gee whiz, it's Betty. Gee whiz.
Why, Archie, what are you doing here?
Hi, Betty. I work here.
Oh, golly, you do?
Yeah. When Mr. Fudd's busy, I watch the store.
And I watch Archie.
Oh, hi, Jug.
Hi, Betty.
But how long you been working here, Archie?
Oh, just today, Betty. I took the job to earn some Christmas money.
Oh, golly, that's wonderful, Archie. I'm awfully proud of you. Working for a salary.
Oh, it's nothing, Betty, nothing.
Yeah, so's his salary.
Jug, be quiet. But tell me, Betty, what can I do for you?
Well, Archie, I came in to get a soda.
A soda? An ice cream soda?
Uh-huh, a chocolate frosted.
Uh-oh.
Betty, something tells me you'd better settle for a glass of water.
Jughead, be quiet. Betty, you come right over here and I'll make you the best chocolate frosted you've ever seen.
Yeah, you might be able to drink it, too.
Jug, for the last time, be quiet.
Okay.
Okay. Now, where's the metal mixer?
Oh, here it is.
Attaboy. Now, the ice cream scoop?
Here it is.
Attaboy. Now, let's see. This should be the chocolate ice cream right in here. Yes, sir, chocolate ice cream. Now, I take a scoop of ice cream, like that. And now, Betty, I'm going to toss the ice cream way up in the air and catch it in the glass just like the real soda jerks do.
Oh, now, Archie, never mind the trick. Just make
Betty, it's easy as can be. Now, watch. I toss the ice cream high into the air, and it lands
right in the dishwater.
Gee whiz, I missed.
You sure did. Archie, I told you not to try any tricks.
Betty, it's okay. I'll do it this time. I got to learn sometime. Now, I just take this scoop of ice cream and toss it high into the air, and it lands right on the floor. Gee whiz, I missed again.
Oh, Archie, maybe you better
Nothing doing, Betty, nothing doing. I'm going to learn this trick if it takes all day.
And all the ice cream in the store.
Jug, be quiet.
Okay.
Now, I take the ice cream and I toss it high into the air, and it lands right in the... Gee whiz, where'd that one go to?
What hit me?
Gee whiz. Golly. Oh, Mr. Fudd, it landed right on his head.
A fudge sundae.
Jug, don't be funny.
What hit me, I say? Amos, what is this on the top of my head? It isn't hair.
Jug, be quiet. Mr. Fudd, it's ice cream. I was trying to make a chocolate frosted.
Ice cream on my head.
Now, Mr. Fudd, I can explain. You see,
This is the last straw. Absolutely the last straw. Agnew, you're fired.
But, Mr. Fudd...
You're fired. I say fired, and I don't want to hear another word.
Oh, but Mr. Fudd, it's all my fault.
You've got to leave here right now. What did you say, miss?
I said it's all my fault, Mr. Fudd. I ordered a chocolate frosted, and I asked Archie to make it by throwing the ice cream in the air and catching it in the glass.
But, Betty...
And I'll be glad to pay for all the ice cream he wasted.
Oh, well, in that case, since you're a customer, I suppose it's all right. But I warn you, Addison, this is the last chance you get. Absolutely the last chance.
Are you feeling any better, Lodge?
No, Andrews, I'm not. I'm feeling worse. What's keeping that prescription?
Now, calm down, old man. Calm down. No sense letting this thing upset you. Suppose we just call the drugstore again.
Andrews, I got a better idea than that. I'm going down to that drugstore, by George, and get that medicine if I have to make it myself. And while I'm at it, I'll give that guy a piece of my mind.
Lodge, that's a great idea. Yes, sir. In fact, I'll go right along with you and help.
I guess I'd better run along, Archie, and let you attend to business.
Okay, Betty, and gee, thanks again for saving my job for me.
Oh, that's okay, Archie.
Look, here's Veronica again.
Veronica?
Gee whiz.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Judd. Hello, Archie.
Well, hiya, Veronica. What are you doing here again?
Well, Archie, after I got home, I realized I forgot to pay you for all those things I ordered. So I came back.
Oh, gee, you didn't have to do that, Veronica. I had already...
Look, Mrs. Andrews.
Mom.
Golly. Hello, Veronica. Hello, Betty. Hello, Judd. Hello, Archie.
Mom, what are you doing here?
Well, I was downtown shopping, dear, so I thought I'd drop in to see how you're doing on the new job.
Well, not too good,
We'll
Mom.
tell him, Lodge. Yes, sir. We'll tell him a thing or two.
Hey, Mr. Andrews.
Jughead.
Dad. Fred.
Mary.
Father.
Veronica.
Sounds like old home week.
Mary, what is all this?
What's going on out here? What's going on?
Just the man I
Oh,
want to
Mr.
see.
Lodge, when did you come
Archie, what are you doing behind that counter?
Mr.
I work here, Dad.
Axelrod, don't you used to work here?
Would you, dear Fred, do something?
Would you please...
But where's my
Mr.
Quiet. Well, look, just
Quiet.
Quiet.
That's better. Now listen to me, all of you. This nonsense has gone far enough. Too far, in fact. It so happens I'm trying to run a drugstore here, not a crazy house. Do you understand that, Arnold?
Yes, sir.
Who's Arnold?
Fred, be quiet. All right. Then it's high time I straighten things out around here. First, Anthony, you're fired.
Yes, sir.
Who's Anthony?
Fred, quiet. And that goes for your assistant, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, young lady, what do you want?
I was just going.
All right. Young lady, what do you want?
I wanted to pay for the things I ordered before.
Oh, the corn pads and adhesive in the hot water bottle. That's $1.96.
Yes, Mr. Fudd. Here you are.
All right. Now, madam, what do you want?
I just dropped in to see how my son was doing on his job.
Well, now you know. He hasn't got a job.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Lodge, I know what you want, your prescription, and I have it right here.
Mr. Fudd, you're wrong.
What's that?
I don't need my prescription anymore. All this yelling and excitement has cured my hiccups.
Cured your hiccups?
Cured your hiccups. Lodge, you mean you feel all right now?
Better than I have in weeks. Yes, sir. We'll go back to my office, Andrews, and sign those contracts right now.
Well, I'll be darned. Everything's turned out all right after all.
Yeah. Except I'm out of a job.
Oh, yes. Well, Archie, tell me, did you get this job as a result of our little talk this morning?
Uh-huh.
Well, son, you made a good try. And since Mr. Lodge here is going to give me a fine big order, don't you worry any more about getting your Christmas money.
Gee whiz, Dad. You mean you'll give me Christmas money?
Yes, son, all you need.
Well.
Mr. Fudd may not agree with me, but I think you've earned it. So come on, everybody, the sodas are on me.
Archie will be back in just a minute. But first, one of the easiest things in the world for parents to do is figure, oh, well, the children are still young yet. When it comes time for sending them to college, we'll get the money somehow. And the trouble is, all too often, suddenly the youngsters are grown and there's no money on hand for college tuition. Make sure you'll have the money for college when the time comes. Join the payroll savings plan now. Remember, the savings bonds you get through the payroll savings plan mature in 10 short years, mature at a high profit. For each $3 you save now, you get back $4. For each $300, you get back $400. So think about it this weekend. And on Monday, see your company cashier about joining the payroll savings plan. Now back to the Andrews. Everyone's happy again and has just finished the sodas Dad bought in anticipation of the order he's about to get for Mr. Lodge.
Oh, gee. Thanks a million, Dad. Thanks. That was a swell soda.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Andrews. Oh, thank you, Mr. Andrews.
You're welcome. You're welcome, kid. Glad you enjoyed them. Well, Lodge, what do you say? Shall we get back to your office now and sign those contracts?
All right, Andrews. That's a good idea.
What'd you say?
I said that's a good... Oh, good grief. That ice cream soda's brought my hiccups back again.
Brought your hiccups?
Yeah.
No. Oh, no. How did that happen?
listening to another chapter of The Adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Jampel and based on a copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie was played by Bob Hastings, Jughead by Harlan Stone. Mom and Dad Andrews were played by Alice Urman and Arthur Cole. Veronica and Betty by Gloria Mann and Rosemary Rice. Also in the cast were Walter Vaughn as Mr. Lodge and Bill Griffiths as Mr. Fudd. This program is produced and directed by Kenneth McGregor. Listen next Saturday for more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews. This is Bob Sherry wishing you all a very pleasant weekend. So long. Stay tuned for Meet the Meats, which will be heard immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Merry Christmas, everybody. My name is Lee Allen, and the story you're about to hear has become a Christmas tradition. It's been broadcast for over 25 years on radio stations all over America. The story was given to me by Ed Hardy, news director of a radio station much like this one. It was a copy of a letter written by a young Marine named Michael, who was hospitalized after being wounded on a Korean battlefield. The letter was written home to his mother, but it was first seen and read by a Navy chaplain. In the letter, Michael describes what happened to him on that lonely, frozen battlefield. When the chaplain first saw the letter, he talked with the boy's mother, the sergeant in charge of the boys' patrol, and the patrol members themselves. Privately, they will all still tell you that what you're about to hear is a true story. We simply read the letter at Christmas time and let it stand on its own merit. The sergeant, the patrol members, and Michael are real people. The story is the letter, a copy of the original. A letter from Michael. Dear Mom, I wouldn't dare write this letter to anyone but you, because no one else would believe it. Maybe even you'll find it hard, but I've got to tell somebody. First off, I'm in a hospital. Now, don't worry, you hear me? Don't worry. I was wounded, but I'm okay. You understand? Okay. The doctor says I'll be up and around in a month, but that isn't what I want to tell you. Remember when I joined the Marines last year? Remember when I left, how you told me to say a prayer to St. Michael every day? You really didn't have to tell me that. Ever since I can remember, you always told me to pray to St. Michael the Archangel. You even named me after him. Well, I always have. When I got to Korea, I prayed even harder. Remember the prayer you taught me? Michael, Michael of the morning, fresh court of heaven adorning. You know the rest of it. Well, I said it every day. Sometimes when I was marching, sometimes resting, but always before I went to sleep. I even got some of the other fellows to say it. Well, one day I was with an advanced detail way up forward of the front lines. I was plodding along in the bitter cold. My breath was like cigar smoke. I thought I knew every guy in a patrol, and alongside of me comes another Marine I'd never met before. He was bigger than any Marine I'd ever seen. He must have been 6'4" and built in proportion. Gave me a feeling of security to have such a buddy near. Anyway, there we were, trudging along. Rest of the patrol spread out. Just to start a conversation, I said, "Cold, ain't it?" And then I laughed. Here I was with a good chance of getting killed any minute, and I'm talking about the weather. My companion seemed to understand. I heard him laugh softly. I looked at him. "I've never seen you before. I thought I knew every man in the outfit." "I just joined at the last minute," he replied. "The name is Michael." "Is that so?" I said. "That's my name, too." "I know," he said, and then went on, "Michael, Michael of the morning." I was too amazed to say anything for a minute. How did he know my name and the prayer that you had taught me? Then I smiled to myself. Every guy in the outfit knew about me. Hadn't I taught the prayer to anyone who'd listen? Why, now and then they even referred to me as St. Michael. Neither of us spoke for a time, and then he broke the silence. We're going to have some trouble up ahead. He must have been in fine physical shape, for he was breathing so lightly I couldn't see his breath. Mine poured out in great clouds. There was no smile on his face now. Trouble ahead, I thought to myself. Well, with the enemy all around us, that's no great revelation. Snow began to fall in great thick globs. In a brief moment, the whole countryside was blotted out, and I was marching in a white fog of wet, sticky particles. My companion disappeared.
Michael!
I shouted in sudden alarm. I felt his hand on my arm. His voice was rich and strong. This will stop shortly. His prophecy proved to be correct. In a few minutes, the snow stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The sun was a hard, shining disk. I looked back for the rest of the patrol. There was no one in sight. We lost him in that heavy fall of snow. I looked ahead as we came over a little rise. Mom, my heart stopped. There were 7 of them, in their padded pants and jackets and funny little hats. Only there wasn't anything funny about them now. 7 rifles were aimed at us.
Down, Michael!
I screamed and hit the frozen earth. I heard those rifles fire almost as one. I heard the bullets. But there was Michael, still standing. Mom, those guys couldn't have missed. Not at that range. I expected to see him literally blown to bits. But there he stood, making no effort to fire himself. He was paralyzed with fear. It happens sometimes, Mom, even to the bravest. He was like a bird, fascinated by a snake. At least, that's what I thought then. I jumped up to pull him down and felt a sudden flame in my chest. I often wondered what it felt like to be hit. Now, I know. I remember feeling strong arms about me. Arms that laid me ever so gently on a pillow of snow. I opened my eyes for one last look. I was dying. Maybe I was even dead. I remember thinking, well, this isn't so bad. Maybe I was looking into the sun. Maybe I was in shock. But it seemed I saw Michael standing erect again. Only this time, his face was shining with terrible splendor. As I say, maybe it was the sun in my eyes, but he seemed to change as I watched him. He grew bigger. His arms stretched out wide. Maybe it was the snow falling again, but there was a brightness around him, like the wings of an angel. In his hand was a sword that flashed with 1,000,000 lights. Well, that's the last thing I remember till the rest of the fellows came up and found me. I don't know how much time had passed, but now and then I had a moment's respite from the pain, fever. I remember telling them of the enemy just ahead. "Where's Michael?" I asked. I saw them look at one another. "Where's who?" asked one. Michael, that big Marine I was walking with just before the snow squall hit us." "Kid," said the sergeant, "you weren't walking with anyone. I had my eyes on you the whole time. You were getting too far out. I was just going to call you in when you disappeared in the snow." He looked at me curiously. "How'd you do it, kid?" "How'd I do what?" I asked, half angry despite my wound. "This big Marine named Michael and I were just..." "Son," said the sergeant kindly, "I picked this outfit myself, and there just ain't another Michael in it. You're the only Mike in it." He paused for a moment. "Just how'd you do it, kid?" "We heard shots. There hasn't been a shot fired from your rifle. And there isn't a bit of lead in them 7 bodies over the hill there." I didn't say anything. What could I say? I could only look open-mouthed with amazement. It was then the sergeant spoke again. "Kid," he said gently, "every one of those 7 bodies over the hill there was killed by a sword stroke. That's all I can tell you, Mom. As I say, it may have been the sun in my eyes. It may have been the cold or the pain. But that's what happened. Love.